few months. That's one thing. Two, infighting with Iranians for the next 10 years. It's been a bloodbath. So by escalating in a situation now their own autonomy as particular ethnic groups within Iran, we notify this whole idea of like infighting, the murder, and the seeks out economies and build infrastructure. But we stay in control. We don't have to deal with the threats that existed before.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Since you write policy, I want to ask you, do you also consider within your policies certain laws? Right? I mean, you have to, right? You can't just write policies or international laws. Because everything you just said that the United States is doing is not working on.
Potentially.
Not potentially. It is very clear. You do not hit infrastructure. You do not hit civilian infrastructure.
I mean,
Talking about food and you're cutting off their survival, water, and food, and
no, not water.
oh, really? They do? But you just said that where you.
No, everything that has to do with manufacturing.
Well, but people's livelihoods depends on manufacturing, don't you think?
It's a reset button.
Oh, you're committing more crimes.
I mean, if you're categorizing this, I'm not. I'm looking at the policies.
I'm sorry.
I see it as military.
I'm sorry, again, do not twist my words. I'm not categorizing it. It is installed. It's literally international.
They're military installations. That's what we said.
You see it as military installations, but there is a very clear law that is war crimes.
They're military installations.
War crimes. So you're committing war crimes. You know this.
You categorize it as that. We're saving millions of lives.
You said it. We're committing war crimes. Okay.
Not a question for neoliberal. This idea of separating Iran into multiple different ethno states was going. We talked about this earlier in the conversation. He wasn't on stage. But the argument against it was that Iran was so integrated with these different, ethnic groups that would kind of be very difficult to do, especially considering that groups like the Kurds are even involved in the regime.
Well, let's ask Black Rabbi about his plans for Turkey.
It's called balkanization, AJ. Balkanization.
What are the plans for Turkey?
I mean, Turkey is a unique situation. So when you look at the dynamic between Turkey's, recent partnership with Pakistan, I think even Somalia is involved in Turkey. That relationship with Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Somalia is based off of finance, right? So with Saudi Arabia, it was really an extension of the United States, just like Israel. Saudi Arabia's dynamic is to use what we call financial diplomacy, right? So we're going to have Turkey, Pakistan, even Somalia, which have major economic problems in different ways, make them dependent on the Saudi dollar, along with utilizing our coercion with NATO, and then now with this Board of Peace thing, which they weren't allowed to be in, but then also use those mechanisms. So through the financialism and American expansion, we'll be able to control with NATO their behavior, right? They are hostile. This guy, other one that really wants to recreate the Ottoman Empire, he's against us, right? If he wants to desperately get involved, he wants to have just kept it up. The point is that it's financial diplomacy and other forms of economic coercion that will keep Turkey in line, and not the hostile characteristics that actually live in.
Okay, and in relationship to possible Turkey's complaints about instability on their borders with Iran, the Kurdish issue, how do you see it playing out?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's called demilitarization, right? So the Kurds, if they want their nation states, that's what they're going to be fighting for ultimately, is that they have to abide by rules. Part of that is keeping the safety on that border. I mean, it is an issue. But again, they're not going to be a militarized Kurdish population. Initially,
yes. Who's going to take their arms away once installed for the regime.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Absolutely understand.
We're armed. The Delta Force is only right now in the army walking to the mall. I think the Delta Force is over in training.
Yeah, it's going to demilitarize them.
They're going to agree to demilitarize because that's the only way they're going to have a nation state. A nation state is far more valuable to the Kurdish people than being able to arm themselves and fight against the Turks. So they have to see why should it do what, right?
Anybody could be a foreign policy writer. Is that what we're basically hearing? Anybody can do it?
Yes, one of the most prominent bullshit jokes. The other day, a preeminent expert in foreign policy, I don't remember his name off the top of the head, on Twitter wrote, how is Iran, this is before the war, how is Iran going to close the Strait of Hormuz? Do they have a key? He's a published expert in foreign policy, with multiple books, well respected, lectures, professor, don't remember, I can't remember the names. Yeah, he wrote before the war, does Iran have a key to close the Strait of Hormuz? Like basically laughing at the idea.
My thinking is, it seems Donald Trump is now reacting to the news reporting from CNN that Iran has placed mines in the Hormuz. He said if Iran has placed any mines, if Iran has placed any mines in the Hormuz, and we have no reports that they must be removed immediately. Failure to do so will bring military consequences, the likes of which we have never seen. If they remove them, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Donald J. Trump.
Why does he talk like that? This is unnecessary. Why do you even try to talk?
Yeah, we told you the war is put an end according to Iran's timeline. So,
Why you honestly think, please remove please remove. I'm still flabbergasted at this Israeli foreign policy author saying that they're just going to put it in a truck, and the truck is going to, they're going to just put their weapons in the truck, and the truck is going to drive away. I think AJ could have done better analysis to be more knowledge.
Just the other thing about this Hormuz Strait thing is that they have these underwater drones, and obviously the mines too. But it's an interesting dynamic. I mean, it's really biblical. This whole thing, the Hormuz, it's a really big biblical implication to it. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just saying it's a big deal.
It wasn't the only thing that sounded crazy, but you got it.
It wasn't the only thing, but it really shook me to my core.
next week, when Clubhouse changes the, what is it called? Because, I think it takes 15 days for you to change your name. I'm going to change my name to Biblical Hormuz. So I'm just preparing you guys for this, for something.
For what reason again?
No reason. I just learned that the mines being deployed is biblical. That's all.
Gotcha. See, this is why I'm saying. What am I going to think of?
Even though, oh man, if you talk about these underwater drones, right? The problem with Hormuz is the same problem that you have with the geography in Iran. Like the underwater geography is crazy. Like if you could, and I don't know if it's on Google, but our military doesn't only look at the land, but we also look at the water and what the land is like in that water. And if it's a shallow shower, and straight in Hormuz is shallow water. So you can actually see the sea that
is just the
It's
least
not a
disastrous plan.
It's not a failure on intelligence or failure. Yeah, the least disaster. Obviously, this is the best plan they can do.
20 minutes ago, Iran's foreign minister accuses U.S. officials of manipulating markets. Iran's foreign minister accuses officials of posting fake news to manipulate markets after U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said in a now deleted social media post, U.S. Navy escorted oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. It won't protect them from the inflationary tsunami they imposed on Americans, Abbas Araghchi wrote on X. They accused the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt denied that the United States had escorted a ship through the crucial waterway.
And guess what? As a result of that, the market is tanking now. People were hoping that thing came out.
Wait a second. So Iranians just said that we're manipulating the stock market?
Yes.
Well, I think
Y'all know we do that.
Of course, we have an intuition, but when a third party from across the globe says, "Yeah, y'all are fucking up, y'all are playing around,"
Don't be dramatic right now. He's still being informed from her.
Oh, now he's going to trying to claim back.
Hey, we don't talk about
He's trying to mess up the euphoria, bro.
Hey, go on, y'all.
the Chris Wright basically tweeted that as a fact that the United States escorted the tanker. They did it. Like, so it's not like, suspicion. Like, it's clear manipulation.
So the question is, so when I looked at the market, everything is looking rosy. So is that they're manipulating it on the electronic end, where they're just punching in numbers? Or do you think that they are manipulating it through calling the big investors and saying, hey, make it look good? What do you think? A little bit of both? Hold on, AJ.
I think there was a lot of being built expectations on Paco. There's a lot of money running on Paco right now. And it seems there was kind of confirmation towards that bias with yesterday's press conference that the war is going to be short. Today's Chris Wright statements, right? It's just not going to last long. That's all. I don't think they're punching in numbers. That's kind of not possible.
You're saying through crowd psychology, basically.
Yeah.
That's strong enough, though? Like, I feel like,
Are you a line of Coke? Are you a cup of coffee? A glass of water?
AJ, I don't have a
You were talking about euphoria, though.
Yeah, man, you coming off a little bit.
Wind up right now.
United States military used 5.6 billion worth of munitions during the first 2 days of the assault on Iran, according to U.S. officials. So the number that is flying around that is close to 1 billion per day is very much a local.
You know what, Van and Leo and Tion and Ron and Jack, you know, like, politically correct, we're supposed to be, like, talking about news. We get comments, sometimes they can be really fucking far off and fucking crazy. But we try to stay, if y'all want to have fun, I like to have fun in the evening. That's why we have 420 in the evening. They'll talk about the news, but they'll let y'all joke and play and do black flips on the fucking stage. And they'll let you do your fucking backflips in it and not force you to come up on stage. If you got something to say, come up here because I ain't nobody. Van has what's the thing with his thumb? A diabetic thumb. So sometimes he just can't type. Neoliberal is not looking at the fucking chat. Bring your motherfucking ass up here if y'all got something to say. We're not gonna kick you out, we'll kick you down. At least you'll be brave enough to say what the fuck you gotta say. But I'm gonna kick your ass out if you don't do it. We'll just keep talking.
I agree. This mustache is good. This is a good Monty right here. Y'all don't have trigger fingers. Hey, I'm me. Oh my goodness. I would say that, you know, come up with this is a good. You won't get kicked from this one because it's about some kick, Eric. There's about 3 people that kick people when dropping out. Because one of them that are not on the stage. So the 20s, if you got something to say, this is your chance. Because once you get one of 20, you already know there's about 3 people that's gonna kick you and mute you every single. Get your shit off now.
I think the issue, and I do share these sentiments too, and Patty from Kitover Congressman says, okay, expression can be written or oral. In case y'all didn't know that, right? Like that's how language is. What is it about the chat that makes you feel like your opinion, the same opinion that can be expressed verbally on a social audio app, is safer with you being down there? Because you are in fact participating in a conversation. Whether you want someone to respond to you or not, you can't gauge how a person responds to the bullshit that you write in the chat. This really is a phenomenon that needs to be studied. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not one way or the other. I'm on the fact of if you're gonna come to space and participate in a conversation, and because you know what the fuck you're doing, you're being antagonistic, you feel protected, you don't want anyone to respond to your talking point, but your talking point may not even have been grand, just in your mind, and you know that you don't have the capacity, or you're not equipped, or you're frightened for some reason. And I'm trying to genuinely understand, if you are expressing yourself, what makes you feel more comfortable using the fucking thumb than using your mouth in a conversation? Thank you. I did steal that from Van. I'm not gonna lie to you, Van. I do like that. Okay.
But can I say something? I think most of the people in the chat come here because you give them that dopamine hit. They hear like, sucks, right? So they don't really want to hear from like a editorial. I mean, this room and the 420 gives those people who hate Trump so much, it gives them that as countries that orgasmic feeling of, you know, they can feel comfortable that, Trump sucks, okay, they said it, so I feel better. So, honestly, there's people really want to hear from people who think differently. Is it really about just Trump sucks or just people who just say random shit just to trigger people? Well, why does it matter? You can always just debate the shit that they're saying instead of getting triggered and let people feel what they're saying.
So we talk about the news. Trump happens to be in the news. He's given misinformation. Does that mean we hate him?
And it's a great time.
Well, I mean, I would say so. I would say a lot of people hate Trump. I mean, I've heard people on the stage, and people want to go say, I'll never forget people who voted for Trump.
That's pretty deep. I mean, you're never forget from Noah.
I mean, and also people cut off family members because they voted for Trump too.
I mean, yeah,
It's
that's
so bad.
not even serious.
My dad is that serious. He said he'll cut his kids off.
And it's no different than the right. I go on spaces, and to the right side, people go on here just to hear people say good things about Trump, and they get their same dopamine hit. So,
But tell me this, why is it always us versus them? Then, like, in this room, what I've noticed is a lot of the things that these moms do are more so on just what's happening. It was a fact, like not an opinion on how they feel about a person.
so I don't know, but I can just tell you, just listening. So the guy Black was talking, instead of and Neil cut him off like 4 times. Not rudely, but it's like they didn't really let the guy finish.
But he wasn't saying anything factual. He was just saying bullshit.
But don't you seek to like listen first, then respond, or you just cut people off in the middle? Because
The first time we've heard Brad speak,
yes, it is.
Well,
that explains it.
yeah, you don't know what's going on here.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm right here where you had the nerve to call it policy.
But I would also say that you don't have freedom of speech in this room if you're not on topic. It's not fair to everybody else to take us off topic and make it on focus, like, journey. You're not being on topic. Like, it really, some people like that, but other people don't.
There's one person we get some grace to, and that's our ambassador. And he sometimes I have to cut him off. I just be like, cut it out. But when I'm stressed and I don't want to hear the shit no more, I cut him off. I know it's disrespectful because he's an old black man and he thinks a lot. But I ain't with it sometimes.
And it's just, it might be disrespectful for us to let them go like that because, like, it's just, and it gets to a point where sometimes all need to hear within to know. Like, why would you look at your mind like that, man?
So to go to Notorious point, he uses the chat, and other people use the chat because maybe, you know, like I thought Black was on topic, but if he was to put what he said in the chat, at least he knows that he's just saying what was on his mind without having to feel like he's getting cut off.
So, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, if you have noticed, right, I engaged with him in good faith at the beginning. He offered an article that he put in the chat, but didn't substantiate anything of what he was saying, specifically on Saudi Arabia joining Israel in strikes against Iran, right? Which is a claim made, then didn't say it didn't make, right? At the end of the day, if moderators should, if you don't call blatant lies and people don't account for this, the conversation evolves into empty rhetoric. I don't know if you missed that part or it wasn't made prominent by me, but that's what happened. Like if this is a mostly news-based room that tries to argue, we can argue about the facts, right? We can offer interpretation of the facts, but if you don't have supporting evidence for the claims that you yourself made, the rest of the stuff becomes kind of, you know, it's just words. It's rhetoric, which is another problem with norm, right? Like, it's all rhetoric, and then you pin him down on a certain fact on which, oh, you lied, right? And it has to be moderated. If it's allowed, then the whole room goes into empty rhetoric.
Yeah, I mean, just not lies though. There will be people that comment and say the conversation will be having that's on topic about today's news. I mean, some people know what goes on 100 years ago, but some people follow, you know, I'm watching the news right now. Listen to what's going on. If someone comes and say, hey, I just heard something completely different from a different news source, it's like, well, that's this, that's that. That doesn't
what the topic is, Amari. Sometimes your topic is something. Just because you're watching the news doesn't mean that you can participate in the conversation. Or you're
If the conversation is about Iran and the person's bringing up a different
that might come to but it's a conversation is, brother. It's historical. Historical references being made, and then you jump in with something in the front. It means you're off the topic.
people have a conversation about what is going on in today's news. Either Iran, in this subject, exactly what happened to my brother just now. He offered the claim, right? Asked him to provide the source. His source didn't support his claim, right?
Breaking news.
But
Case in point. CNN. Iran is laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
I rest my case.
We appreciate people coming in to wait. Sometimes we may not wait. Somebody brought up something today that came out
5 years ago. But it is important to read the room. Like if something happened, it's okay to sit and listen for about 20 to 30 minutes and understand what the conversation is and then inject yourself or not. But to just jump in and then say, hey, this is what's happening. That's a disruption.
There's something we said for the bathroom. Come on now.
That put me to nothing. You're being annoying.
you know better than that.
Oh, man.
You get cut off a lot. We don't do that.
Oh, yeah, a lot to get cut off a lot.
I'm talking about when you do come.
Yeah, that's true. You guys are consistent. They cut them off.
So we don't do participation tokens.
No participation periods. I got
That's
you.
not no participation. I understand that. Even though my PTR was in here, they said you was running the room. And I was like, oh.
Did you see what happens? See what happens when you know how I feel for it? And I change it.
Got it, thank you. And we appreciate you bringing breaking news, whether we've already talked about it or not. We can let you know we already know. So thank you. How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while, man.
Doing well, just working in safety. Doing well.
How the contracts going?
Good, the problem is I made myself the PM on one of those contracts, and it's just a nightmare. I'm like, man, I should just hire someone instead of putting myself as the PM. So it's crazy.
I got a homegirl retiring at the same company.
Yeah, let me know. I'm looking to hire people, remote people. I also need really good. You won't believe this, and maybe Dan will appreciate this, but I don't know why, but I have trouble hiring young people today that can write. I'm looking for proposal writers, and like so many young people come out, they don't know Microsoft Office, they don't know how to use Word. I'm like, what that? Like, let me use ChatGPT. I'm like, okay, right? Like, you're gonna sit for like 20 minutes figuring out what ChatGPT told you and then spit it out. Oh, this is correct. It's not. ChatGPT told me it is. I'm like, no, like that's, you gotta have like a little intellect to understand what it's spitting out. So, I don't know, it's really weird. I'm having trouble finding proposal writers, but it is what it is.
I'm gonna get a homegrown for a week that has acquisitions.
Hey, do you know anyone that can write proposals or can do proposal costing? You send me a message. You know how to reach me. So send me a message. I'm serious. I'm looking to hire remote people across the country that, are willing to work and do good work.
Are you talking about RFPs in particular, or?
Mostly RFP responses, yeah.
Okay.
Like who can write good technical, sometimes bullshit the technical, because, but that's how you gotta do it, right? So that stuff, not just rely on what ChatGPT says. Like, a quick example I'll give you. I had him do some proposals and he used ChatGPT, bidding on a warehouse contract, and he used ChatGPT, and because it said that one of the device warehousing is, from the Navy Medical Center, but it's just cost number. It wrote this whole medical warehouse
think Scotty had a question. Who's Scotty had a question? So I in chat that Scotty had a question. He was saying Scotty, Patty. Yeah, I got a question.
By the way, on a separate note, did you see what this administration is doing, Patty, to the AA program? Did you hear about that? I don't know if you ever talked about it.
We want to talk about it.
They're basically decimating the AA program. Basically, they passed a new FAR, I think it's FAR Part 19 revised, which basically removes or basically tells government and agencies that you do not have to rely on AA. So if something was AA, now you can open up to others. And, there's some justification for it. Basically, there were people who come in on it, right? Trump raised the limit before that on what your income needs to be to get AA certified and get these special set aside contracts. And there's some fraud and this and that, but I think they're just going to, it's not really like fraud the way the word sounds. There were just some discrepancies with certain firms that they were kicked out of the program. But I think because of that, they're taking it next straight and trying to do it. And Congress wouldn't pass anything on it. They tried several times. But, it is what it is. It's going to be crazy. They also want to get rid of the woman on cert too. That's going to be interesting too.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What did they add to Part 19?
I just checked it out. They removed the once 8A, always 8A. They removed that. So, and then they said we encourage small business set asides because it allows competition. So if you actually look at, you can probably check through this and just say, FAR Part 19 8A revision, and you'll see they removed that.
So now, so what does that mean for those sole source contracts?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. They're now going to be, if they're up for bid, they're going to be re-releasing those either as a small business set aside or an SD, USB, or woman, if that's still there. But they're not going to be releasing the A. Or they may have to have strong justification. So they're trying to, right now the next move is, I think, Steve Miller, everyone's favorite, is going to be removing he wants to remove the rule of two, which is, you submit an RFI, you have two from there. He's saying make it a small business. That's what he's saying. It allows everyone to compete against each other.
Miller's like the weirdest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
So, that's his mentality on it. And he's, of course, got pushback. So he's, the only set aside that makes sense is the SUV USB, disabled veteran. And, he's basing it off of the fact that a couple of people in Virginia, I told the story before,
That's the only reason why they kept it disabled veteran. We've been talking about that. We can move back. Fiscal relief and tuition. They were talking about getting rid of that.
Yeah, I think they're going to keep that. They want to get rid of women-owned. The justification for getting rid of women-owned, that's my garage. That sounds that way. But, they want to get rid of the woman-owned certification because the belief is how to verify if you're truly a woman, because there's people who have changed their gender on their license and was able to get the woman-owned certification, but they're actually not women, but haven't proven that. So, it's something that can happen with a few people. There are a few contracts where maybe that happened, but is it the dearth of them? No, there's 10,000 if 2% do it, but they want to remove it. But their view is service disabled, we can prove it because we have your military records and all that.
Oh, I got a phone call right when you were talking about that. I'm sorry, can you repeat the word?
Okay, service disabled, the belief is they have proof that you're service disabled because they have your military records, right? Woman-owned
to be a prime, or like create opportunities to be the prime instead of the sub, and that way you can partner with maybe another organization that will help strengthen their proposals. So appreciate that. Oh yeah, and I sent I have a consulting company, so I sent you my email in your back channel. I have like 2 veterans that I know have experience in that. So
Sounds great. I'll drop you a message. I'll drop you a message. And anyone else you know, let me know. Happy to talk to them. Yeah, hey, you never know. I mean, the other issue I need people is who can get security cleared and can do recruiting. I have to do secret level recruiting for certain projects. And crazy.
what's going on in the chat though? Alright, let me see if there's anything that came out new. Yeah, I talked about the 140 US service members being injured. I said a little bit earlier, and then Lord, I think Lord, did you get to the hospital in Germany?
Yeah, I just talked about the labor and delivery unit being closed down. This was like a week ago. So,
No, look, I didn't see. I'm sorry. And what's that someone saying that there's a much higher number of soldiers that were injured? But do we know the severity of those injuries that were sustained by the soldiers? I told you about like fire major, also like getting my gun like that. But Lansville, if they talk about Lansville, that's not unusual.
Eight, not severe from what I mean, double check the numbers. Something under 10 is severe, 100 something return to duty.
Yeah, it's not unusual for them to hospital that they should send everyone to.
Yeah, 140 US troops have been injured. Vast majority of the injuries have been minor, and 108 service members have already returned to duty. 8 service members remain listed as severely injured.
And it's not like Germany doesn't have, like, you talk about NASA, and then you talk about Germany. Germany has some good hospitals that you can have your baby in. That was from healthcare system. So, that's nothing.
good afternoon, Perry, everyone. Hi, so are the injuries
So that relatively not like even if you exclude the first opening salvos or first 2 days, the salvos are, well, the first day, or rather 28th February, was 137. Then on 1st March was 28, and since 1st March, it was 9, 11, 6, 9, 16, 16, 12, 8. So it's kind of, with some variability, but steady.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask you a quick question. How long would it take for the Ukrainian to, import this technology, the jamming technology for the drones to the Gulf state, the US and Israel? Do you think it's gonna take a long time, or I'm surprised they have not got it right now? Do you know anything about that? Or your thoughts?
I have no idea. I mean, hopefully weeks. Longer than that, but
Yeah, apparently, the Ukrainians had a great success on that with the Russians, right? So, I've seen some videos about it where some drones fly close to cluster drones and they just jam, not quite sure, electromagnetic way, and they just fall off the sky. You don't even have to hit them. You don't even have to shoot them down. They just electronically jam them, basically. So I was like, wow, that's impressive. But, I don't know how long it takes to get through that.
yeah, the jamming trials is not very easy, especially the newer ones.
Yeah,
And they haven't been better than jamming CLPs.
just fun and interesting, right? So that's another weapon that's going to be introduced in this war. I don't know what the Iranians going to change their signals or whatever, or how they can avoid that, but there is a success rate with the Ukrainians there. So that's another angle that's going to be deployed through this war as the war continues.
Yeah, electric drones are not the shadows.
I missed a lot today, and I just saw that Iran is putting mines, underwater mines across the strait, below the strait of this.
According to US intelligence, yes.
Okay, we're moving to a different warfare. And I think, when was it? Sometime earlier on in the morning, I saw that Iran said they will not bomb a country if they expel the US and Israeli diplomats out of the country.
Yeah, that was kind of a trolling thing that they opened the Strait of Hormuz to country that was expel the United States or Israel. And that's right.
Okay.
The ridiculous part is that a lot of countries do not have ambassadors from the United States.
Yeah, they have consulates attached to it.
Well, the Trump administration has previously not assigned any ambassadors to a massive amount of countries. Donald Trump and police reported within the last few hours
neoliberal,
they destroyed 10 inactive mine laying boats and 4 ships with marked polo. Did he mean active mine laying boats? He wrote it have destroyed 10 inactive mine laying boats.
I'm sure it means active. The Gulf countries are fighting with each other.
Tell me more.
And the Egyptians are busy laughing at them. So the UAE, along with the UAE people, try to come out and save face. And they had videos of them going to to Israel and having discussions with them. And so they just say, you have no position to speak here. You sold out 2 years ago, and now you want to write people to support you.
Interesting. Can you give me the arguments? Like which countries?
So there's a UAE someone from the UAE, I think he's like in politics or something. He was saying that the Gulf countries need to stand together. But the Gulf countries, then some of their citizens and some of the people from the Gulf countries brought out videos of him from 2022 when he went to the Knesset and he spoke. He had some high meetings there, and he spoke about cooperating with Israel. And so they all just say, some of you are coming here to save face and say you care about your country, but you ruined your country years in advance before this.
And now you want, is that Qatari foreign minister? He was saying something similar.
Qatari was saying something similar, but also someone from the UAE that I went there was saying something similar. Let me find the link and then I'll send you. It's in Arabic though, so you might just have to get it translated.
Yeah, the one was in Arabic too. I'm trying to put it. The one that was was one where he was saying these countries have to unite was Ahmad Jassim bin Jabir al-Thani, the Qatari. It was a PM, the foreign minister, back in 1992, 2000 something.
2022? Is it a 2022 visit?
Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about the third part.
Okay, the visit would have happened in 2022.
This is the Pan-Arabism I'm talking about. Joking. production side. So it's not necessarily all going to the pipeline, but some of it probably still going into storage, but the flow is done from 20.47 million barrels a day to 6.7 total from all the countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, right? So some of it is going to go through the pipeline. We can calculate it. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. It's going to be like probably half of the 6, like in single digits. And that's the also from the Houthis, right? Because overseas have credibly, before this closed the bubble on the strait, right? And Iran has not yet employed them. So they're keeping their options open.
Yeah, because UAE can access the other side of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and the Iranians are letting it flow for now.
Okay.
I'm kind of confused. Y'all said something about like I thought Saudi was the only one that was able to do that. I didn't know that the other countries can. Because even when so for example, like when we would do like our planning, we'd always do Saudi, but even with Saudi, it'd be only like 25% of what we actually would receive if we were like working with Kuwait, Qatar, or the UAE, and maybe now Iraq. I thought we were the only ones that actually had that pipeline that can go directly.
Yeah, it's just a pipeline, but let's check. I'm not sure. I think they are cooperation agreements. I'm not sure how they can triage it.
There's this port that we would receive. It's called Gambler. People don't really. We talked about Babel. We talked about the straits. We talked about the corridors. But I don't know, man. I have to look it up. But I know, like, at least 2 years ago at a max, like a year and a half to 2 years ago, it was mainly UAE that we looked at. Not UAE, Saudi, when we looked at, like, crude moving through, like, we never talked about Qatar or UAE or Kuwait. Like, we didn't even see them as our main. Maybe it's something that we have internally that I don't know. I have to look at. But I know that it's like whenever we do our estimates, it would be UAE. And it would only be a quarter of what we actually think we can receive. If all the nations we were able to, because we're fuel dependent when it comes to operations. So.
Yeah, it's the East Coast, or otherwise known as the Petroline. It's 5 million barrels per day.
Yeah, it is 5 million. You're right. 5 million. But the 5 million was all Saudi for us. Like when we do our numbers, we say 5 million. When we do it with Saudi, there was no additional countries added to that.
Well, that's half of what they produce per day, right? They produce around 10 million barrels per day. So I mean, that's not that percentage just to mitigate that risk.
Actually, they do 20 million.
Well, now they do 0.5. That's
Yeah.
About in February they were doing 10. Now, as of yesterday, they are doing 2.5 current production.
But yeah, I don't know, Patty, if they ever do 20, maybe not, I'm not quite sure. But usually it's around between 10 to 13 million barrels per day.
So we know they can do up to 20 million.
Oh, they can do up to
They would do up to 20 million. And then even us forcing production, like saying, hey, we need this,
Right.
it would be 5 Kuwait. Like when we looked at, when we would do these simulations, they show like Kuwait getting cut off. Like all those other countries getting cut off, we never really cut off. Maybe the system was a little bit older, maybe this wasn't updated. But with the simulations, they didn't really include Iraq.
So, Patty, you're right, I was wrong. So, Petroline is exclusively Saudi. And historically, it has never been used in cooperation with anybody.
Right. We've never, I can tell you, I've never seen any other country other than Saudi. And when they went through the 5 million, like, our fuel, officer that works with the fuel will say, hey, we need X amount. And a lot of times she will only get trash because we still have to take into consideration the other countries that need that energy. So we be running out of fuel.
Yeah, the Iraqis had a pipeline that the Kirkuk Sayano pipeline that is going through Kurdish territory, if I remember correctly, the Kurdistan regional government that is, I know it's the status of it, so that one can be used to, like the repairs were carried out last year or something like that. I don't know if it's operational, but I saw the discussion of using that one. But that is 1.6 million barrels per day. That's not a big number.
And probably the trade,
No, that one goes through.
No, I'm not sure through Europe. I'm talking about like they would have the leverage on receiving before.
It goes to Ceyhan, which is on the Mediterranean Sea, and from there, yeah.
Cause I know like the Port of Yanbu, that's like or the tankers that would have the fuel. Like we would have like big names for the tankers. It would be like 1123 for their number. And we have these big, we use focal lines with a bunch of fucking dudes. So they'll be like Seahawks. And then, yeah, the red
Yanbu is the western side of the Petroline, right?
It's on the Suez Canal.
So is the other side. Yanbu is on the west. Am I?
It's the East Coast pipeline. They export it from the Red Sea and then it goes.
Yeah.
That's the part of Yanbu. Marilyn shared something in the chat. Let me see what she had on.
Yeah, so this is news content from the region, and it's discussing the position of the Gulf countries in relation to the U.S. And one of the famous quotes attached is one from Egypt that states, anyone who puts themselves in America and make it from hosting Arab.
What is it again?
It's an article about the challenge that those countries are in relation to the U.S. Essentially questioning where does this put them, and is the U.S. loyal to the mission to supporting and defending them. And then it has a quote from the former Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak that those who represent America are naked.
Honestly, I do think that they are police.
I am moving the protocols. Any problem?
Yes.
There you go.
So, I think they are police because the problem is, like, even working in the police, like, the people that are in charge are supposed to be related to monarchies or whatever, prince king, whatever you want to call it. A the derelicts and their family, because they don't want to be bothered with. These motherfuckers be overweight. They be like at work sometimes. And they have became so dependent on the United States that they don't have nothing.
You're talking about how fat they are. Have you seen the ones that are shit? The ones that are worse.
They're fat to the point where some of them, they'll wear a uniform and they have the bottom button unbuttoned and you can see their belly. Oh, that is disgusting. They'll be like, cousin, what's disgusting?
They eat at odd hours, so since they already have open work, they literally hardly work. So they will keep the restaurants open 24/7, and you find the Egyptians at the laborers, and the Egyptians just despise them.
They're fat as shit, man. That shit crazy. Y'all gotta really see.
And why you only can't tackle it, you know? Penny?
What?
Tell me one day you're gonna marry me, Penny, so I'll talk to me, you know?
You know, that's a question you can send to the US Embassy in that country, or the number, and they will be able to respond to you.
This is a good article. You read a lot through.
Yeah, it's great, and it's written by people from the region.
Here, Dubai is deputy police chief highlighted that the threats from Israel and Iran are not mutually exclusive, and that the interventions from both countries have harmed the Arab world and stability, showing that it cannot rely on external powers to protect its interests. UAE business tycoon echoed this sentiment, calling the aggressive two sides of the same coin, and two could never jab at the United States, arguing regions. Countries must trust their own capabilities rather than relying on alliances with powers whose interests do not align with theirs. A prominent Saudi journalist and TV anchor weighed in by warning against framing the current challenges as a misleading binary between Israel and Iran. It really she wrote is a competition between two hegemonic projects competing over the region. Seems like pan-Arab joke is deployment codes from who's the Egyptian guy, the Arab leader? It's happening to me.
You're a liberal.
Yeah.
Sorry, we in the middle of something. Sorry, I had to something real quick.
Good.
Yeah, did you see that Goldman Sachs is offering a product for their clients to short private companies? Say that, let me find an article. It's a Reuters article. It's almost like, the way I interpret it is that they see the impending doom and they're saying, hey, you want to get in on the impending doom? Here you go.
I think people try to move their money more than anything else, and then body for services, just that tax-free haven in Dubai.
states has been sort of the most consistent place to invest funds for many people around the world for quite some time. That the Make America Great Again president is even kind of disintegrating that reputation quite frequently, unfortunately.
Okay, I mean, it's not. I looked at the government stuff. This is common. That's what they're market makers. That's what they do.
Yeah, but don't you see how they are the funders through shadow banks of these organizations, so they can see the health on one side and see it deteriorate, and then on another side, they're helping other people profit on that deterioration. That's all I'm looking at. Whether or not it's normal is, well, they do say it's a new product, so that's the issue. Someone's just taking advantage of both.
Not necessarily. The Goldman Sachs, they're underwriters and I don't think they have. There was FINRA 5121, right? Those things are still in place. They're supposed to
have a firewall. Yeah. But that means having a firewall. How good is that? That people in different departments aren't going to talk at the bar, at the conferences, through their alumni network. They're not going to talk.
Well, obviously there has to be enforcement and regulation, but I don't think Goldman Sachs is dumb enough to put itself in a position of legal jeopardy that you have to put in the books as a non-quantifiable risk that may tank your whole business.
Whether or not they're taking risks, I'm sure they are. Have you heard about Citadel buying flow from Robinhood? So instead of basically they were looking at the orders that were coming in and they were fulfilling them.
Is this the Kitover Congressman for flow? Mayor, please come up.
There's so many problems in our system that I feel like we've normalized it, and that's the problem. It's like Glass-Steagall was a good thing. I don't know why after 2008 it wasn't reinstituted. Have you thought about that?
I think it's fair to call for investigation, and I think some people, I'm not following this super closely, but I think there have been calls to look at this more deeply, and that's fine. Again, I'm not following it closely, but there is Citadel Advisors, right, and Citadel Securities, if I remember. Like the market making side and the hedge fund side are separated. They're not there really violating. And there was fines, right, for specifically, if I remember correctly, for Citadel. Mayor is a third person to ask for no particular reason.
That's okay. I don't think it's fine. They have too much information. They think too much of the overall picture, and they're able to make bets in different compartments based on that, information advantage.
Andre, did you vote for the Republican or for the Democrat? Just asking.
Well, I'll answer.
Go ahead.
I'll answer. I didn't vote for either.
to reinforce, they've called for repeatedly stricter regulations on banks, especially related to trading and protection of consumer information.
Did you get that concrete?
Yes, yes, I did.
We did see like an unfortunate relapse, like with the Silicon Valley bank collapse, which is due to basically a rescinding of some of the regulatory measures that were put in place after the 08 crisis.
Maybe put in the chat that the Fox News correspondent is saying that ballistic man, if they can't show recognizable landmarks, I guess we think because the cluster bombs are hitting them.
Yeah, because the press become always.
Yeah. Where's Trump? It seems to me that the American and Israeli response over the last couple of days to ratchet up, seems to be a response to something. Maybe it's because that 92%, which I don't believe anyway, but what other people are saying, that's fine. I don't believe anybody on this side. But it seems like 92% have gone down. I've seen other numbers, but there's lots of lies.
Well, we know the hospital data from the Israeli health ministry. Anytime I say health ministry, Hamas, anyway, but they
Well, they were proved to be right. IDF took their data. Remember how we were cussed out and yelled at, and we brought it up, you were anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, and then IDF took their data. I remember that.
Apparently Israel is being pelted. So I saw a video, there's a lot of video around, like some stuff on Telegram, but there's video where a lot of this stuff is getting through, and it's a cluster missile that they have that breaks up into multiple different sort of projectiles. They're saying a lot of stuff is getting through. Also, there's video of IDF soldiers like taking down cameras throughout like television. They're trying to block what's going on. So you're thinking about it in response to something, and that's how Israel's getting torn up. Also, there's an IDF site that I follow on Telegram where it gives out like a warning to go into the shelter, come out of the shelter. If you go on, like today, it was like sort of once every hour they were getting like notifications to go into a shelter, then come out of the shelter. So there's that going on.
Well, I also saw some comments that apparently if you are not Israeli or not even allowed in the shelter, you would have to pay to be allowed in the shelter.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true.
If an American is there, like you're an American, and you're there, I saw a rehearsal for the opera. I apologize. I saw that post on Instagram, and then siren off, and they went underneath, and there were some non-Israelis there. I'm pretty sure that those people, they were all Israelis. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe that's part of your economy. I don't know. No one can tell us tomorrow. He was kicked out at 9 a.m. this morning. Now Joe Rogan's. I don't know if you guys talk about Joe Rogan says people feel betrayed by the board, called him insane. He's one of the main people responsible for the man doing it, so he should probably shut the fuck up.
He and a bunch of the post leftists.
Yeah, they need to shut the fuck up. the American empire, being rapacious, bloodthirsty, and all this stuff. And I was like, well, you were saying that this guy who became president, his instinct was not the warmongering instinct, and the other guy did. And I looked at him and listened to him. He looked like he has died. There's something about that podcast, Mike. When you hadn't been used to selling your soul, and then you sell your soul for a couple $100,000, takes years off your life. He looked really, really, really soulless. You know?
Talking about the region, I saw reports that Iran hit next to the house of Ben Gvir, but the Israeli reports are reporting that he had an accident or something happened to his car or something. And then also, is it Smotrich?
Yes.
Yes, Smotrich's son was killed.
Killed or injured?
No, they said dead. It's Ben Gvir that they say is injured.
I'm seeing Smotrich's son wounded in Lebanon. Sure.
No, then maybe that's a different name. Let me find it. So, breaking news, Israeli far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich says shrapnel tore through his son's liver during an attack near the Lebanese border that wounded 8 Israeli soldiers.
Yeah, he was rushed to hospital with minister expressing a wish that he will recover and return to full strength and to the Israeli army.
Oh, so he didn't die. Okay.
So is the Ben Gvir one died?
No, Ben Gvir is wounded.
Wounded, okay.
Roger, this is not today. This information is not from today.
Wait, Ben Gvir is wounded?
Yesterday.
Ben Gvir is wounded?
Yeah.
When did he get wounded?
That's why you gotta get that Bloomberg terminal blood.
When did he get wounded today?
Nah, it's been on the news since yesterday. Like, it's all over Twitter.
I thought it was his son.
No, it's not. Jeff Smotrich. They decided that they had the time.
They said, so there was an attack, a strike on his home. Apparently his brother is dead and he was injured. But the reports are saying he was in a car accident.
Yeah.
Only Africans know all this, but not the regular blacks or white people.
Well, because the Africans are cheap and the CIA can buy them for free.
I'm scared I gotta do is give me some palm wines and man. Hey, first aid.
CNN reports that Iran has laid thousands of mines already and hundreds more could get laid.
It's very easy to lay them, actually. I'm not talking about reading about it. It kind of really is like they do it in movies. They kind of just lay them. It's crazy. Very quick.
How are you?
I'm fine. You missed a hell of a day in the new politically correct. Patty's not here. Ooh, you missed a day today. Concrete got a segment. Sweet led for about 2 hours, and then
You're lying.
oh yeah, it was a moment.
Where?
There was a told yesterday to shut up, and I couldn't take my little 2 minutes to expose the drunk altercation, and then I was sucking that Infinity's dick. I'm done. Oh, yeah, somebody told me yesterday. I am done. I'm not moderating anybody.
Like meta being them, or like.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you get it wrong.
You were being nice to him or something?
Yeah, I was. We had a conversation and all that. I was sucking his dick. I said, oh, that's it. I'm done. That's the line. I know. I disrespected it. Certainly, I'm doing disrespect. So now what I do, I started yesterday. As I was speaking, you know what I mean? I just count down like they're a 3-year-old. I tell you, if I get past 1, last night, he sent me a disposition, which was longer than his master's thesis.
Is that confusion?
Just I'm saying.
What was that like?
He
Confusion.
sent me a master's
Is she pregnant?
He sent me
Is she pregnant?
Honestly, I'm gonna be in my beer. I don't think she went to bed.
I thought she was pregnant.
Why would you leave her?
She didn't want her information out there. Whatever was going on.
I was reading on a big message, sorry. It's really poetic. When you read it in Arabic,
Because you tell the different offices are very poetic.
Social media, direct towards our mission. This will self-destruct.
I remember the Saudian person was saying, you Egypt, the country we helped through this and that. After everything we've done for you, how dare you stand against us? How dare you not support us? If it was not for us, we would have collapsed. But when it's in Arabic, it's like so different. Ya Master, Ya Habibi, it's like Egypt, the beloved Egypt, our beloved Egypt, Egypt, my beloved. You know?
Anyway, so Patty was gone, and you know, it's just it. And so that's what happened. So confusion had made a claim last night, and I said, well, is the Democratic Party more hapless than the Labour in the UK? And he answered it, and then he said something, and I said, well, he just kind of crashed because he hadn't followed through. And that's how I checked out. I'm either going to kick you out or I'm going to be done.
It's confusion, right? It's confusion.
Yes, his name.
Yeah, I remember I was actually. Because I was laughing in the background, like, just shut up, boy.
Yeah, and so he sent me probably 300 plus word message in the back channel. You know how it's so long, you have to do multiple bubbles. It had like 7 bubbles. Something he said, the things he said. And so that's what happens.
Probably ChatGPT.
Give me a ChatGPT. So that's how the room's going now. Devon tried to get in, but he seemed to enjoy it too. You know, so they brothers really put it down and went down here. You know, I'm not. Once you tell me I'm sucking that Infinity's dick, that's the last straw. I just gotta fall back.
No, I think it's y'all hold it down in the morning. Y'all hold it down in the afternoon.
I'm holding it down. Hopefully this weekend if I can get I'm done.
Personally, I just wanted to say I apologize multiple times. I said I was going to give it to the prayer warriors.
Oh yeah, and then there was a Nigerian, was there Pakistani, many different groups were here soliciting support. I was questioning Patty, why are you attacking us? Why do you hate us?
That should be great.
Last heard.
persevere, we're gonna keep on pushing forward. Ain't that right? Amen. Hello?
Amen. I think everybody knows at a certain point, we get tired. Because I be trying not to crash out, so I just feel like I'm not either leave or I'm just not gonna talk. Because at that point, it is be too many stupid people in the room, and I know y'all get tired of me calling people down and just shut the fuck up. So I'm trying my best to stay on mute. Because I don't care and I don't hear you talk. But I know somebody else trying to do bullshit.
Hey, King Love, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm good. You been in here lately? I think I saw. Did I see you was in here earlier? I guess we go.
I think you're in the matrix.
I'm out. I'm right here. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? T, you can't hear me? What's going on? No, I said I came in. I'm in now. I came in.
TMI.
First thing, were you diabolical before Clubhouse, or did Clubhouse make you that?
Who you talking about?
Hey,
Was I diabolical before Clubhouse? I think I'm way worse off of Clubhouse. I think it's something.
You know, it's crazy, the opposite. I'm way worse on Clubhouse. So if y'all notice on Sunday, sometimes I might crash, and then I just stay on mute because my friends are like, these people are crazy. They're making you crazy.
Clubhouse does you very well.
You're in the matrix, concrete. But what do you mean? How am I diabolical? I'm diabolically positive. Huh? Concrete.
You hear me now?
Kinda.
That laugh that you give says it all.
Oh yeah, it's like an evil laugh.
It's just one evilest diabolical laugh.
Your fingers like laughing.
Oh. It's not diabolical. It's a signature laugh. And I love it personally. It's a beautiful laugh. Hey, she's such a sweetheart. She's infectious. It also makes me laugh too sometimes.
When you're burning her, do you see her fingers like doing that thing?
Not at all.
No, we know you're not doing it.
It's like this.
Exactly.
I want to nominate Concrete for Clubhouse Troll Hall of Fame. I've been doing it. I like to have a movement. I've been doing it in the chat, but I just want to get on stage next to this thing. So I get you behind us, right behind for Concrete.
someone please hear my cry? Hear my cry. Hear my cry. Can someone please hear my cry? God is always listening. He hears your cry. He hears your humble plea. And He will never allow any of your tears go to waste. Every tear shall be answered. So, okay, from Nigeria, we have some Nigerians.
You feel like it, she's on page over here.
Okay. Alright, but perhaps maybe this isn't the place to receive your blessing. Maybe you actually can come a different way. I don't claim poorness.
We ain't got no jobs, according to Clubhouse, so this ain't the wrong.
I don't claim poor.
Well, we ain't got no jobs. We the only one got a job, so you need to go to that town.
No. All right, go on.
I don't work. The only bro only married food. You were chasing some food the other day, that van allowed me the food run away.
Oh my word. Y'all just not showing up.
They ain't know where we're going. And Dan is trying to open the OnlyFans. I don't know what the fuck he gonna be showing, but
Shut up.
Anthony already did me in back channel. Just so y'all should check your back channel. You already did it, bro.
Oh, who's trying to open up a OnlyFans? I mean, I already had one. Y'all want to y'all send it to me.
Dan,
You don't want it?
Dan trying to open one.
Look at her. You got the one.
He wasn't bold. I don't know about my God, man. It gets Jesus Christ.
Lord of mercy. Oh my goodness.
Let's see. I had something here. One second. Just lost it. They put in the chat that the U.S. had decommissioned some of its
They say Iran arrests 30 people accused of spying.
the crap down on the people in the city. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Not the city, that's in the city. Not in the country.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was a U.S. embassy camp in Baghdad. He was just hit by a drone 15 minutes ago. Just was before camp home to the U.S. embassy in Baghdad National Airport. Have been hit by a drone strike. At this point, it's unclear if there's any casualties or damage. The area in Iraq's capital has been repeatedly attacked over the past few days. Y'all gonna try to come here and tell people that these things aren't getting through in there and stuff. Y'all gonna get to believe that shit. Because they took a framing from the administration. By the way, to be fair, the administration did too. We go online and in the mainstream media, which was really bizarre. It's very strange. So you have a day of war and somebody shoots off a lot of stuff. And a lot of stuff they shoot down goes down. And then people suggest, that means that they're not hit. They're running out of stuff. And I think, why do you take what somebody does as the baseline? It just doesn't, that's just so that means they're 90% less because they're 90%. Maybe there was a reason why they did that. They had that barrage and wanted to knock out a bunch of interceptors, or to see how the interceptors work, or to go to work the radars, or to understand. I mean, there's all types of reasons. By definition, they're running out of munitions because if you have 10, if you have 1,000 and you use one, you have 999. So just definitionally, you have fewer. That's also clear from the interceptors. It's just really strange all along. Strikes are down 90%. Yeah, the interception rates are down by your own counts. And hits are up. Exactly. exactly the way they planned it to be. What do I know? I'm just a dummy who waits for anything to.
Why is she calling that man name now?
But as I was told yesterday, so I gotta take care of business. I'm done speaking.
Oh, God. One second. Yeah, we don't know. They just want to say that they have an answer. That's why I said yesterday in regards to, I believe he believes what he's being told. So he just comes back and he reports it. But he struggles with the alternative thinking and he fights against it. But the alternative narrative that you provide, it does make him think. He just doesn't. He refuses to accept it because he wants to be the first person to know or to see what it is.
I think, to that point, I think a lot of people think, well, me in particular, when I ask a question, I'm doing that because I disagree with them. But I'm usually asking a question because I want the answer to the question. Now, sometimes I ask a question to understand people's thinking. Or if it's I'm in a bang fast pause. Well, maybe this is a little bit maybe this is a little bang fast.
I'm not crazy.
The flaws in their thinking and that they actually don't think really on logic. But that's a serious question. Why would you use the first day as your baseline? So the first day you had 100 and the seventh day you had 10.
His strategy, in his mind, he thinks that his strategy would be, oh, we just mad. We just go boom, 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 boom. And then, oh, we got to save a little bit tomorrow, so we're going to cut back. Oh my God, we really don't have a lot. We're going to cut back some more. So that's just one way of thinking.
That's strange. The other thing I heard is, the one thing that's frustrating about the conversation, sometimes, not a lot, but it's sometimes, is that when you ask the question, people think that you're supporting the Iranians. Oh, what do you want us to lose? I'm just asking a question. Trump comes in here every day and talks about reaper drones. I don't know this every day. The day we had confirmation from CENTCOM that they knocked down at least 11 sleeper drones. It's all over the internet, by the way. It's after they said that, it's all over the internet. They confirmed at least 11 reaper drones for $330 million worth of equipment. He's been here all day. Anybody understand? It's fascinating.
I'm sure he's here.
He can't take the shame of what's happening because he kept saying from the beginning, oh my God, it's ended. We've destroyed them. There is nothing left. The leadership is destroyed. That was his song every day. They have no missiles. You know, that was what he was constantly saying.
Yeah, I embarrass myself with the same rhetoric. I can take that down the face though, you know.
Yeah, to be fair to them, you train everybody else. And this is not insult. You're just repeating what the Trump administration and their apparatchiks in the media are repeating.
Yeah.
That's all. And I would think that people would be doing that. I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to say that Iran has tomahawk missiles because Trump said it yesterday. I can't believe nobody said it in here yet, which I thought kind of interesting.
No, I got into it with
Is the
something.
stage open? What's going on?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, True.
I was just gonna say I got into concrete. Was that you? Somebody I got into it with somebody who was like, no, that was Samoa. Who was like, oh, Trump might be telling the truth when he says Iran bombed their own school. I was like, bro, what the fuck? So I didn't go that deep. I'm not that retarded.
I mean, you know, it's a heck of a thing when you want to believe what you've been told, and once you're in, it's hard to get out. I get it. But you know, trying to get people to see is going to cause others to sink. Can no longer make them see what they don't want to see. They don't want to see it. They refuse to see it. You know what I mean?
All these understand. What is the point of a room like this, or the news analysis, and opinion, everything, and also having fun too. If you're just repeating the government propaganda, I can just listen to Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump and General Keynes and Centcom on Twitter. If you're just coming here and saying what they're saying and taking it all as truth, what then would be the point of the room? Just leave the link in the chat and then leave it in the chat. Like, that's what's so strange about, like, well, if you know they're going to be over, I mean, the man that says this thing's over every day, he doesn't really use that rhetoric anymore. It's just strange. But it does show how propaganda works, because what it does is that people feel a sense of pride, patriotic pride, through the technological and operational successes of their country's military, and they refuse to see that the other. And so he reported 3 days in, or 4 days in, that the U.S. was sending boats to the Strait of Hormuz to escort things. We're at a point now where there's a report on CNN, and CNN is reporting it. That means people know about it 8 days ago, because CNN just called the 2024 election last week. That's how late they are. If CNN is reporting it, then there's probably mines all throughout the Strait at this point. You remember that conversation? They want to do hoorah, okay, USA, bang. I understand that.
But also, there has been, this thing about who's right and who's wrong, which side are you on? You know what I mean? Like, almost like a football game. So, yeah, it's hard to have a conversation because they think this is all about winning. And, like, life isn't like that. It's not like, okay, you won this so-called race for the moment, but that's not how life works.
Yeah.
Is it true that there's only 1 day of oil left in Australia and India? Is that true or false news? Does anyone know?
I don't know. That's in the reserve, right? Future reserve, right? I think that may be in there. Yeah, you know what? I don't know.
And is it true or false news that China's coming in and that the Middle East is going to be called the New Asia? Is that true or false? Or false? Well, I'm an astronaut, and they were talking about how China is already positioned, and does anybody have any info on that?
To do what?
No. Just freaking me out, man. What is this name?
I don't have a recommendation. That you might want to see. Just like they will watch your brain, or don't take, if you're going to say, look at the whole aspect, don't cooperate in other sources, because that.
You spent 25 years in the U.S.
I agree. 1000% agree.
I know this country. And
She left because certain spirits you just shouldn't play with. Like, no.
You thought there was something else going on?
Did you realize she left the
You sound completely misinformed.
Maybe she didn't know she was sucking dick.
Oh, God.
Don't encourage it.
Why? No.
So I put a link in the chat. This is per the times of oh wow, wait a minute, y'all. I just looked it up. was oil sitting on tankers in the strait that they paid for. That's what I read from a Reuters article yesterday. I literally quoted it. They bought 6 million barrels with the waiver that the United States gave them.
Dude, that shit was moving without a label. What's going on? Why do y'all think that transits from the United States apply to us? What's going on?
My point was just
So why would the Russians get oil from this kid? You were the same kid, brother. What are you believing the point for? Goddamn.
Check this out, bro. Just because the United States has sanctions on a country doesn't necessarily mean another country fucking it.
I'm just reporting what the article
I
said.
got you. That's the point. Let's just be honest. India said they do what they want to do. And they going, that shit was already going to fucking India. Y'all play too much.
Well, anyway, with the mining of the strait, I'm sure the risk for the Navy has decreased comparatively. If they were refusing escorts before the mining, I'm sure now they're gonna escort them.
So the U.S. refused to escort the ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, it refused daily requests from shipping companies.
But it wasn't what Trump was saying was that we were going to protect you.
And the Navy itself, when the shipping companies reach out to the Navy saying, please escort us, they say, no, we can't, it's too dangerous.
Look at that. Look at that. And they thought they could delete Trump. My.
I think briefly that it's almost like the United States to prevent escape plan from the Middle East for U.S. citizens. People are still there, unfortunately.
In the Strait of Hormuz.
No, in the Middle East in general, people are stuck without the ability to travel. Depending on, yeah, you were talking about dependency on escorts for ships.
Right.
The idea of believing in Trump and saying that the State Department is the same factor. You don't have the experts there, the right people involved, and trying to identify solutions for these really complicated or complex problems.
That's not a priority either. The priority right now, because the war is going on, is going to be like surveilling the area and fucking those drone and aircraft. It's not going to be fucking escorting fucking supply ships. That shouldn't be their priority. We can't commit our forces to that type of shit. That's just not. I don't think that's a fucking. That's not a good answer. I don't know why we sound on TV and say we're safe in China.
It's just a headline, gravitate to it, and they'll think that that is what's happening. Oh, well, Trump said he's going to solve this, and for the uneducated group, that's what they're going to grasp onto. They're going to say, well, he said he was going to do it, and there's shouting people beneath that were never given order. It's just being honest or to execute it. Yeah, but what are they? And I'm just saying we're in a state of propaganda where the headline is what matters more than the actual substance or the executive action that would take place. If this were something that would take place, there would be so many individuals that would be involved in executing the orders. There are no orders given, is my point. Like, this is just a headline. It's the same way that Marco Rubio can go on TV and say, yes, we're doing everything we can to help American citizens, yet American citizens are still sitting in hotels in Dubai, stranded, we can't get out.
Hey, Shalom. Hey, Omar. I saw, hey, Chef. I don't know Chef. Right, but I saw Trump be on stage. I know, but maybe she had a new,
She in the chat. There's somebody that's playing with Joey.
do you want to speak to her first lady? I like Joe B. Y'all don't like Joe B.
Joe B is the chief.
Chef Love. I have something to say about the ships, before you do Chef, or you said you want to talk about the document. Chef,
Oh, the Trump production.
okay, we'll talk about that. Chef.
Chef, are you cooking on something? Somebody sent
It's important. Okay.
Somebody sent him a cook.
Hey, Chef, go out and then come back in the room. Inbox you in your message.
We need to talk about the petty road doctrine.
We're gonna talk about your mama's doctrine.
Hi, can I just ask a clarifying question really quickly? Is that okay?
Is that Miss Katrina, the Ukrainian mom?
Wait. Hey, Katrina, good to see you. Who says NEEGL? I like to come up. NEEGL says he's a meteorologist. Go ahead. Yeah, question.
Yeah, just to clarify because I was kind of in and out and have more connection. What's a hi first lady, by the way. So good to see you. How are you doing? Somebody said in this room earlier, maybe within the last hour, that why isn't it that Ukraine still hasn't given weapons to the Middle East, Russia has? And should they take?
What he said, he said, why the U.S. hasn't given weapons to the Middle East?
Oh, sorry, Ukraine. Did somebody say in this room, ask me why is it that Ukraine still hasn't given, or it's taking so long for Ukraine to give the anti-Shahid drones?
Do they have to get drones or do they have to get trained? So that should be the question.
Well, I'm asking if that question was correct. If that was heard it correctly. That's all.
We need training, Katrina. We don't need no damn drones. Shit, they're spending millions of dollars on fucking drones and millions of dollars on. We need training on how to fight off $20,000 to $50,000 drones just because they need training.
No, it's just to me, again, the reason why I'm confirming is because, again, that person sounded like it was almost like Ukraine is supposed to do this and they're supposed to tell you. And how come Ukraine still hasn't been the weapons? That's how it came across, and that's why I'm blaming it, because that was just weird.
You're a dummy. When you're dumb shit like that, just stay shut up, dummy. You don't know shit.
Is the red Teletubby called Tinky Winky?
No, that's Poe. Obviously, you didn't grow up with the Tinkies and the Poe, and I grew up with those. I know him, he's Poe. He's the shorter one with the shorter antenna. But I just told you who Dan is. He had the short antenna.
All my life been Poe.
Don't want shoots out of nigga.
And that was crazy.
And I like the sidebar when you have time.
I'll just take it until Friday.
You're not friend.
He had the short antenna.
Exactly. great. We talked about it yesterday. The Houthis. They didn't have to. Yeah, that's the one, right? It goes around Spain. Yes, it goes around Spain, comes up the Suez Canal, comes down to the Red Sea. It doesn't go straight to the What is that called? The the Houthis remain ace in the hole. I told you, I saw them at Starbucks and they were for that telegram. They were waiting for that WhatsApp. They have not been activated yet. You understand?
Oh, yes. So some images of them cheering to saying they're getting ready for this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it all makes sense now. That's why Macron has to send somebody that job on the other day too. I think it was Trent. That's why the Red Sea is now becoming not as important as the ship was, but it's very, very important. And it also sparks this connection. Who's interested in Djibouti? Besides me, who's interested in Djibouti?
Me.
What are the countries interested in Djibouti?
I visited Djibouti and was enjoying the hotels and the.
Let's understand there's American. Who else is
American, there's
Yes, Israel. Hello. Look at Chef. Chef said Kenya, Ethiopia. Chef, come up right over there.
Dubai runs the port, and then all the navies have their bases there.
It's the same reason they're interested in Somaliland.
I said one base is a joint base out there. We get to drink over there. Yes.
They're trying to get civil war between the Saudis and PA.
Yeah. The whole Red Sea borders on the Horn of Africa, North Africa.
Well, you remember a couple, I'd say about a month and a half ago, out of nowhere, I decided to bring up a monologue between this conflict, MBZ and MBS, and then Ben decided to get on my ass because I had caught a tangent. I thought it was interesting, but I'm glad we're back here.
Oh, yeah, it's worth it because if you look at the map, and I just looked, Somaliland is right there. It is all right there.
There's a port there. That's why we have a base there. Yes. And even in Red Sea. So and that's like 50% of our global trade. Yeah. Yep. Do you know what Bab al-Bandit means?
No.
The gate to grief. The gate to lamentation. Bab means door.
I see.
It's so tiny that it's literally, I can see why it's considered a gate of grief. You can actually see from one side to the other side if you actually look at the nails. It's crazy too, because even with her moves, you don't even realize that 20 miles is far. But even with that straight, there's 10, it's not even 10, it's so many miles on one side for exiting traffic, so many miles inside that for entering.
This is amazing news, Patty. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
This is domestic politics news. You remember the guy that got the money for the ads from the DHS? They got Christine on fire, essentially. It was her spokesman's husband.
Jason McLaughlin.
He is under congressional investigation. All these motherfuckers are going to jail. I told you.
Trump and, not Trump, he's the president. But when Christian.
Yet she has to get a pardon. Otherwise, that's why her getting fired is the best thing. So her attorneys have more time before the trial. The husband of former Homeland Security spokesman Tricia McLaughlin is under investigation over a campaign ad that heavily featured Secretary Christine. Oh boy.
She better pull
nobody knew about the Monroe
No,
Doctrine.
that was some time ago. I think you guys are kind of going in a different direction since then. But I mean, if you do your research, you understand the Monroe Doctrine, hemispheric control. If you look at what's happening, it's a three-part situation that's happening right now. What we're dealing with it. What we're dealing with right now. As far as this current administration, prior administrations were more apt to, collaboration individually. Who's in trouble? I hope not. The other side of it is that with our current attempts and failures at NAFTA, which was a first initial attempt to kind of create an America's, not just for the purposes of having business, the trade agreements between Canada and other South American countries, right? I know people go, oh no, this is all, Keynesianism and all that stuff, but that's not the case. It's just a general picture of it all. The premise around what, America First or America First has been around for a while. It didn't work. A lot of the policies didn't work. But what we see happening in Venezuela, influence and replacement in Brazil, Guyana, oil and such, and a lot of South American countries.
Did you say America's first? When was
Yes,
America?
What's good? I said it was a failed attempt. It's a failed attempt process that's not necessarily working out. I think if you would rather critique vernacular or grammatical spelling, I could just be quiet and let you explain it.
No, I'm not trying to critique spelling. I just never.
No, I'm just giving you terminology. I can be quiet and just.
No, it's not about spelling.
I'm understanding what's happening. I'll be quiet. I'll go to the audience.
It's okay, so we need new voices.
No, Chef, thanks.
So, Chef, you said, you said if we broke down the Monroe Doctrine, you said it was about hemispheric dominance. What do you mean? Break that down. What
Yes, sir.
Let me answer this. One second.
Yeah,
What was Monroe? When you say the Monroe Doctrine about hemispheric dominance, break it down. What was Monroe saying?
basically, America's for Americas, right? European interference, any European interference, any Eastern interference wouldn't be directly applied to how we structure what happens in the state of affairs in a paraphrase sense with regards to Americas, including Latin America. So that would be, U.S. This is, again, the process and structure was prior to us recognizing Canada as a part of the Americas. At that particular time when it was first really, thought about.
So, on the Monroe Doctrine, you said the Monroe Doctrine, that was about us recognizing Canada as part of the.
No, that's not what I said. I said Canada was
I'm asking.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
The Monroe Doctrine was a part of our policy. At the time that it was presented, was a part of, was supposed to be a guideline for policy as far as how we manage the Western Hemisphere, South America, Latin America, and the United States of America at its same time.
And the United States managing the Western Hemisphere?
No, it wasn't necessarily specifically about the United States managing the Western Hemisphere, but it would be its majority structure and majority leader. So you didn't read it, or you don't understand?
Well,
Because somebody's saying no, because it was written in 1904, initially presented in 1800.
It's not stupid, and it wasn't 1904. It's been published back in the 1800s.
you said the Monroe Doctrine was
It's
written in
1823.
You said the Monroe Doctrine was written
No, I did not say it was written in 1904. Again, because
You just said that.
no, I did not say that. You said that. You asked the question.
You just said that.
I said it was presented in 1823. I didn't say it was written in 1904. I didn't say no, I did not.
So what happened in 1904?
You sure did.
No, I did not.
Yo, fucking lying. It's a
I did not say that. I said Canada was not yet recognized as part of the Americas.
When was it recognized? When was it recognized part of the Americas? Gotcha. Now, just let me ask a question. I didn't just ask a basic question. This was a man who was in the goo that was mocking every speaker for being dumb. That's what he was doing. He was mocking every. Oh, he's back. Perfect. When was Canada recognized as part of the Americas?
Y'all gonna make him cry in the car.
Oh, I see. So he's allowed to call all of us dumb, but we're not allowed to ask him questions.
No, I didn't call any of you dumb.
I said, when you
Did you know Kitover Congressman?
I did. It was the second annual speech by James Monroe, who was the 5th president of the United States. He was the 4th or 5th president to it. You said, correct. Be quiet. I'm telling you what it is. I'm about to tell you. Do you want me to tell you? Because you said, no, I know what it was. I can tell you what it was.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm telling you. Stay like I said. See how it is? Just like that. I'll cook it. He's the chef, but I cook him. The problem is that people call people dumb all the time, and then they come up on stage and we hear them. He said people in here were too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine was. He called them dumb. Every time someone came up, they don't know what it is. They're dumb. But of course, for concrete, that's okay. He can call us dumb and shit. But when we ask him a question, he crashes out with that guy.
He ain't call me dumb.
Oh, yes, he did. While you were talking, he was calling you dumb too. Oh, shit. During your segment. Great.
This is why we don't have good friends.
You know what's crazy?
I'm coming to the barbecue.
We done brought up Monroe Doctrine so much. One time I had to play a 15-minute clip so that people in the room understood what Monroe Doctrine. So, for this dumb motherfucker to come up on stage and try to explain something from 1904 where James Madison would have might have been, I don't even know what age he was, but if you're talking about 1800s, he might have been 130 some odd years old.
Yes, he was John. He was what's the joke from Star Wars? It's really old. Yeah. He was long dead by 1904.
Okay, so I don't think it.
Hopefully, he just confused the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine.
That's nice, you know.
There you go. I think that's exactly what. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, I'm not training y'all. They're not training Soviets, right?
I'm just trying to do.
He taking their lady lessons.
No.
I love my lady.
Yeah, you know, like but again, you come in. You call it was during concrete segment. And Sweet, they were talking. He was calling it dumb. They should shut up. They know what they're talking about. They're too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine is and all that stuff they was talking about. That's what he was saying. Finally got to hear him.
Well, he's not wrong.
You're too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine is.
That was a joke, brother. That was a joke.
Okay, I'm just taking it.
Going back to Babel Bandit, you know who was building a bridge over the strait?
Yes.
Let me guess.
It's easy guess.
Yeah, and then to Djibouti. That's the bridge, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, Yemen to Djibouti, yeah.
Yeah, so it's an easy guess. I didn't see a thing on the street. Saudi?
Yes. Who?
I only guess that because didn't the original Saudis come from down there? I don't think that there was
Saudi, but who Saudi?
exposing my limits in public like that.
I love to ask questions too.
I love to say I don't know. That's not how
It's somebody that we killed. It's somebody we killed.
Oh, Bin Laden's dad? Oh.
Oh,
Oh, his brother.
it was the brother and brother, yeah.
Nice. The daddy was a baller. I have not seen the favorite daddy. I remember about the daddy. The daddy was a bald head on kids. The daddy was a bald. You know, Osama, the mom, that baby mom's, if I recall correctly, what Osama's daddy's baby mom only had him. All the other baby moms had multiple kids. I don't want to be a Freudian or someone to touch on Piaget or any of the childhood psychologists, but that might have something to do with Osama. I got no hold you. He was always an outcast because everybody else, the baby moms, had lots of kids.
You know, there are people who used to go on a train at night. Like, they would get out to go on a train at night, not during the day. In the countries they were being harbored. Because they didn't want people to track them.
Did France launch the ship that launched Charles de Gaulle or not? Any update on that? Have you seen that? Did you see that? It went around neoliberal side. The ceremony that the French do when they launch the submarines. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I did. I was live. That was dope. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I was
That's why I don't want to have this goddamn parade.
Yes, that was so cool.
And the song they were singing and everything.
Yeah, that was great. That was great.
Macron felt like he was the leader.
He was Napoleon the Fourth.
Yeah.
You know, I'm leaving on the French man, but the France is a motherfucking beast, bro.
The French.
They want to be taking Europe.
Oh, for sure. Well, I was gonna say the French propped up an Austrian emperor of Mexico for like 5 years. They each the day, but they want to be on the. Now they eventually lost, and he was shot to death. But they did do it for a while. It's pretty bold. You know, what'd you say, Daddy?
I was gonna say, y'all keep sleeping on them and it tastes like fast food.
Who the Mexicans or the French?
The French.
Your mind. Do you ever have steak au pois, Patty?
I don't know. Everything that I've ever ate. I came up here to the ground.
Dr. Kitover Congressman.
Listen, brother.
Patty, I came up to crash on this comment that you said. To the back.
It's so good. Your recovery, it's so good. It is so good. But they don't really
So
teach
you
me.
guys know that Khomeini used to live in France.
Which one?
Ayatollah
That's wrong.
Rukona,
The one that just
The
got
first one. So, no.
the first one.
Yeah, he was exiled in Egypt and then he went to France. Was it Egypt? Was he exiled to Egypt?
Yeah, he was expelled. He spent time in Iraq and then fled to France.
Yeah.
France gave him refuge.
Yeah, and he recorded a bunch of messages,
Yes.
a bunch of speeches and stuff. What do they call it? What is it in Islam? Not a sermon or whatever it's called. And they sent them shit back and they would play them on loudspeakers. And this cult grew. Yeah. The revolution was planned in France in the countryside. Yeah, that's exactly. And then when he went back to Tehran, he was escorted, I believe, by French soldiers, if I recall correctly.
was good at our farming. He was better than Macron. Just look at some photos of him. It's insane.
I think that's fair because we look back at the sepia tones of the 1970s, and to us, it feels both old and new. I think it might just be like if you took some Macron photos and put it through a sepia filter, he might be able to do it too. I think Macron was. I think he's the leader of Europe. I believe he's actually the leader of the free world.
Let's look at the old photos. So, there are relatively modern photos of this guy. Yes, it's a little bit sepia, but come on.
No, I actually did. I did a shadow to me, God, and other images of him, like sitting down under trees, holding court, and what he was wearing. He was. I can see there was a real cult around him. In a way, that was for his successor. And I could see too how he inspired non-religious zealots like the leftists like him. And the students like him. And the anti-monarchy people like him. So he was very good. He understood politics very well. But this is the problem we have now in Iran is another problem people can blame on the left. The problem is the right wingers don't read, so they'll never get it. I'm done speaking. That's a fact, Amoni. Case in point.
Are we done the money now too? Are we done with the Jeffrey Epstein thing? Out of the Commission of War?
Oh my God.
Wait, no, stay up because I'm glad you said that. There's a politician in New Mexico, concrete, a Democrat, who said, did y'all see the story today? It disturbed me so bad I had to go and eat some lunch. She said she had people, because he had some ranch out there. Oh, they'll hold you back. People have come up to her and said that their organs, maybe sperm, was harvested from the Epstein stuff.
I don't think we all go back there.
Wait, what happened? Yeah, sperm on the phone.
Is that Stanford, man? Stanford.
He said, well, did he say that there's sperm on the phone? What happened? What did he say?
He said harvested.
What does that mean? Like, you harvest it? You harvest sperm?
What was the conversation? So I was trying to reply to my
You was talking about Epstein Charles could ask the question. Now that there's wars and session, have you forgotten?
Yeah, you told me to go to sleep. What the hell?
I said, go ahead.
No, but before then, we were talking about.
back so you didn't explain something again.
My internet went out. New Mexico.
Solar ranch in New Mexico has been Epstein point. I don't know much more than that.
A New Mexico state rep claimed on Tuesday. I'm in the back of my house. I'm sorry. I gotta get one of those. I got those index.
Get the net. You got the net?
That's it.
You continue driving, go back wherever you were. Yeah.
Please don't do that. My house, one of the houses I have is over 5,000 square feet. I had to get building. So you can depend on your house is. I think the nest was the best for me.
If you're speaking, we lost you
from their bodies and woke up around medical equipment, not knowing where they were or what happened to them.
Wait.
Lord, we can hear you.
When it comes to Epstein, isn't that what Elon's doing? He only wants to fuck intelligent women that look a little decent. He's trying to create people.
Yeah, I think he's going through sex. But I think
Epstein was the same too, like a bunch of women pregnant.
no, he took out sex organs. Like he took out the box, urethras.
You know, I heard George Church. He was that guy, some shit. He was some dude from Harvard. I know it's been referenced with Elon.
The guy that wanted to buy black women eggs, he was like, you would get a lot of money for those eggs.
Oh.
He even offered to buy their period blood.
Mine's still good.
I'm not saying that, no. If you want the minstrel, some of them have
He legitimately made that offer. There was a table for
administration.
Look, me and Lady is down.
I'll be willing to
How much was the offer?
He didn't say a specific price. They were all seated at the table, man. He didn't say a specific price, but he definitely made the offer for their menstrual blood.
Yeah, my mom's pretty smart. She's actually really
You said it was like auction stock. You had to make a deal. The women look disgusted at that table. I will say, all the women at the
Yeah, I
table.
wouldn't be disgusted. I'm cool with it.
I mean,
The nonprofit Open the Books Breaking News did an analysis of the Pentagon spending last year. And in September, the Pentagon spent, now, y'all told me to black people. After I read this, y'all can't tell me there's not black people doing the work. Because listen to this. They spent $2 million on Alaskan king crab, $6.9 million on lobster tail, $15.1 million on ribeye steak, and $1 million on salmon. Excuse me, salmon. Salmon.
Confused with salmon.
Salmon. 272 orders of donuts for $140,000 and ice cream machines for $25,000.
No, I
That is what the Pentagon spent in September on food.
If you shut
That's a total of $22 million on steak, lobster, salmon, donuts, and ice. I don't ever want to hear back and talk about waste producers.
We're talking Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts?
Well, that's probably. It might be Krispy Kreme if it's in
If it was us, we would be ordering Krispy Kreme. If it was the Dunkin's, they probably
What city is dependent on the blanket?
they probably
Yeah, Krispy Kreme's in all of them. They used to have one in DuPont. I used to go to all the time.
I'm saying it's not black people because they went overboard with the Alaskan king. Black people just do a king crab. The Alaskan king crab legs are very, very big. Black people don't eat stuff that big. And you know what? What is his name? Rambo, shut your mouth. Oh wow. Don't do what? You're not gonna have this stuff. We don't do this shit. No, I don't do this shit. It's all days. It's just not all days.
Yeah, I can't believe in New York with this Dunkin' Donuts. Sounds crazy.
I mean, you don't know the coffee will get you.
No, you can't clean it up now, man. You already.
No, the donuts suck. The donuts suck.
You gotta get rid of the audience.
Alright, we had enough of that segment. Can we get my segment, please?
Yeah, we already. We're in the Dunkin' Donuts segment. What do you know? guy was like a Viking type person, and it became a problem because they said he broke the agreement and donated sperm to about 150 children in this small like Netherlands community. So now he's like a Viking type, he's got the long blonde hair, like that kind of thing. So when the mothers look through the book to be like, oh, I want this guy, the problem is now all the parents are worried that the kids in a small town are going to end up meeting each other and then having kids of their own, and then they're going to be fucked up. But the more fucked up part about this is that this guy went to Mexico, he went to Kenya, he went to Australia, and donated his sperm all over the place because he wanted to donate his like white supremacist sperm all over the world.
Yeah, I saw that last year. I mean, like that's I don't know. I think they did that in Oklahoma too. Because even Oklahoma, when I listen to the story another day. But yeah, I did see the documentary. Wild story. Wild story.
Real nasty. I didn't know anything else was going on.
And that's just the true meaning of sowing your royal oats.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was saying, all of those women wanted that type of a man. This is like they all wanted that.
Yeah, and they got it.
Yeah.
Correction, European women and women in that region wanted that type of Neanderthal type.
Oh no, even in Kenya.
But by let's stop. Let's not. Even a black woman
In the documentary, so if you watch it, you will see how all of them were yearning for such a man, because they were given a selection of different people, and they were
I didn't see any black women though. Did you guys see any black women in that documentary?
I mean, to be fair, these are people going to a sperm clinic, so you gotta consider the source as well.
That's what we're going to stop. That's a good point. Very valid point.
No, I didn't say anything wrong with it. I thought that that's a specific demographic of person.
What demographic was that?
The demographic that any young man that deposits semen in them naturally.
Lesbian?
Are you ever thinking about the fools?
Oh, come on!
Where's your mom?
She like,
sounds like well water, and well water is nasty, and it will attract more.
Dan, have y'all do the membership subscription for their
I used to when I was younger. At this point, I had to come to my house.
They're like everywhere. I don't trust it. Like Daily Justice 24 is like laundromats now. They're everywhere. I don't think they can make that much money if they saturate it. Like every block has one. I think they're trying to cannibalize the competition.
I think it's a private equity bubble where they saw a good business.
I don't see it empty over here. It's like always uncles outside. Like when they go to the car wash, like they're down the rag and they drive their stuff.
Right.
What are y'all doing?
That dip, you talking about like the Dodge Charger?
No, I'm talking about the ones with the top of it.
Oh, okay.
Or, over it'd be like, they got take a Lexus or something and Buick. I tried to go yesterday. On the first day I got warm, it was like 70 degrees. I told them I'd take a run immediately. It was packed, like the whole vacuum area for the car was. They was planning on the street.
You don't like the car washes? You look at the car washes.
No, I do, because it was just the line was too long. Like, cars seemed to fit the way the line worked. It was too many.
So you pay, because I don't have one of those memberships. You pay like $25 and you still got to vacuum it out yourself?
Yeah, I mean, doing all that.
I mean, they can't do all that.
Yeah, they like to do it. I think it's like.
They do it just anytime, though. They do it because they get beat up while they do it. It's not just.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's like, that's what I'm saying. There's a bunch of older men with their cars, and they all outside wiping it down with their little rags.
When you look at some of the older generation. No, I'm here with you. In LA, it's not just the older men. In LA, the car washes is lit in general. Like if you go there, somebody like LA has a big car culture in general. Like we're different in a lot of places. So there you have a decent car, then people will pull up, and a lot of people don't even wash their feet to get out.
Yeah, wash a lot of
Yeah, I don't like that either. I like that much space. I'm either gonna take showers when you get into it.
And Doctor, back in the day, though, like we used to do that, and we would like go down to Hayes Point. So you would like get your car, like get ready, like go down to like the Hayes Point, up the middle, whatever. Like we have places who would take your car, but you definitely updating your car is a big deal in the DC metro.
That's in LA right now. Like what they do.
Upgraded to slingshots, so y'all don't watch the car. Now y'all got your slingshots on U Street on Sunday.
I got a slingshot. That's funny. Well, at the end of the day, what they do out here is they'll go like everybody meet up at the car wash, and then they'll go to like Venice Beach, Santa Monica Beach, or downtown Hollywood Boulevard, and then like line the cars up and down the boulevard and party. Like that's normal shit. I mean, if you got something we're talking about,
Where the women are, their shot we need. So that's
exactly like these. So
It's like the uncle's version of a go-kart.
You make me happy.
They're smart.
That's the music blasting. Like,
Exactly.
that
They actually,
Was a small back in the day. That was like any point of that. That was it was easy work out there. It was like.
so they had a slide at Belle Isle that went viral because they reopened it, and like they had to change like the pitch of the slide because people were like flying down and like knocking people out at the bottom. It was hilarious. Well, nobody really got hurt too bad. Jane and Spiritus, Dr. Library put in the chat what it is. A Slingshot is an adult go-kart. Still see that's what she's calling it.
So I still have scars on my butt from the Belle Isle slide from when I was younger. That stuff will burn you, you will knock your head out, but it's the funnest slide in the world.
Did you see when they reopened it? Was it like 2 years ago they reopened it?
Yeah. Concussions.
It was crazy. They were like, oh.
For the people that don't know, you like wear like a burlap sack and you go down it and it's this big metal slide, so when it's hot, you like burn your butt a little bit. Like I have like literally a scar on the side of my body from the Belle Isle slide. I was actually there yesterday. It's Belle Isle.
Yeah, back in the olden days, like the 90s stuff, there were camcorders like right around. There was so many people out there. Just such a great environment, like wild women, a lot of indigenous fun. Just be like, oh, it was real fun.
Remember the zoo with the sad little life?
So I didn't live in that area. So like I was in the detail, but one of my best friends lived there. They started to like fly out there. I think they were going to the ball and we go to Belle Isle, but it was like this like maybe like early 90s or whatever. And I didn't really do a lot of that other than just like the climb around thing and the cars and just like sort of that whole scene. That's what I pretty much got going.
Belle Isle barbecues and like we used to even swim in the Detroit River like constantly. Not knowing what was in there. But the state took it over now. So because it went into like when the city went bankrupt, it went into like dilapidation sad for such a beautiful thing. And it wasn't it Albert Kahn created Belle Isle as the same person who created what was it again? What's that? Central Park.
Yeah, Central Park.
Cooking and listening. Yeah.
And so they have an observatory, aquarium, like it's very beautiful.
I love it. I grew up going there. It's amazing.
Yeah, Detroit has amazing architecture. Like a lot of like old like mansions, so much because there was so much wealth there. But Detroit was beautiful. Just the dilapidation was like horrible, but there literally are some amazing just homes and just buildings and just a lot of like beautiful things to look at in Detroit.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I thought I would join in since y'all are talking about my city. I live right across from Belle Isle. I can look out my window and see it, man. Detroit is wonderful, man. Y'all sleep on my city.
Rivertown, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we're actually the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay, yes.
Right.
I grew up on the east side with my grandparents on Gresham Young.
Gresham Young, okay. I spent all my summers in Jefferson Childbirth, so.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, the Gold Coast, is that where Anita Baker
year. So
Come on, you know that the Lions are tax write-off.
Winning
They're
one
never
Super
gonna
Bowl.
win.
Not the NFL.
National Football League, yes.
And Madden,
You know, I just found that out that like literally since the Ford family bought it, they're in the business of losing because it's a tax write-off for them.
Well, it's their toy. And they tax it from family member to family member to manage, but it's like just it's like having a yacht for a very rich person.
So they suppose they had a curse of Bobby Lane, though, that like they just got broken when with Dan Campbell when they started kind of turn around, but they were supposed to be, all those years. They literally is a thing about that.
I know, there is, yeah.
Aren't they like one of the only teams that never won a Super Bowl ever?
correct.
They are one of the ones.
Yeah.
That's insane.
They've never been.
I didn't know they never been. I just thought they never won. They never even been. Nope.
So wait, so who's never been? Them, the Browns, Jaguars, who else? Texans, yes.
The Rams. Wait, no, we got one. We got a ring recently. Never mind. Scratch that.
Did the Redskins win?
The Redskins don't. We got three. Like how the joke is, we got three different quarterbacks, whichever. Like three Super Bowl trophies with three different quarterbacks. So let's not get started.
Jenna, I just want to say not everybody can be a winner. So, allow the people to continue to, journey. Don't get that wrong. Exactly. Yeah, fish belly is speaking it into existence. So, go Lions. Yeah.
I'm surprised when we can use about the Band-Aid to refer them again.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, he's not a very humble low.
It's probably because the phone's fun.
Oh, fish belly. They blue and gold, right?
Their colors are the exact same colors as the Ford Motor Company.
I like blue and gold. I like navy blue and gold.
Honolulu blue is the name of the color.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure about the offensive coordinator we got this year, though. The guy from Arizona.
They say he's smart. He's like a cerebral offensive coordinator.
Oh, don't worry about it. Y'all be out by the second round of the playoffs. Don't worry about it.
And this is why you can't tell your dreams to certain people, because they will destroy it. You see that?
You gotta be Chicago, man. They keep getting better.
Oh, you gotta be Green Bay. Parsons had them looking real good.
I think it was the most competitive division this year, right? And
It definitely was, yeah.
yeah.
It's a tough division, man. We lost our center last year. That's what happened. We lost Brian Dow, and things went south.
Injuries is part of the game, not an excuse.
Now, I want to also give the hourly reminder to CEO that Elon Musk is running an elaborate Ponzi scheme, and he will be.
Oh, you really trying to set him up. Go ahead, set him up.
I'm trying to help this brother. He doesn't know that he's dealing with automation.
Incredible. Thank you.
When the Chinese look, BYD, three words, right? And when the Chinese BYD. Hold on, exactly. Build your own dream. Thank you, sir. When they are allowed to invade the market as they should be, your boy Elon Musk will be out.
We gotta get it.
Why do you think that we're going to?
They recently just started sending.
Guys, we're never gonna open up the olive market to the Chinese. It'd be crazy stupid.
Three Chinese
Pollinator bills are way better.
Why do you say that? Wait.
It'll kill too many.
You just see some of their electric car bills first, like it's ridiculous. Like high-end luxury bills for working prices.
Right, no, I remember you guys talking about it last year. So, but, whoa, that was serious. You say, I don't think it'll happen. Okay.
Because they're not allowed to infiltrate. That's why they have 100% tariff. Like this, you don't pay double for them to come in.
I mean, why would we get into like 20?
That's what an alter to meet our standards here in the United States.
Elon Musk needs pressure to change his, pricing model. Why would America hold Americans hostage so that he can continue to rake us over the coals? That's not good American behavior, Shane. That's bad capitalism.
Why don't you go write your local congressman?
I don't have to write congressman because I understand inevitability, my good friend. You're the one hoping and wishing for our continued demise, but we're hoping for cheap EVs from China. Thank you, everybody.
I will say, concrete, that Tesla still ranks number 5 in the Chinese market, but that still means there's 4 cars that are dominating. So, that's just to your point.
Is Tesla the number 1 non-Chinese company?
Yep. He's looking for second place. Looking for silver medal.
He's really number 3. I'll have to look that up.
The funny thing is the one who showed them how to build electric cars. They offered him, like in Shanghai, I'm not quite sure, get a plant there, and he went there. The Chinese by that time were building cars, electric cars. So they stole all his intellectual property, almost likely.
That's the Chinese specialty.
Of course they did.
He didn't invent it. It wasn't his
They
idea.
redesign it and remanufacture it and upgrade it slightly and slap their own name on it. That's the name.
It wasn't his IP, first of all. He didn't found the company. He partnered with 2 other dudes.
They took over.
I swear to God.
No, I agree with you. He kind of took over. He dominated.
No, I'm just trying to continue. I'm just going to make sure I keep the gas price.
He did. That just gets me drew.
He did.
Liquidations.
When he was 7 years old,
Gemini, I do the same thing I try to warn you about Bitcoin, bro. I'm trying to warn you about Tesla.
You don't hear worrying about Bitcoin. I'm still in the green, brother. I'm good.
Yeah, Concrete, you said that it was going up. You said it was $2,600?
It went up to 71,000 today, but I think it's still up. It went down to 69. I just checked.
I got in at 27 on the average, bro.
Congratulations, bro.
You didn't say nothing about my uncle. When I seen that 40 acres and mule shirt, I was talking. Anyway, any other news? What else was going on? Whoever said that I got my car washed with raw water is crazy. That was insane.
suspicion the war is not over. The war is not over.
Hall of Fame, that's Hall of Fame.
It just is when you get in a fight and you beat somebody's ass, right? And you stop in the fight and say, I won. And they still got the capability of knocking your bitch ass out right sitting there with your back turned to the audience.
No. They can knock out your friend, Jim. Not you.
That's Trump. We got the Trump spokesman. Thank you, CEO.
But wait a minute, what's that boy named Concrete? This is what I'm talking about. Why are you trolling like that?
Oh, what's wrong with it? He's not
He's the best way he does. Let me speak for you, Concrete. Like, when we
get him, Michael. Get him, Michael.
On the court, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, working on new retorts and comebacks. Like, Concrete is on his game like 24/7. That's how you become great. Concrete is about great.
Michael. And I want you to notice every time he plays this, if he's trolling, right? His response, the level of his tone and his response indicates the level of control. So when his voice goes up a few hours, why would you say I'm trolling? That's the indicator right there.
Exactly. That's true indicator.
He said it's crazy.
Why didn't you just go ahead and share your thoughts versus asking? But no, what are your thoughts? You asked a question. You didn't give your thoughts.
I'm sorry, I gotta say something.
Michael, I'm disappointed.
And make my medicine die, nigga.
He's not still original.
He's not right.
Jordan and Joe kept innovating. They kept innovating later in the career. Concrete is innovating. I like the fact he brings that workman effort too, it's like he's not innovative, but just the fact that he brings his lunch to every day, that I think it deserves, some notoriety. One thing I was going to say to his question, do you know, so this whole thing that Trump has done, and I don't know how much players get, but the fact that this thing with the tomahawk missile and the girls' school, and the fact that we assassinated the supreme leader, his children, and now like one of his sons is in command. I don't think that this is going to go away. I just think something like, we've already done enough to that region, but this is something, this will shit. I don't think that Trump is getting over. I just don't think it's going to go away. Literally, this is not going anywhere. They're really, they should be. If somebody came and did that in America, we would never forget it. Pearl Harbor, and we did it. I'm saying this shit is bad. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, well, there's always hope. And, I mean, I don't know. We just gotta see what the end's gonna be. I don't want to predict that, though.
I don't want to predict it either, but I'm saying how many times, because this is something that was totally simple. It didn't have to be done. There was no provocation. So we look like the bad guy to everybody. Normally, if we do something, there's some justification, whether it be like weapons of mass destruction, whatever, like we're using for that time. This is literally one man that decided he's going to do something, and in doing that, he killed a number of people on it, went like 150, so 180 school children, and then seeing the grades and all this that they're on, and then the fact that he like killed this man, like members of his family. I'm just saying that, I'm not saying I don't want anything to happen, but I'm just saying I don't think it's going. I just, I have to
Spicy yesterday in a press conference. He was saying that the imminent attack on the U.S. troops was based on feelings. Donald Trump feels that was an imminent attack, and when he got pressed on, he said, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, and who else? The defense secretary, I guess, are the ones that were briefing him, and he said, I had a feeling, so I had to go preemptively attack Iran. So this whole war is about feelings. It wasn't about intelligence coming from the U.S. intelligence services. So that was really stuck with me for a bit. You know what I mean? I was going to ask why he doesn't acknowledge Trump's spidey sense.
Trump's spidey sense was based on. Matter of fact, that's one of the main clips from his speech yesterday that has been viral, by the way.
So context crew, now there's a thing on social media where Netanyahu from like 2001, he's talking to like a little, you're like sitting in the house, just talking about sort of how movable the Americans are. And just Netanyahu's plan has always been this. So anybody that talks about what went on, they talk about this. Netanyahu's always been trying to get America to attack Iran, but there's nobody who's done enough to do it. So I'm just saying that this shit is just bad. I'm just saying that again, have we hit the military targets or hit like the oil field? I just think the thing with this girls' school and the fact that we killed our supreme leader, I just don't see this going well for Trump. I don't think it falls on the American people as much. Because I think everybody knows where we are, but I think that this is just Trump. This I don't know. It's just bad. It's bad. I'll shut up.
He's not explaining to me why you're assuming that he's lying about the tomahawk not coming from the U.S. I'm a little confused.
Oh my God, it's bad.
It's not possible that they could have stole tomahawk, used that to bomb their own school. What the hell? There's a video of that. And
What's up?
it's a possibility. Just saying.
Michael, this seminar is like rookie season. What do you know?
I'm trying to figure this out. You guys ain't gonna work with me anymore.
Is it true that Israel is really getting hammered off school? Does anybody know?
Yes, I know that they are absolutely stealing tomahawks from the U.S. military. How they saw it.
Are you talking? I don't hear that. Hello? Guess I can't be heard. Jimmy, I was just talking. I was like, can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. And last word, I was talking.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you
I
talking.
can hear you real clear. I hear you. I hear you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Did you hear Michael though?
What is my spot?
Michael got the loudest mic on the stage. You can always hear that.
Oh, okay. Perhaps maybe I was in the matrix at that time. Okay, thank you, sir. Any other updates?
No, it was definitely just real good. There's definitely sarcasm. Some lies about lying. Like he does this lie. Like what we talking about?
I have a question. So, according to some accounts, they're saying that they did these attacks to kind of preempt what they felt like Iran was going to do. So, are they saying that Iran would have made some kind of attacks during Ramadan? Like, is that a thing? Like, would a country do that?
this. This is the only thing I got wrong with.
And I mean, it just looks crazy that they're saying they were preempting something, and if you wipe out the ruling, almost all of the ruling family, and it's during a significant religious period for them, like, how do you think you're going to be able to repair and establish a relationship with the successor? And they tear out their grounds, like, how they going to rebuild? Like,
Again, they don't want that, right? They want, Netanyahu wants, if he wants to understand Armageddon, Netanyahu does not appear to be care, like, does not appear to care about the safety of the Israeli people by the way he's moving and the way he's acting. And what I was saying earlier, I saw something where, like, the IDFs of the family going, there were videos of it. You can't, I mean, trust your eyes now, but they were, like, taking off cameras and they're talking about that they're trying to keep information from coming out about how much damage is sustained. Because, like Trent or somebody had said, like, when they, like, shot off that first bit and then they slowed down, the Iranians are saying they want to punish them and us. So this is like sort of they were testing like vulnerabilities in the Iron Dome, but apparently like Israel is taking like some major damage from like Iranian missiles. Just say all that shit is that Netanyahu just he literally wants this. He's just been trying to take a fight with that forever. And like I said, trying to get President Obama to do it. Biden is just his own idiot that just actually, stepped up and just actually acted on it. Matt and Goose said, as an Iranian, I want to say there's a lot of misinformation here. So I assume he's going to come.
I always said that. Matt just responded.
Oh, you respond? Okay, well,
I want to know that.
Yeah, we need to be enlightened so we can disregard the misinformation and get accurate insight.
Well, my 3 cents is I think they should have pardoned Netanyahu so that he wouldn't have maybe possibly struck up this. Because remember when he was once again, he was like, man, give us that pardon. Y'all remember that? And, this keeps somebody going into trouble. That's just my 2 cents. So who's coming up to speak? Ali is here. Hello? Oh, God. I'm going to throw this phone. Y'all keep doing this on Yes. Okay. It's funny. I think it's funny.
I'm gonna step out and go in real quick because like no that saying like for the late night stuff, but I'm saying just like now like P-Tech stuff and like the troops are being told about this like biblical war and this appointed to this whole thing, like Israel literally got these 3 red heifers like sometime after October or around that time, they got 3 birds of red heifers that were in birds that being up in Texas that were sent over there. And this whole thing about them trying to get control of Jerusalem, and even us sanctioning the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem. There's this whole, and now like it's over, so no more conjecture. They're talking about this whole thing about taking over that site and building the 3rd temple. So they're playing mysticism as well too. There's just a lot going on here, but like I say, Netanyahu, and just Trump is even manipulated clearly. But this thing about striking them first, killing all these like girls in a school on their religious time for them, and then just what's going on, and killing the supreme leader, religious leader, this shit just, again, I'm not wishing for nothing. I'm saying I don't see how this really ends well. And so when we say that we won the war, and we're done with this shit ain't gonna go away. Trump's like memory is too short, so he probably already forgot what he's talking about. And like, okay, they'll be like, okay, we're done with this. Now we got Cuba. Yeah, right. And that's what I wish they would have taken Cuba because that's an easy win. This shit is really like this is just something. Again, I'm just glad it's been put on the Epstein regime, and it's like it's not falling on the American people. So that's the one blessing I think that we can have in this. listening to Professor Yang?
I do. I definitely am.
You agree with what he said about Israel performing human sacrifice?
No, I didn't hear that part, but I have heard stuff about that before. They even showed something that they like in Chicago, like the World Trade Chicago, where they had an individual where they were showing sacrificing. I don't know if it's Paul or one of the guys. It's never a bunch of stuff, so I haven't heard that portion, so I'm going to speak on it.
Got it. I mean, what did they say? The conspiracy theorists have been proven right by the Epstein files.
I think that guy, the Chinese guy, the professor, he already predicted that Trump would win and Trump would go to war with Iran. This is last year. Before Trump get elected, he already predicted that.
Yeah, I saw that. So the third prediction is that America would lose Iran, which is great.
Well, what does it look like?
Not accomplishing your mission.
So, for instance, pulling out now would be considered losing. Is that what you're saying?
I would think so, right?
Okay.
I won't say that's losing. Disengaging. That's not losing. No.
I think the economic mission.
How would that be a reason? What are we losing if we're not? What are we losing? What's going on?
You didn't change anything.
Yeah, he's saying because you had a certain objectives you were trying to achieve and you didn't achieve them. So it's all.
So you know the objectives? What are the objectives?
Stated you can't change.
Is that the summary?
That is one of the consistent answers.
True objectives. I think they have their own list of objectives. We won't know.
Exactly.
Well, regime change is among the most consistent answers.
And to flip that Venezuelan oil.
What?
So now there's a Trump. We don't believe Trump. He said regime change, so it has to be that.
Right.
You got to pick one.
Wait, what? You're not doing a clubhouse thing where we don't use any nuance. Hold on. We're not going to do the clubhouse thing where we pretend nuance doesn't exist, where we try to frame things as being wrong, and then we pretend like we don't understand as liars who tell the truth. What the hell, brother? Please just think.
The problem is discerning when a liar is telling the truth, right?
Yeah, there's a problem, but you just right now, we
will never know when you have a habitual liar. You never know when they're actually doing something honest unless you can prove it with substantial fact, which we can't do in this situation. So we won't.
Are you going back to our actions? And the very first thing they did was take out 48 leaders.
Hold on, let me ask this brother a question. Brother, do you believe that God has given us the gift of discernment? You think that, so you know that you're referring to you specifically, Brother Concrete? Brother, do you think that's a real thing that God has bestowed upon the people? Yes, sir.
I don't believe that you, Brother Concrete, are blessed with.
Brother, do you believe that the Holy Ghost would guide us in all truth? See, what y'all want to do is y'all want to use y'all fleshly eyes and look at the matter of a thing without actually using your spiritual eye, brother. Now, you might not put on your spiritual sunglasses or reading glasses, but I do, brother. Which is why I know Elon Musk is running a policy scheme 2027.
Brother Concrete, you have really interesting case study because you have a weird swing. You have a cycle, right? You have a decent vocabulary, decent set of logical skills on you, but you swing from intelligent to socially awkward to an intentional antagonist back to intelligent to incredibly stupid. Like it's a very
for that compliment. Thank you.
That's what he's going for, though. It might be, and it just might be. I'm just noticing and observing. That's all.
Listen, brother, we can't wear our business suit all day long. Sometimes we got to jump in the pool.
I mean, I think that's cool when we're not talking about real life matters. You know, I don't know, this is a little serious. So perhaps maybe that's the difference.
First one, have you tried these probiotic fiber sodas yet?
What's the name of it?
It is called, how is it called?
You're welcome.
Olapop? They're at the grocery store.
Sounds familiar. I'm not sure. It's not ringing a bell right off the top.
It's good for Diet Pepsi.
That's nasty work, son.
CEO,
Can't see
You
all
really believe that's a good source of probiotics? You think that's the best source for it?
It has a good amount of probiotics and fiber. 9 grams of fiber in a soda works well.
You got it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you just said that the objectives have been met because they're getting rid of the leadership and the regime change, right? And they killed off 40.
I didn't say it was not.
Oh, okay. But when somebody said that it wasn't met, you said, well, why?
No. Jen and I were saying that was it. He doesn't believe that regime change was a focus. I was saying that regime change sure seems like a focus.
We don't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You said we don't know. Yes, I was saying that.
You were saying, right?
I was saying 48. That shows you seem interested in regime change.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Let's just say by Trump's definition of success, right, is hey, we killed every single top leader, right? 150 of them. Right? They say 150 we killed. Hold on, 150 of them. That's it. Regime is dead. Haven't we learned in our history that, especially with the United States and going to war, that sometimes doing that, the people that come to replace them look worse because you just made the leader the martyr, and the son is gonna come in, probably want to come to US as far as possible for killing his dear daddy. So maybe we achieved that data point of we killed 150 of the regime that's there right now. But there is a really big possibility that's just going to be worse.
Well, I mean, just listening to his words, though, he said that he wants to be involved in selecting the next leader. So I don't think, based on his definition, if there's going to be a regime change until he has approved the next leader.
And how is he going to put somebody there? Like, how is Trump going to go and put a leader in Iran? Like, are we going to have inauguration?
Iranian apprentice.
Let me.
Listen to him. And like, there are 40% of the country who love their leader isn't just going to assassinate him.
He said he's fucking all day. Katrina, there's a lot. So the thing is that
a second. He has small-time developer Stephen Witkoff and some more Jared Kushner types.
Can I just,
That was funny.
that was funny. Sorry, can I just, can I please come up with, like, I'm being genuine, I'm not trolling, I'm really being genuine. How does the logic of people like Matt work? Because he's saying that there is no way the Iranian people will be able to select their leader. We're not going to give them a chance. And we, the United States, dictate the terms now. Understand the thinking. I understand it.
What's your leader name? I don't see him on the public yet.
I'm trying to be public.
He's injured though, Omar, in fairness. He's very bad.
Honestly.
We didn't see him in public at Starbucks or something.
Yeah, I saw a cardboard of him, like out and chilling, smoking a blunt, but that's about it.
Oh, Lord.
That was not funny at work. No.
Can somebody please explain it to me? The people like Matt, can somebody please explain
Yeah,
it?
Yeah, so basically the idea is that America just keeps attacking to the point where it's submission and we end up putting the person in charge. So that's the theory. Basically keep going until everyone in the regime breaks. They don't get it, and we put the person in power.
So then my question is,
Trading up.
okay. No, I understand. I got you. Hearts and minds, of course. But I see a serious question now. Again, this is just my personal opinion. I'm not stupid. I'm not educated, but that the reason why Iran is bombing all its neighbors right now is because they are trying to, through them, to push on the United States so that the Saudis and Bahrain come to the United States and say, yo, you need to stop. This is hitting our economy. This is hitting our reputation. So Iranians have, to me, so far, it's been a week of change. Some done any moves.
Yeah.
So far.
I think Katrina,
What is to say that in the scenarios here, like you understand that people believe that we're just going to bombard them until they give up, that they are not going to continue to bombard their neighbors. The United States gives up.
Yeah, what Matt Cole would say is that basically her weapon systems are downgraded between 63 and 85%, and that was a few days ago. And basically, you can just keep degrading her offensive ability to do that. And eventually they just run out of it. That would be what the theory is.
Drones play no damage in this. Like, the Shahed drones are just non-existent, right?
The way I kind of visualize it, Katrina, is like, just imagine like Iran is like a man that's trapped inside of like the world's most expensive antique store. Right? You got some dude in an antique store, and his enemies are firing at him, right? But every time they shoot him, he shoves over like a priceless vase or a statue or a cabinet, right? And this dude, he might be under attack, but he definitely has the power to impose a lot of costs around everyone around him, right? So in this analogy, the antiques are the Gulf's fragile system, because the Gulf states, they were never meant to support large cities like this. They were never, the only reason that large cities like Dubai exist is because of very, very fragile, enormously valuable systems like oil production, right? Gas export systems, desalination plants, ports, and tanker traffic, right? And so, that is the exact problem. Like, it's a question of who can impose the most pain on each other. And if you look at it that way, if you
dismiss all of the rhetoric, all of the propaganda, by the way, from all sides. You just have to take a look at the geography of Iran and realize that a very, very, very long, slow war is definitely in Iran's. Now, when I come off saying that, you guys might think that I'm somehow in favor of Iran. No, I think the IRGC is absolutely horrendous. But their geography. So what we have to do is like, how do we stop this guy from reaching over and knocking over all of the antiques that he's surrounded by, right? How do you do that? How do you protect all of, like, Dubai? And, like, for example, I was just reading this morning, there's one desalination plant that basically is responsible for most of, what's it called, Saudi Arabia's largest city. So hypothetically, if that were to be bombed, you would have 20 million refugees immediately in Saudi Arabia. And I raised this in another room, and the person said, well, Iran has desalination plants. It does, but where most of the people in Iran live, in the north, it's not far from the mountains. And so most of Iran's largest cities and northern cities, they all have access to fresh water. So anyways, yeah, we gotta do inside the antique store. Every time you throw a stone at them, you just knock something else over, you know?
So, but real quick, so to your analogy, which is a great analogy, so he was in there just fine, destroying the antique and just like being to himself. Again, I'm not a fan of the IRGC, nobody is, but Donald Trump took and threw a big rock through the window and hit him in the fucking head or whatever, and like killed his baby that was inside. So now we have to deal with this shit. So the window's broken, it can't be fixed, and the man's child is dead, and he got like a fucking knot in his head or whatever. So he's not gonna forget it, and he is gonna break everything in that antique shop until he's tired of doing it.
Well, no, I think that everything Iran is doing. Give me one second. So I think Iran is going with this economic warfare approach to get us to stop, right? So it drives us to end it, or putting pressure on that reason. I don't think that they're just going to do it in perpetuity. It is the best card they have in the deck right now. And the real question, though, is like, you know, to what degree, I already heard Russia is providing them support. So to what degree does Russia and maybe even China see this as a proxy war opportunity?
And something right there, you're exactly right. Driving a wedge between, so what both the United States and Iran are doing is they're trying to drive a wedge between them and their allies, right? So Iran's really trying to drive a wedge between the United States and all its allies, because a lot of its allies would say, hey, look, the world's economy is really messed up right now. Stop that, right? And America's trying to, obviously, and strategic drive a wedge between them and its neighbors, right? So it's a matter of who can take the most pain. And it's also a matter of, in military terms, they call it escalatory options. So Iran's surrounded by all of these priceless antiques, and it keeps knocking things over, but the antiques it knocks over, so you just throw them on, is a little bit more valuable than the one previously, right? So they're not spending all their weapons all at one time, but they're saying, hey, look, still the most valuable antiques around me are still right there. You know, I still have options. And this is the first time. Okay, so this is the first time I've ever seen the United States engaged in a war with this type of, geography, this type of situation, right? This is the first time I've ever seen anything that where bombing Iraq had very little ways to fight back against the United States. Syria also, all these other countries over the last 20, 25 years, they did not have, they were not sitting in the middle of an antique store. This is the first time I've ever seen it.
So
Go ahead, Steve.
just quickly, I just wanted to talk about quickly about the regime change concept, right? We've seen this before. We've seen it in Afghanistan. That's the first example that comes to my mind. When the U.S. went to Afghanistan, this guy who was pro-American named Karzai, right? And he was supposed to bring freedom to Afghanistan versus the Taliban. And he was there, but the U.S. got rid of him at the end of 2014. He wasn't doing good. So we got another guy called Ghani. And he is U.S. educated. He's a doctor from the U.S. universities. That he is well U.S. educated. We put that guy in. And we said, yo, we're going to support you. We're going to do everything that we can do. From 2014 to 2020, he didn't do shit because the public was not approved of him. The people did not, they knew he was just a mouthpiece. And what happened when the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan? He didn't even stay for 2 hours. The whole government collapsed. So if history was a prologue, or past it was a prologue, we should learn that election interference or regime interference does not have stabilize the country going forward. So Trump might have successfully, maybe, will take out Kennedy Jr. out, but then what happened? It's going to revert back to what it was when even worse. I get that.
So here's the thing, and that's a great point. We have senior officials. Trump got rid of those people, like the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He literally got rid of the people that have studied war, that have studied techniques, that have studied the Middle East. None of them are around. So that's what we got. So your point is so valid. And that's why everybody's banging their head against a fucking wall watching this, because everybody knows that it's just not something that you do. So he literally kicked the hornet's nest with no way of getting the hornets corralled and put back into some kind of a hive or something to keep them from like damaging other people.
Yeah, but that wasn't the administration's goal. At least that's not what they said to the public. What they told it was they intended to degrade the police capability, degrade the Navy, and the force. So you take that for what I think that is.
Do you believe that?
Do I believe that? I think the way they're acting right now is like Trump wants to put troops on the ground. There's been gossip that talk about sticking troops on the ground, but it's just not responsible. So
Marshall, just one second, quickly. Just one second. We're trying to solve a political problem through military means.
that's not right. That's a military problem. It's a military.
Regime change.
And American soldiers in the problem. That's a military issue. That's not a diplomacy issue.
This
It's not diplomacy.
I mean,
What change for diplomacy?
Diplomacy precedes. Wait. Wait, you don't think diplomacy precedes military?
No, that's not what I would say. That's saying how you get change from diplomacy. Go ahead.
Who's the first lady?
Oh, that is First Lady. I thought that was somebody else's voice.
Is someone else trying to speak? I don't know who's supposed to speak. I know the friend said she wanted to speak prior to Sarah's session. Is it you, Darren? Do you want to say something? All right, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry. I thought somebody else said they were First Lady and I was getting ready to holler.
hallelujah, holla back. I can see what you guys are, Marshall and
No, I'm just listening to the convo. I was going to say something that I think that we're showing our weaknesses in this so that there is no victory. I think that China is taking notes. Everyone is talking about how we don't have, we need to
statements to the entire world. He's built his administration on blustering about, you better do this, or we're going to send the military. Well, guess what? You sent the military, and Iran is holding their own. This is like Russia and Ukraine. Russia thought they were going to make short work of Ukraine, and they didn't. So I really hope that, that's what I was going to say. I don't know if it was applicable. I didn't hear the original question, but this is not looking good for us from my perspective. It's showing our weaknesses, and I'm not sure if that is what was intended. And I'm not
Do you have the Raising Cane audio from this morning?
Right, who wants to do this in his first administration?
Hold on, Mr. Victoria, give me 20 seconds.
Raising Cane. Okay. Here's the thing. I just tell motherfuckers, the problem is, we gotta follow the rules. If we want to blow that bitch up, we blow that motherfucker up.
No, it's look that the United States is undoubtedly the most powerful.
If we wanted to blow that bitch up, we would blow that bitch up.
But there's consequences to pay for.
There's consequences, but then regardless of the fact, we gotta follow the rules. But we following the rules. If we were like fucking all over the place like Russia, we wouldn't be in the same situation. Don't compare us to Russia and Ukraine. And Russia's doing whatever the fuck they want to do. If we were able to do what the fuck we want to do, there wouldn't be a fucking Iranian alive right now.
And it's time for me to reform.
I don't know. I always defer to my sis, of course, because she knows. I'm just saying that looking to me, I look particularly at the sentiments that are expressed outside of America. Since Trump got in office, it's something that I like to do because we're so used to the foolishness that is quite normalized here, and we don't really see how we're faring on an outside scale. We're the bad guys. We're being compared to worse than Putin, worse than Netanyahu. It's awful. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Outside of America, this is war. Y'all fucking hear me talk. You know what? Let me calm down because I haven't eaten dinner yet. You motherfuckers get on this goddamn app too fucking thirsty. Shit! I know you hear my loud ass country boys talking. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Shit! Fuck! Go ahead and talk. I did They are Gemini.
Megan, get to you.
You know what? Let me go get something to eat before I deal with y'all like this.
I am a little parched.
You know, I have a problem with this. I'm kind of good right now.
I'm not trying to, I'm really not going to flash my mic, so I just get a little bit of warm. Thank you.
Yeah, get that one time.
You're good. You can keep it going.
Right, there is no doubt, like I say, sorry, go on.
If I could respond to your reform, I could totally kind of go off that topic of reform. You know what's very interesting? No, I know I'm going on this with Russia, right? But I think it's boundary that actually has a place, like this substance. Don't you guys see from the Russian and the Chinese perspective right now? We saw that in Ukraine, Russia is taking the war into a whole different new perspective with drones and China drones and everything else, right? And what is really Russia getting out of this right now? They're seeing their American capabilities in that series, and they're seeing if the United States is ready for the war. And so far,
They ain't ready for it either. What's going on well against the basic things that they said that.
What takes more of like reconnaissance is what I'm saying is, hey, we need to figure it out. What are the weak spots for the United States? Russia is not making progress.
Who are the advisors that are advising Trump that this is not
So Russia's trying to find the weak points of the United States, and right now with the Shahed drones, the USPD drones, and everything that's going on in Ukraine, they could see where the weak spots. Russia doesn't even have to go into war with us. Why not? And Iran, all countries, if they band all together and Russia's not by themselves, and they see in real time the weak spots, sorry, but to me, that is very
But
bad.
what happened to also have NATO? What did we lose?
Yeah, I mean, so, okay, just really quick, Katrina, I guess the flip side of it, are you suggesting, forget Trump being out there shooting anybody again, right? So put the politics aside. Are you saying, like, getting Maduro the way we did what happened in Venezuela and how quickly it happened, that wasn't, like, from a military perspective impressive? And are you suggesting that taking out 48 meters as quickly as he did from a military perspective, that wasn't impressive? Iran isn't doing anything to us. We're playing again the smart part of the deck, which is economic warfare against the other countries in the region. They're militarily not doing anything to us. We're just playing a smart chess game by doing economic warfare. So I don't understand this degradation of the military that you're talking about. Where is it?
Let me get in. Katrina, because I just want to say so to the point about this, so I do believe not as big and bad as we think we're like lumbering just in the Soviet Union, the Cold War, even if our bases are set up around the world, and we're not built for this kind of fight. So Patty, to her point, when the thing went down in Ukraine and Russia, getting this Afrisol, she talked about how we were able to see how Russia moves, how their troop movements go, like how they're so unprepared to fight this kind of a battle and this kind of warfare. I do think, to Katrina's point, that we're being exposed because we're not built for 21st century warfare. We're literally showing. So yeah, we're doing this thing. History shows us. Listen, please. Let me finish. I will finish. So, I'm losing my fucking point. So, saying that to say that we're not fucking with this, we're not built for this at this point. So, history has shown us, and literally anybody, that you can't bomb a regime like this. What everybody's saying is, like, go like, look at this, you can't bomb. You have to put boots on the ground. So, until we put boots on the ground in a mountainous region, look at Afghanistan. Look at our fingers. We have not won a war that we started. The last war we won was World War II. So I'm just saying, we're not built for this. So you can say what you want to, but I mean, it's like history will prove it out.
The military has literally been built for the 21st century. Our over-the-horizon capabilities, our Navy, our Air Force, our classified technologies, which we use in martial.
Can I ask you one question? Hold on, real quick. I just want to ask one question. I'm just going to ask one question. Literally just have a conversation, please. I just want what you were saying. So you're talking about fucking hate when that shit happened. My bad, first lady, for stepping on it, but Marshall. So all I wanted to ask you was all of this that you're talking about with these systems. So why are we shooting $30 million munition at $50,000 drones? I don't feel like we're prepared. Like, shouldn't we be prepared for that? Should our military strategists have been able to know that they've been amassing all these?
The military has chosen high technology, getting prepared for 21st century threats over low-scale technology. There was an article in National Interest a decade ago, and its proposal was that we make small carriers versus large carriers. And the reason that was proposed was because there were large weapon systems that, if sunk, cost multi-billions of dollars to make. My point is, we designed those for the 21st century warfare for adversaries like China, who have that kind of capability, right? Yes, it's asymmetric with the Iranians, absolutely. That's their hope. If you asymmetrically use technology against a technologically superior force, typically you can install costs on that high technological force. But it doesn't mean the weaponry is not built for the 21st century. That's exactly what it is built for. That's why it's so high tech. Nah, you just contradict yourself. Look, I totally get it. I'm not the Iranians are doing amazing. Look, like there's no doubt in the entire world. I'm gonna say it to you. That's not how. Yeah, there is no. Yeah, let me just land. There's no doubt in the world that the United States has the most advanced.
Come on, Marshall, let him go, bro.
You just said that the United States Army is fully prepared for war in the 21st century, and then one sentence later, you admitted that Iran's doing a fantastic job with the asymmetrical war.
What I said? That's exactly what you fucking did. Let him go, bro. It's an okay point.
Iran uses low-tech shit. That's not a 21st century adversary. A 21st century adversary is Russia or China, which if you don't bother to read,
one type of adversary. What are you talking about?
In the international defense assessments, what you realize is that we're rated China, then Russia, then Iran.
So now you got also a conversation about what we're talking about. That's not what
And land. I just want to
I'll call you after they show me your
Can I finish my point? Katrina, I didn't get to finish my point. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I mean, Iran must have like a time warp because apparently it's not the 21st century.
I'm just throwing it out. Marshall, I understand what you're saying, but
anyways, so what was my point? Okay, here's my point. My point is that yes, the United States has the greatest military in the entire world. It's like the greatest military that's ever existed. However, there's a limit to everything in this world. Like there's a limit. You can't be prepared for every single situation all the time. So is the United States doing an amazing job from a military point of view as best as they possibly can? Yes, of course. But there's a limit to everything, you know? There's no like God military. Everybody's limited.
Look, it's real simple. You did contradict yourself because we clearly understand that this dynamic has existed since Russia went after fucking Ukraine, right? And it should have been an adjustment to those conditions, which would be like an updated 21st century perspective as opposed to an outdated 21st century perspective, given that a century is 100 years, right? So the idea is, no, this looks bad, and it should have been accounted for, given Russia and Ukraine, which was what, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Which means that the defense contractors should have created proposals for this type of inevitability. Because if your military is designed for a one type of enemy at the scale of China or Russia, then you've only accounted for what? 10% of all enemies? The rest of them, you're just gonna lose?
Well, China's making tiny asshole drones very effective. That's where Iran got them from these Kansas and Chinese I was talking to.
He talked about that when the war first started. Can you talk about the Lucas drones that they kind of took from Iran and used it in this particular battle for the first time?
Yeah, there is. First of all, I'm not a military analyst. I don't know anything about this. I'm not going to talk on topics I have no idea about. I don't know why everybody's pretending to be a military analyst.
You're an expert in everything, I thought.
But do you know sarcasm? Listen, he's just going to say sarcastic shit and he's not going to get anything.
Like, your voice is annoying as fuck. I'm here.
Yeah, Marge. Can you just calm down? You act like you're jacking off and your mama's about to come home in 2 minutes and you're not fucking done. Calm the fuck down, bro. You don't have to wait till tomorrow when you have it. I'm thinking about you, Reform. Bitch. Give me the reason to goo you now. Yeah.
drones that Ukraine is employing that are anti-Shannon are US production, by the way. There is also a big domestic supply of Ukrainian invention, right? But the United States is also selling some of the anti-drone technology to Ukraine too, which are, from what I understand, those kamikaze drones. They were employed this time around in Iran, that's what I read.
For the first time.
No, for the first time. I don't know the quantities, I don't know the scale of it. I don't know.
A lot of people don't talk about that anymore. The reason I bring that up. Hold on, me and Libra. Why are you talking? Why is this? Come on, don't be racist.
We're told to shut.
It's really disrespectful to a black man, Ash. Why is she all over right now? What's going on? It's disrespect to a man in Hashem in general, but a black man especially. Why is it talking about that?
Jesus Christ. You're the one who started talking to Omar just had this conversation with who you hear how things are marching.
Neoliberal. Well, I'm not going to worry. Go ahead, Omar. I definitely want to go ahead and pass it to you, but I would say that these drones, what I read, cost less than $40,000. So they did try to use I forgot his name, Performer or something. I think his name is. What he failed to mention is that they did use some technology that was cheap during this, as they recall, a conflict. And so they're going to continue to build more. But they did start that at least.
I agree. I mean, the problem is that I think perhaps the Trump administration, like if these, for what the reporting is, right, like on how haphazardly over this down the strategic petroleum reserve, the evacuations, the closure of embassies, and some of those issues possibly extended to big for crime, right? And perhaps if they approach this issue a little bit more comprehensively, they could have went, I don't know if they knew they were going to this war, but that was happening for, perhaps let's say they knew it for 6 months, right? In the 6 months, they could have built procurement, a triage on all of those things, right? Today there was a reporting, somebody just put it in the chat again on Axios, that Ukrainians approached them with PowerPoint presentations to sell their anti-Shannon tech, right? And Trump administration rejected it. So yes, the United States has a very capable military with a very large budget. It has a lot of issues in procurement, etc. It's not perfect, right? And they do try to innovate and they roll out those technologies. But again, we're mistaking tactical superiority with strategic objectives and achieving those strategic objectives. Marshall, did you say that regime change is a military matter?
Yes, he did.
Not to if I am not remiss in regime change, it's mainly a military matter for the United States at this point. It's not diplomatic.
So when has the United States successfully conducted a regime change through a military matter? Air war campaign?
Not air war campaign, never. As I said previously, the only way to guarantee that is troops on the ground, which I'm not in favor of.
Okay. So no regime changes up?
No, I'm not under the disconnected impression that an air war and degrading Iranian capabilities will somehow make the Iranian regime go away.
Okay. This is the other thing, right? Like strategic objectives and tactical excellence are different things. You can, as Ben and me keep pointing out, you can be tactically excellent and never lose a single military campaign, battle, or whatever, and strategically lose a war. Vietnam.
That was a neoliberal Marshall. Can I ask you a question?
Do it.
I think there is a big difference when we talk about having the resources and how you use those resources. Because when you have a dumb manager, no matter how much resources and we want in that way. Those capabilities were designed to deal with the Chinese Navy, the Chinese Air Force, the Russian Navy, the Russian Air Force. Like, of course, it's overpowered by cheap, shaky drones because we decided 21st century technology was the preeminent way to deal with those threats, right? It's why our stuff is so technologically advanced, why it's so expensive, it's why we have the largest aircraft carrier in the world. It was designed for those particular capabilities.
Marshall, wait, we are designed to, so basically you're saying we are designed to go against other superpowers, but we could be taken down by guerrilla warfare. Do you realize that?
Can we fact check this before moving on with the conversation? It's a little bit strange to claim that the United States, when it has a long-standing doctrine going back to the Vietnam War on counterinsurgency and coins specifically, right? That it has developed, that it's only focused on Russia, China, and whatever, right? You can say that coin has failed as a doctrine, and then we can have that conversation, but pretending that coin doesn't exist is a different thing.
That's the implicit thing in my statement. The coin is failed.
You can say it's failed, you say kind of doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. You're right. I will correct myself. The coin has failed. We have not adopted or kept those lessons. At least in my understanding, it hasn't. We have prepared for the next state-to-state after war, which leaves us unprepared or having a hard time with asymmetrical threats. Guerrilla warfare has, for thousands of years, been able to lay out an invading or an invading or Lord, I'm sure an invading force or a force that is on the attack. There we go.
Marshall, it sounds like you're trying to make sense of a mess. So to the point, like us being in here, what Neil Ripple said, we're not military strategists. We're just, we read stuff, we see, and I'm talking about saying that there weren't experts that were in place, and by Trump gutting all these agencies and getting rid of all these people with experience and knowledge, there are people that would have foreseen this and saw what was happening with the Russia and Ukraine situation and would have strategically made these decisions. Understand that what you're saying would have gotten caught by somebody. It just Trump put us in a situation by this whole gutting of the bureaucratic system.
It's because it's not the military that's running this war. It's the fucking politicians. Like, I think most of this war has to do with Netanyahu wanting to stay in power personally. I think the man's insane. He wants to stay in power. He needs perpetual war to stay in power. So he's like, fuck, I'll do it. But if the decision making was actually handed off to capable military strategists, those fuckers, man, I'm 47. I can remember when I was like 13, people telling me about how many, rockets Iran has, like millions of rockets underground. I remember that shit. No, this is like a political blunder for dumb politicians wanting to stay in power. They started something now, and then they're like, oh shit, I just stepped in a pile of shit again. My whole antique store analogy, I think, is the right one to go with.
But they didn't step in it because they're scared of Iran. It's because of the economy, oil prices. It has nothing to do with, Iran is overwhelming the United States.
No. So Iran's kind of like a drowning dude, right? And if the IRGC genuinely feels like they're threatened, it's like you go out, they're just going to pull you under as they fall, right? There's no way that Iran or any other country in the entire world can ever come invade North America and take over Washington. It's not going to happen unless it's us Canadians who did it twice, by the way. But nobody else is going to be able to do that. I'm just kidding. You can't get to it now. But yeah, it's that's the thing. But they sure can make it painful
for the entire world for being friends with Netanyahu and for being friends with Trump. And Iran is definitely exploiting and putting a wedge between the United States and Israel and everybody else.
Can I get in for a second?
That's what she said.
Can I get in for a second?
If she said second, that's a problem.
Go ahead.
We'll go back in history for a moment. When we were at war with Japan, they had an element called kamikaze. We weren't prepared for that. Because there were people out there that made up in their mind that they were going to do things unconventional. And it caused us a problem. What did we do? We took the atomic bomb twice and dropped it and said, listen, we're not going to play this game with you. If you keep it, we're not going to play this game. And what First Lady said was true. What we're trying to do is we're trying to go by the rules. If we drop big bombs on our land, it will bring them to their knees and it will be over with. But we're trying to be civilized. So all of this little drone, big drone, in between drone. The only reason we're still at this is because we're trying to be civilized. If we wanted to be ruthless, we would just go ahead and drop the biggest bombs we have and this will be over with. But with that, I'm going to drop on it.
Yeah, but immediately, so that's part of the problem. Because Iran and the IRGC and Israel, they don't trust each other with the split. So they have to be perpetually at war against one another. Because after all of this shit, I guarantee you Iran's going to try to make themselves an atomic bomb. And, if let's say Israel dropped an atomic bomb on Iran, well, Iran's going to do the same thing the very first minute that they can. And then what? The whole world fucking explodes? And you have atomic war and then none of us are fucking alive. It's not a solution, man.
Japan was an adversary. Japan is no longer an adversary. So to say that,
I'm sorry. I really interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I support it.
Girl, did you interrupt him just to tell him you were sorry for interrupting him? Lord Jesus. You need to do like the old folks. The old folks used to give you a clothespin and they used to tell you to put it on your lips. Anybody remember that? And they used to be like, I'm just saying,
I'm sorry.
get that clothespin.
I know my ADHD messed up.
That ain't got nothing to do with no ADHD, child.
I'm sorry.
All right. Do better. Sorry, little girl.
I'm gonna go collect this Coca-Cola water bottle caps. Maybe if you just want
folks, can they make a point here? You're liberal. You want to follow that? Is that where that's coming from? That's the.
Reminds me of like he would be good on a Copenhagen. I think that's what's called new show.
I have no idea what it is, but I guess thank you.
Miss Arnold, what I was saying? Oh,
So no, go ahead. It's all right. Go ahead.
what I was gonna say with Japan, I feel like a lot of times we do comparison, and I do that too a lot. But with Japan, still, again, that was very different. Overall, yes, we nuked them, right? What now? If we
Stop with that.
okay, we
Seriously, able to stop it?
not nuke them. Okay, we just bombard them, right? Which is gonna commit genocide, which is gonna bombard it, right? Erase everything, like Russia's doing. So then, what's gonna happen is we are now responsible for those people. We're gonna cause humanitarian crisis. There's going to be starvation. There's going to be disease, and everything else. The amount of money that the United States is gonna have to put in there, right? And because we're ones, the world to go to crap, is a lot of freaking money. We already did that experiment with Japan, came out great. Did that with the Soviet Union, ended up, the Soviet Union biting us in the butt. We did that with the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. I think sometimes that cost messed up is a lot higher. And that's why the United States is not doing that. Not only because of international rules. That's all I want to say.
It's not international rules, it's self-preservation. Use of nuclear weapons, even tactical, those definitions, and even tactical nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear state will unleash nuclear proliferation. Every state will try to get its hands on a nuclear weapon. Exponentially increases the odds of nuclear detonation. It exponentially increases that even a nuclear test will trigger a retaliatory strike. It actually exponentially increases the risk of everybody on the planet dying. It's not in anybody's self-interest.
Can we entice Ben to come out of retirement and get a perspective?
No, I'm good with this. I'm done speaking.
All right. If I say something triggering enough, I think you'll respond, but I won't do that.
Well, he don't like that backup commercial working all day. Yeah, man needs some time off. He has asked me on a sidebar to be his backup, but I'm still reading, so.
Oh, you're really trying to act.
You need his backup with that.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, I'm a band Jason nigga.
Oh boy, I feel like his entire bloodline just screamed with that statement.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. That was fun. I'm screaming enjoying.
Well, I mean, it's because I was something that these did 2 days ago.
Oh my God, we start saying that. This is really gross.
I've been praying. I contacted the prayer warriors. I got me praying on.
Wait, on what? He failed the physical. Wait, what? On the Ravens. Wait, what?
What's going on?
I only put the Ravens even on the trigger. My hands are wet.
He might try to trigger you. Let's check.
All it takes is football medicine. They just talk to. Let me look it up for you. No, because people are saying, who is this? I don't even know who these people are. It's true. I just passed the headline and came back to the screen.
What's going on? What happened?
It's true.
The Ravens picked up the deal with Crosby.
Crosby, she's sick.
No, I'm laying down.
Lay down.
Yeah, why they do it? Nobody could be John Reagan for why they back out of the deal.
Do you give the mic to people one after the other?
Go ahead, bro. Mr. Go ahead. Speak your piece.
My name is Mushtaba Mardini. I'm an Iranian-American Peace and Democracy and Mother Earth National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. And I am sick and tired of the fact that in this country, which sometimes is called the belly of the beast by some, militarism is destroying American democracy under Trump. So Iran has been attacked. I am no friend of the regime Iran, by the way. I am a democracy activist. And the US and Israel have attacked Iran supposedly in order to do whatever it is that they claim, that they aim at. But their purpose is to maintain a weakened regime, but keep it in place so that they can use it as a boogeyman. Why? Because the
dollars goes out of our pockets as taxpayers in this country every year to fund the military and intelligence. In order to justify this kind of expenditure every year, as George Orwell talked about in 1984, you need to have a perpetual enemy all the time and a war. Therefore, when the Soviet Union falls and there is the communism, which was a horrible system under the Soviet Union, I'm a social democrat. Communism was horrible, so it was used as a boogeyman for a long time, creating a mutually beneficial Cold War between the military-industrial complexes of the Soviet Union and of the United States. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the Muslims became the next enemy. Therefore, the US creates Taliban, creates Al-Qaeda, creates ISIS, and Israel creates Hamas because there is a need for a boogeyman. And I ask you whether Benjamin Netanyahu, with his genocide in Gaza and with his spy, with the Israeli spy called Epstein, do you think that Israel under Netanyahu prefers a democratic, secular state that is loved by the Iranian people, or it prefers somebody like Moshtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader that suppresses its own people? The obvious answer is that, as Dr. Mossadegh was Iran's democratically elected prime minister who was overthrown in 1953 by the CIA and MI6 with the help of the colonially created state of Israel. And Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism.
Created by the United Nations. Every nation but one.
Don't interrupt him.
I'm sorry, continue.
Okay. Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin. I get it. They need one another as friends, like the Shah and Nixon, the dictatorial Shah of Iran, and Nixon, of course, as master and servant, or they need one another as enemy, like Ayatollah Khamenei, the late one, or his son, and Benjamin Netanyahu. They need one another as enemy. Therefore, they perpetuate conflict. They prevent peace. In this case, for the second time, some negotiations were going on.
How are we Stop being a colonizer. Let him speak. Go ahead, Mr. Mr. Mahdi.
Mushtaba or Mujibaba. And you see, people from the global north jump in the middle of your sentence so that you can't tell the global south perspective. Yeah, people from the global north are used to their narcissism. I'm a psychologist. The collective narcissism.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay, so the internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin, in the same way that after the fall of the Soviet Union, NATO hooked Putin and Russia so often so that it triggered Putin to attack Ukraine, and Ukraine got decimated, of course, but no to war. I say no to internal despotism and external colonialism because there are two sides of the same coin. I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Talk that shit. Oh, hell. Oh, you ain't gotta follow.
Welcome to the Mostada. Thank you for the submission. I have a short question. People in Iran, what is their opinion on Mossadegh today? Because in the West, Mossadegh, especially I guess United States, given the history of the coup, Mossadegh and the democracy of Iran isn't mentioned much and isn't discussed.
Yes, it is. There is a Nelson Mandela of Iran called Mustafa Tagzadeh in Evin prison who is following the path of Mossadegh. And the regime in Iran is afraid of democracy because it is despotic. And it claims to be religious in the same way that Netanyahu and Trump abuse Judaism and Christianity. The regime is abusing Islam. Therefore, since Mossadegh was a secular Democrat, accused of being a communist, of course, to justify the coup, the regime, as well as the previous regime that overthrew Dr. Mossadegh, have after the legacy of Mossadegh. I am the founder of the Mossadegh Legacy Institute. His main legacy was nonviolence. He was in touch with Mahatma Gandhi. So systems of governance that are based on violence suppress nonviolence in the same way that Netanyahu and Israel created Hamas in order to suppress the nonviolent desire of the Palestinian people to have a secular democratic government. And Trump continually, as a peace activist in this country, I get death threats from the goons of Trump and Netanyahu on the one hand, and from the goons of Khamenei on the other. Why? Because I am challenging the primacy of might makes right. Might makes it savage. It doesn't make right. So if we are to follow the path of Mossadegh, we need to stand up to internal despotism in this country, especially in the belly of the beast. We need to stand up to the Trump's fascism because its fascism creates war with the help of Netanyahu in order to justify their jungle and create genocide. I hope I didn't over-answer the question.
No, thank you. And my second part of that question was how are people in Iran today relating to the legacy of Mossadegh? Because the impression, I think, in the West is the kind of primary opposition leader and it is Pahlavi, right, rather than other leaders. Maybe expand on that.
Sure. Thank you for that beautiful question. You see, the Reza Pahlavi and his cult, I call them the cult of Pahlavi, in the same way that we have a cult of Khamenei, and we have a cult of Netanyahu, and we have a cult of Trump. People inside Iran they want democracy, they want especially a secular democracy. That's why I created the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. They want secular democracy, except that they have been brainwashed by both regimes to say Mossadegh is is not the way to go. The younger generations are not familiar with Mossadegh because the current regime has prevented people from learning about Mossadegh, and the previous regime that did the coup with the help of the CIA and MI6 and the Soviet Union, by the way, they have done their best in order to sabotage the legacy of Dr. Mossadegh. And so they add to my meandering answer finally to your question is that I am assuming that 30%, 40% of the Iranian people, the ones who are older, are aware of Mossadegh, except they say we need to somehow, Mossadegh was non-violent, therefore he was weak, therefore he was overthrown, and we need to, they have bought into the world in which the world is a jungle. And so therefore they say Mossadegh's non-violent path is not effective in terms of trying to deal with this regime. And the regime loves that because the regime wants to develop a binary of you're either with us or you're against us. And that's what the basic dynamic is.
Thank you. And continuing on the topic of binary, another impression that I think people are given that the option is either supporting the Israel-United States war in Iran, right, as because quote-unquote Iranians want it, right, or the other side of the boundary is the other people, other Iranians are pro-regime and are going to stand with the regime, they are the minority, and middle is the rich, right? Like, we don't hear about people that perhaps are opposed to the regime, right? But also don't want the war. And if you could talk about that middle and whether it is more prominent or not.
Well, yesterday there was a Christian Amanpour on CNN. In Persian there is no he or she. That's why I get confused between the he and she. And anyhow, Christian Amanpour was talking to a gentleman who just came out of Evin prison, Mehdi Mahmoudian. And basically he said, we need to stand up to the, internal despotism and the US and Israel attack. They helped the regime by attacking Iran and so the forces and then he emphasized non-violence. He said we the Iranian people want to stop the cycle of violence. And so people in the middle are always destroyed or undermined by the forces of violence on both sides. In this case, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the previous dictator who has invited this horrible attack on the country, not just the regime, his supporters, attack viciously people who are in the middle because as soon as you don't agree with their cult, they say, oh, you are a supporter of the cult of Khamenei. And the people in the middle, in Iran especially, are in prison. Mustafa Tarzadeh and Nelson Mandela of Iran is in jail, whereas he should be outside and trying to organize a peaceful, non-violent transition from this regime. And so the people in the middle forces get it from both sides because the forces of war and savagery are interdependent. Internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of send you the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran.
If you could put it in the chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. During the talk, we'll be trying to have a full conversation on current events, and this is current events.
Okay, I'll press on the joint to see what happens. I'm not familiar. I'm old. I'm 68 years old. So I'm not familiar with these little gadgets.
Welcome.
It's very refreshing to hear you, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Actually, may I ask one of the bosses of this club, could you send me an email? And that way I can send you the link to the project I'm talking about. My email is Amazon. Do you guys have a pen and piece of paper or something to write with?
I think it's in your bio, we can see it.
Good job. Yes. Please send me an email.
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Please.
So in the chat, some people are saying that most of the people in Iran supporting Rasul Pahlavi. Is that true?
That's regime propaganda. You see, the regime likes to perpetuate that binary, as well as Netanyahu and Trump. So what they do, they trumpet, pun intended, they trumpet the binary. Part of that binary is the regime says, whoever in this country or outside who is against us, the government of God on earth, as they call themselves, like their counterpart in Israel, the government of the chosen people, whoever is against us is a Reza Pahlavi and Zionist, lackey or imperialist, whatever, lackey. And so they purposefully have aggrandized Reza Pahlavi. They want to suppress people like Taizadeh and Mehdi Mahmoudyan and other people, Nasrin Sotoudeh, and other people, non-violent civil society resistors inside Iran that say basically that we are standing to both internal despotism and external colonialism. So the propaganda that Reza Pahlavi is loved by the majority of the people is just as much propaganda as is Netanyahu and his propaganda about the genocide in Gaza and the number of people that the regime killed. Just give you one example. The number of the people that the regime was provoked, by the way, in part by external colonialism, when the Shah's son said, come onto the street, and Trump said, we will have your back. The number of people that the regime brutally killed is somewhere 7,000. However, in order to cover up the genocide in Gaza, the number has been exaggerated to God knows to. I've heard even estimates like 1 million Iranians were killed in January. Why? Because they want to normalize savagery. They want to normalize the genocide in Gaza. Therefore, they exaggerate the numbers. So, the so-called popularity, I'm not saying that inside Iran, the people are not so frustrated with internal despotism that they think external colonialism is going to rescue them. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as one of the professors of political science at University of Tehran who was fired and is expiration, which expresses itself in opposition or in expressed love for the Shah's son. He said, this love is shallow. This love is an expression of rage. Therefore, we should not confuse the two in a political science framework. So let me give my estimate of how many people inside Iran, my best guesstimate of how many people inside Iran are for Reza Pahlavi and how many people are for the regime. I believe about 15% of the Iranian population are for the regime, and 5% of this 50%, one-third of this 15%, they really believe the religious bullshit and are willing to give their life, and they have the guns, they have the money. So 15% on one extreme, and about 15 to 20 to 25% on the other extreme, which can be summarized as regime change at any price. The 15% that I just mentioned, they say preservation of the regime at any price. So, and then the rest of the people, the gray population, as it's called in Persian, they are, first of all, traumatized right now as a result of the savage attack on the country in the name of attacking on the regime. And they would be happy with anybody. It's like a person that is being tortured. When you torture a person, they say whatever you want them to say, or sign whatever confession you want them to sign in order to stop the torture. Therefore, the Iranian people who are happy, especially inside Iran, who express happiness about the savage US and Israeli sabotage of peace in the form of this attack, they are expressing, I am tired of internal despotism. And they fall into the trap of thinking that external colonialism is going to come to their rescue. Whereas I believe, and a lot of other people, including Mustafa Taitzadeh and Mehdi Mahmoudyan and other nonviolent democracy seekers and peace seekers, they realize that internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin, as Dr. Mossadegh said. Sorry if I went too long.
No, thank you. I think most interesting part of this discussion is that we found out that the Persians are the first woke people in the world. They don't care what pronouns. I didn't know that.
The Persians are the first what people in the world?
Woke, you guys don't care what pronouns.
Okay, you mean Persian doesn't have any he or she, or even at the level of verb? Yes, if
clear, concise way of communicating an opinion that we rarely hear, and that is this kind of commonsensical, grounded in a lot of fact without too much emotion.
Thank you. Although I get pissed off also, and I go to many rooms and act, and behave as if I am in a protest. So sometimes I people hear my protest voice, but then I figured in this room, there seems to be some reason happening. So, but let me share with you something that you may not know about. Iran has an 1,100-year-old tradition of nonviolence. And 1,100 years ago, Rudaki of Samarkand, Rudaki Samarkandi, one of the father of modern Persian poetry, he said, and I translate loosely, Jesus one day was walking on a path and saw the body of a man who had been killed. He was bewildered. He asked the man, who did you kill so that you are now so miserably fallen? And I wonder who is going to kill your killer. 1,100 years ago, one of my forefathers, if you will, talked about the cycle of violence. And several centuries later, Rumi, the Sufi poet, I'm a Sufi Muslim, Rumi said, impossible to wash out blood with blood. Impossible. In other words, violence cannot be faced with equal and whatever larger violence. And so this is a tradition of Iranian nonviolence that we don't hear, because Iranians and Muslims are useful when they yell and when they cry for revenge, because then you can demonize them, because the military-industrial Zionist complex need Muslims to be scary people in order to justify $1.5 trillion of taxpayer money go to the military as opposed to going to, human needs in this country. So in order to do that, the big brother needs to have a perpetual war going on, needs to have an enemy. So anyhow, that's Iranian nonviolence is something that I try to talk about, and Dr. Mossadegh's main legacy. He was in touch with Mahatma Gandhi. I began a process called Circles of Nonviolence, which is now called Chambers of Compassion. And Chambers of Compassion are in contrast with Chambers of Commerce. You know what those Chambers of Commerce? Chambers of Commerce is in order to organize greed, in order to bring together different corporations so that they can collaborate systemically. But we, as peace activists, democracy activists, human rights activists, social justice activists, earth activists, whatever our good cause, we work in different silos with a relatively small number. So we are divided and conquered systemically. So we need to have an entity in each community. That's a legacy of Mossadegh. We need to have an entity in each community called the Chamber of strength so that we can build the kind of number we need in order to stand up to the military-industrial whatever complex. And the regime in Iran, going back to Iran, the regime in Iran suppresses any kind of any kind of organized civil society because it realizes that people united can never be defeated. It has come to power as a result of a non-violent revolution that got sabotaged by religious zealots. Therefore, it brutally suppresses any expression of systemic collaboration of the civil society. This is what the Shah did after the coup in 1953. In 1953, the Shah built, I don't know how many thousands of mosques because he wanted to, at the same time that he was suppressing any other form of civil society activity. Why the Shah helped build so many mosques? Because he did not believe that the mullahs, the religious folks, are capable of political power. Therefore, he was buying them. He was building mosques and he was giving them goodies and whatever. Some of those so-called religious leaders, Ayatollah Khomeini, for example, the founder of the so-called Islamic Revolution, they said, wait a second, the Shah needs us. He's building those mosques. Why should we say long live the Shah? We want political power. That's how Islam became politicized in Iran. And at the time, the American, especially the Republican Party, was saying, good job, dear Shah, build mosques. And then what happened when the power vacuum was created, and I don't go into it, an explanation of why, unless if people ask. When the vacuum of power happened, the only places in the only spaces for organizing were the mosques. Therefore, the non-violent 1979 revolution, which was a response to a blowback, a reaction to the 1953 coup that killed Iran's secular democracy, that revolution got hijacked by the so-called religious folks because they were organized. So I meander, like Trump said, I am meandering, but I'm joking, by the way. But anyhow, the reason I say that is we in the United States in particular do not have in each community something called chambers of compassion, so that the civil society with different forms of compassion gets organized.
I want to ask you a question if you want. She's ready to. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity. I like this stage that is so called the political debate. I have just two questions for you. I think it's great that you clarifying certain things that probably for many non-Iranian, it's confusing due to everything that you said, propaganda, different narratives, complex complexity of the society and timeline. But I think there was two things that you weren't fair, I believe, and I want to mention that, especially when we're talking among people that may not know exactly the dynamic of the politics and situation in Iran. So one is when you talked about Shah or son of the Shah. I'm not necessarily pro Shah, but I need to be fair and correct if I may. That you said not many people. Reality is that many people, not most, but many people at this point, at least chanting for him. And I get that what you said, Mustafa. There are different algorithms, different propaganda that has been made by all sides. If you say, so. But yet, there is other, I think somebody, Maya or someone talked about it, that, out of desperation and real bad situation in Iran and dictatorship and everything else that we know what's going on, oppressive, regime, certain people that may in the regular time, when they choose the shop, they have said and thought about between bad and worse, they chose the bad if you make it bad. So there are people that, so he has some people that really want it, and it's not the minority necessarily. I can't say it's the majority of the people, but it's not also minority. It's not everything is not propaganda. That's the original talk some days about many different social and psychological reasons that people who may in the normal and open society wouldn't choose, would choose someone else, but right now, because they think that's the only alternative. Whether it's right or wrong, but that's what they think. That he is the only maybe strong alternative, or maybe a little bit of nostalgia of the past is coming to them, etc. I'm not going through the reason, but we know that out of the generation, the number of people who are asking for him to take over has increased. So it's not just for that. That's one thing. The second thing that, respectfully, I disagree with you about types of it. What I mean by that, well, people can have different alternatives and different point of view, even within the situation in Iran. But types of it, I don't know if you can really compare types of it. I'm not a violent person, also, but I'm not a reformist, right? And Tanzania was part of the system for so long. With respect to his recent, activity, and yes, he's been a victim of this oppressive regime too. But think about that. When the regime was doing all sorts of things, not even within the just 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, they stood up for people, or he believed that from the system that create something, something noble. That doesn't mention a necessarily bad person, don't get me wrong. But I'm not sure that everybody, in Iran or most of people want. At this point, after that very pleasant massacre, I don't think anybody's really thinking about people from reformist side. So it's okay. Also, there are some people they're thinking that somebody has to come from within the regime that has a progressive idea. I get it, but that's not right now also majority. Or not even it has decreased number of those people who have any faith to anyone who has any connection with this regime after this recent massacre. But I congratulate you for you speaking your mind, whatever it is and however you're thinking. But I personally believe, Mustafa, that Titan should have spoken out before and should have fought or have this fought long before. not like many other reformers, did not assume next to people while they were dying, group by group. So, but regardless, we can debate on that. But as an office, it's not everybody's alternative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. May I address your points? The 2 points. First of all, Kaizadeh was the person under President Khatami. You remember President Khatami, the reformist president, and he got a no to Khamenei vote, and he got elected immediately after his election because Israel on the one hand and the regime on the other hand, the hotline to speak, did not want a secular democracy to be born out of the revolution. So they began sabotaging both Khatami from the US and especially Israeli side and their counterparts inside Iran among the so-called hardliners. Kaizadeh came in 1378 when there was a brutal attack on the dormitories of the students at the University of Tehran. He was the one that came as the deputy interior minister and saved a lot of people's lives. Kaizadeh in 1988, when Ahmadinejad and the goons of the regime stole the vote in that coup, he was put in jail for 7 years, most of it in solitary confinement. And the reason I call him Nelson Mandela of Iran is because, and then of course he has been sabotaged, his legacy has been sabotaged because he is for nonviolence. The regime has sabotaged him as well as the Shah's son because they don't want competition. They don't want a nonviolent, secular, democratic competition.
Can I cut you for a second? I'm just trying to get this. So you guys talking about Tajani? He's part of the government right now?
No, he's
Okay, continue. So,
he has been just several weeks ago, after the horrible massacre in January, they added 1 more year to his jail sentence.
so wait, but he's a reformist or no? So I'm so confused.
What he has called for is structural reformism. Structural reformist, if you want to call that. He's calling for the Khamenei, the father, to step aside to have a referendum whether people want a religious government or they want a secular government. He has called for that, and therefore he's in jail.
But let's be clear, he's a reformist. So that Shah's son is asking for referendum. Doesn't make, comparing him with Mandela, I think a little bit, please, I'm not against it, a little bit, disrespecting Mandela, if I may.
Nelson Mandela was for as people know, especially in this room, which seems to be people who think, Nelson Mandela for many long years in the equivalent in South Africa of Ellen prison, Robben Island prison, he was a leader of an armed revolution against apartheid. And then he saw that nonviolence is the way. So Kaizadeh, at the beginning of the revolution, and he has apologized many times when he was out of jail, nonviolent leaders are the ones that have believed in violence at one point. And they see and know that that's not the way. So to call culture as if reforms is a horrible thing is a desire for revolution, is a desire for violent revolution. A structural reformism, which is Qatar's political path, which is Mossadegh's path, it says that we the people need to be happy with our government. Otherwise, that government should step aside and allow other people to come and serve we the people. In this country here in the United States, Trump is going after what? After the basic structures of democracy. In this coming November, they are trying to reduce the number of voters as much as possible by creating all kinds of obstacles to voting. So when we put down somebody or, don't get behind somebody who is nonviolent, who is from inside Iran, who has a following, then the other option is what the regime likes. The alternative to us is that the Shah's son, who has begged Netanyahu and Trump to attack Iran, which they have. Therefore, the regime is now it's bloodied. Therefore, it's going to take revenge. I am worried about Qatar's life and other political prisoners. Because the regime is bloodied now. Which is what Netanyahu wanted. Netanyahu wants to create a failed state out of Iran. A feuding failed state of a number of, small states, separatism. So, as a peace activist and a democracy activist, I did, by the way, in the chat, put the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. As a peace and democracy activist, peace and democracy are two sides of the same coin. I believe we should get behind a structural reformist, non-violent leaders for a movement to transition peacefully away from this horrible despotic regime that pretends to be religious. But for example, its hijab on women, hijab on women is un-Islamic. La ikraha fi din is a Quranic verse. There is no compulsion in religion. So the regime pretends to be Islamic in the same way that a genocide maker called Benjamin Netanyahu pretends to be Jewish. I work with Jewish Voice for Peace. By working, I mean I support, and I go to their every Monday through Friday. They have a power half hour every day. I support my Jewish brothers and sisters because I know that abusing religion is harming the essence of religion. And of course, abusing religion harms we the people and our human rights, which includes democratic rights. As far as whether what number, because Perry, you asked about the extent of the support of the Reza Pahlavi in Iran. A political scientists should not confuse support for somebody because of desperation and rage. We should not confuse that kind of support with real desire for monarchic system of government. And I absolutely agree with him. When people are desperate,
if I may, I apologize. I'm just gonna clarify this. Listen, I did not ask about the percentage. I know myself. I have some idea. When I asked and criticized you, position you have, political position in this day or in this situation, be fair when you say that all this propaganda, I'm saying that no, there are real people that beyond the propaganda for different reasons.
people inside
It's not okay, but it's not there. It's not there. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. It's not just for you or by some people. It has increased, and we can have that debate later. And has increased for many reasons. So when we are talking about, I think that if I misunderstood fine, but in a political debate, although politics has been mixed with all those sort of bullshit, but we can have an honest, I think we can create the culture of honest political debate. So what I was asking that, representing whatever, even you don't believe what I don't believe, we need to be honest to represent them. That's all.
I believe I was very honest when I said that the people inside Iran that are sick and tired of this regime that pretends to be Islamic and is not a republic. They are so sick and tired of the regime's many structural problems, and they are so under sanctions. They don't see any future for themselves. That out of desperation, they say, long live the Shah. And we should not confuse that kind of support with real support. I'm quoting a political scientist. I am not a political scientist. Okay, realize that there are a lot of people, especially in the Iranian diaspora, who are cheering a son of a despot called the Shah, Iran's democracy in 1953, therefore caused the revolution, and the Shah built all those mosques because he was suppressing any other form of political expression. Therefore, the revolution was hijacked by religious because they were organized. And now out of religion, people say, oh, what a good life we had under the Shah. Right now, if you want to measure, since I'm a scientist, I'm a psychologist. If you want to measure the depth of support for monarchy, most of the people in Iran are, I don't know, some 60% of Iranians are young. They were not even born at the time of the revolution. All they have seen is propaganda by monarchists, loud monarchist TV stations funded by Israel and the United States in order to create a situation in which the military-industrial complex says, when you rebel against us, then you're gonna, you deserve what you get. And it was wonderful under the Shah. I was tortured under the Shah, Pari Khanum. Lady Pari Khanum, that's what it means. As a 16-year-old boy, I was mildly tortured in that powerful government of the Shah, who had overthrown Iran's secular democracy. So, when I tell people, when Kaitzadeh says, have a referendum, he says to the goons of the regime, if you believe if you are so popular, why are you afraid of a referendum? Ask people, do they want a religious government or they want a secular government? Most of the people and then the answer is, we had already a referendum shortly after the revolution. And Kaitzadeh says, most of the people in Iran were not born back then. So it's time for another referendum. The Kaitzadeh is put in jail, and you criticize him because the Shah's son doesn't want competition, internal indigenous competition from inside Iran. So the regime, internal despotism and external colonialism, the Shah's son, they need one another as enemy, but they work together, they suppress the middle. They suppress the non-violent democratic, secular democratic middle because they want to create a binary. You're either with us or you're against us. So we need to stand up for internal despotism. We need to stand up to internal despotism and external colonialism at the same time, because there are two sides of the same coin. I'm going to be speaking at a rally nearby here in the state of Colorado on the No Kings protest on March 28th. No Kings. We are saying we don't want despotism. We don't want fascism. Like the Trump attacking a country like Iran and go and kidnap a president in Venezuela and wants to destroy foundations of democracy in this country by appointing political judges to the Supreme Court. No kings. So I feel bad with my compatriots inside Iran, especially, and outside. They are asking for a king out of desperation because they've been propagandized so deeply. Because voices of reason and voices, democratic, secular voices of moderation and nonviolence have been suppressed. Because we don't have money. Because we don't go and get money from the Israeli lobby, like the Shah's son does. I want Iran to be independent. Istiqlal. I want Iran to be independent and free. Independent from external colonialism, free from internal despotism. Istiqlal, azadi. Independence or sovereignty and freedom. These were the two of the three slogans of the so-called Islamic Revolution. The third one was so-called Islamic Republic. In 1979, people chanted Istiqlal, azadi, Jamhuri. Jamhuri means republic, means the right to vote. The Shah's Rastafi's party, his one-party state, was transformed into Hezbollah, the party of God. Despotism
guess that was mainly.
Sad.
So, I feel like he's made a bunch of really good points, and Hari gave really interesting defense. He was done very well natured and intellectually honest for the most part. But I think it's starting to get a little too in the weeds for us listeners, because I think they broadly agree that they don't want to be bombed and they want to be able to choose their own leaders. But it's a question now of how does that happen? The problem that I see is that regime change is not going to happen anytime soon. As in the regime fall is not going to happen anytime soon. So any discussions of new leaders and new leadership are kind of moot points. So it feels to me this is an important discussion for Iran and SAG internally, because many have been campaigning since '79 for the abolition of this religious regime. Obviously, it hasn't worked, and hopefully it will work for them soon. But I can't see any change in the next couple of years, unless the US goes in and boots on the ground and does the full Iraq, gives it the Iraq treatment. But I can't see that happening, and if that does happen, it won't be the Iranians who decide who's going to be leading them after that. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. I agree with you that Iranian people, we the people of Iran, should be deciding our own fate, not external colonialism. And the fact that we are caught between a rock and a hard place, collaborating with each other, the rock being the so-called Islamic regime, and a hard place called external colonialism. The fact that we are caught in between a rock and a hard place, and we can't see immediate relief, should not prevent us from dreaming. Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream." We, the Iranian people, do not need sorry, repeat it again.
You're just breaking up for everyone.
Repeat it again, brother. Iranian people to determine our own future. But the fact that we may not have relief of this horrible regime does not mean we should not dream, and it doesn't mean that we should not stand up to war, because war kills democracy. In this country, I'm not chanting, and I will chant on March 28th in the No Kings rally. Internal repression, external aggression. I'm going to get people to chant, because internal repression of the Trump fascism requires external aggression of Netanyahu and Trump attacking Iran. So you kill democracy at home in order to allocate every year $1.5 trillion for military and intelligence budget in this country. So yes, you are absolutely correct. And by the way, I love the fact that Karim, apparently as a supporter of the Shah, was very nice and civil. Unlike a lot of other
She didn't come off like that. She came across as very reasoned.
I know.
I understood her argument to be he's the best of a bad bunch at the moment. So as opposed to being, because there are lots of Shah loyalists that you see, like Aladdin loyalists that you see waving the flags in the US and Canada and Australia and all this in the diaspora. But Hari to me came across as much more reasoned. So I hopefully you're not characterized as strong in that direction.
No. First of all, I from internal despotism. We need a monarchist party, we need a Republican party, we need a social democratic party, and we need an environmental party, ecology party. And these four parties need to be able to compete with each other in freedom, without external interference, without manipulation by the military-industrial complex, so that we, the Iranian people, can determine our own fate. And if people and I'll tell you this as somebody who is highly critical of the Shah's son and the monarchy, which killed Iran's secular democracy, tolerate or will work with that system for the purpose of preserving Iran.
Can I ask you a question, brother? You said in the team you got bombed and tortured. Was it because you were affiliated with the left in Iran?
I was affiliated with the legacy of Dr. Mossadegh. No, let me go back to when I was 7 years old. When I was 7 years old, I had gone to school. I was a little boy. One day I heard the word Mossadegh in the primary school. I came home and I didn't know what Mossadegh meant. I didn't know Mossadegh was a name. At the time, mentioning the word Mossadegh was a crime after the coup. I was born 5 years after the coup. So I said to my dad, who had had a heart attack and died just, a couple of years later, I asked Dad, what does Mossadegh mean? All color went out of his face, I remember it. He paused for a few seconds, and then at the top of his lung, he began yelling at me, "We don't say Mossadegh in this house." What he was doing was... Because you didn't know? I mean, you asked a question. It was 6 years old. I was 6 years old, 7 years old. He was trying to protect his family. Because at the time, mentioning the word Mossadegh got you to be tortured by Savak, by the secret police that the Shah had created, with the help of Mossad. And so you got in trouble from something that you were taught at school? Right. It wasn't taught at school. I just had heard other kids had talked about little older kids, like fourth graders or whatever. I had just heard the word Mossadegh and I did not know what the word meant. So I came home and asked my dad, what does Mossadegh mean? And he protected his family by yelling at me so I do not ever say the word Mossadegh in this house. That's the kind of dictatorship we lived under, which then blew up in the form of the 1979 revolution. I hope it became clarified that, yes, it is crazy for the Shah's government or for the Khamenei's government to suppress basic human rights. But as a 7-year-old, 6-year-old, of course, that experience was something that began politicizing me. Therefore, when I was 16 years old, I was beaten up by some goons of the Shah, so that I fall in line and say, "Long live the Shah," in order to be safe. In the same way that Epstein was a Israeli spy, he attacks Iran to divert attention. So I'm feeling like this is deja vu all over again. And I'm an activist, peace and human rights and democracy activist in this country, living here in exile, involuntary exile, because I have an involuntary, in absentia execution order by the secret number 15 of the Revolutionary Court in Iran. You know what my crime is? Warring against God. I'm a Sufi Muslim, and I'm saying this is not the government of God. Bullshit. Therefore, they have, in absentia, created a sentence of execution for me. That's what despotism is. Either under the Shah or under the current regime. That's why we in this country need to stand up for democracy. Because if we are able to preserve democracy in this country, then democracy will have a chance in other countries. The more democracy is killed in this country, then savagery will be normalized. And I'm referring to Hannah Arendt, the Jewish survivor of the Holocaust, philosopher. She warned about banality of evil, normalizing violence. So we need to stand up we need to resist fascism in this country right now in order to protect the possibility of democracy in Iran.
Why are all these people in the chat going afterwards Starbucks? Seems to be saying, he's a little bit long-winded, I get that, but he's not saying if the guys, if he's under a death order from the current regime, you think he's supporting the current regime? What's going on with you people? Have you lost control of your faculties of reason?
They're silent, completely.
You absolutely.
And there's one guy who said, what's a Sufi Muslim? Well, just read about it, my friend. Sufism is a very spiritual, it's technically neither Shia nor Sunni. And it's a very, very interesting, it's kind of like a very artistic way of practicing Islam. It's very spiritual, it's just you and God. And then you get close to God through music and dance and these things. So it's a fascinating thing to read about. There's no guns, there's no fatwas, there's none of this nonsense that the Western media is going to tell you about. It's fairly simple. I myself am an atheist, but Sufism is it's not widely practiced anywhere really. It's just there are pockets of Sufis around and they speak at very high levels about spiritual matter.
Thank you. One Sufi, 1100 years ago, sorry for being so long-winded, but one Sufi, his name was Mansur al-Rajab. He said, I am God, or I am the truth. The muftis, the Sunni muftis of the day, they said, what? You are God? Either repent or we're going to hang you. So they hung him. So his name remained in history. Several centuries later, Spinoza, the Jewish philosopher, he arrived at the same Sufi understanding that there is no God outside nature. We are sacred. We are God, in other words. We are interconnected with everything in the universe. The farthest galaxies are our brothers and sisters. We are one, in other words. That's what Sufism is. But no, people who are in traditional religions, they say, oh, come to our house of worship, we'll tell you what God is about.
Yes.
That's right, teaching.
Right, and I say I respect religious freedom. However, I realize that we are all one as a Sufi. But I don't in my talks, I do not preach Sufism because one language of the heart and connecting to the heart, i.e. God, is just as good as any. So no proselytizing. If you see a Sufi that is proselytizing, he is misguided. Let's call it that. So sorry for being so long-winded, and I better shut up so that I don't lose my voice.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it personally. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I sent the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran in the chat. And my email, I'll put my email in the chat. And I say to whoever who cares, give platform to voices like me because I am the voice of the voiceless. It's a horrendous responsibility. I am trying to be the voice of the voiceless. And this is not, as one of you noted, it's not the voice that is usually heard. But a lot of people inside Iran are in jail because because their voice is the voice of nonviolence and Mossadegh. And I'm trying to advocate for peace and democracy, whether in the United States or in Iran or elsewhere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And can I just say one thing to Klaas? I think it's probably how you pronounce his name, K-O-A-A-S. Maybe it's he or she, I'm not sure, or maybe non-binary again, I'm not sure. But what is so surprising about an atheist having an interest in religion? That seems very, very weird. We're trying to give some basic information about a religion that person may have no idea about, or even the aspects of that religion, that is, you and God, etc., etc. That's fascinating. People on Clubhouse are some of these people are either so stupid. Sorry, look, I'm not going to add at home. I'm sorry. That's not the spirit of the room.
Thank you for using EQ. That was nice. My job, I'm sure I messed that up, but thank you for sharing your love and your heart today. Took us a while to get there, but when you're sharing the heart, sometimes it is the road that is less traveled. Hence why we are where we are, because people don't know how to tap into that. And sometimes you have to listen to the story and go along with it to get the understanding. So thank you. You joined the stage, you had something to say?
I just want to thank the for everything you said. And I also want to comment that everybody that is with you on this platform that actually advocates to the contrary is someone that suffers and I promise from the British service for some managerial business. We're sitting somewhere in a safe place in an armchair, contributing about how to pay that that should come into the country from there. And missionaries were coming down and said, yeah, we want to be liberated, but we want to hold ourselves and not bring liberation on the back of the American firepower. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. All right, I don't know where to go from here.
Personally, that was actually really great. I don't know if it was the last hour or whatever, but the back and forth with Harry, Moshtaba, even the link
we don't hear these perspectives, and I stand on the side of always, and I've always been this way, for me personally, just as a Jew, feeling very marginalized as a pro-peace, like anti-bombing, anti-war, gets drowned out by fixies on here, and I fucking hate it. But I want to make this about me. This is about their submission, what's going on in Iran, so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
Hey, Andrew.
Hi. I would like to say something about what I just heard last time. I thought it was absolutely very clarifying speech about what is going on and what has gone on. And what really struck me was this whole idea, and we can take further, this chamber of compassion as opposed to a chamber of commerce. Such an interesting idea that it absolutely needs to be looked into. I thought that was just absolutely fantastic. It was the best hour of influence I've experienced in quite some time.
Thank you, Timon. Send me an email, brother. Send me an email. I'll put my email in the chat again.
It's so good to hear your voice, Andrew. I heard you in a while.
I've friended you, sir, so you can friend me back. Absolutely fantastic.
Hey, sorry to I just want to ask Michelle if you could check his messages. I sent him a message. Just want to invite him. I am Moroccan American to add, and we do have a room here in front house for mostly Moroccans, and I see a lot of them drinking too much of the empire's purple Kool-Aid, and I would love for Michelle to accept the invitation to come and speak to them.
Send me an email, brother. Send me an email because I'm not familiar with the messages and all these.
That's a yes or no.
Okay. It's moji.aga@gmail.com.
We are the world. Just kidding. Connie, did you want to say something? I know you kind of liked.
I was just going to say, I just also want to acknowledge Ari, who offered a slightly different perspective, but also very well argued, lovely tone, etc. And did represent a different perspective to Mustafa, but ultimately I believe that they're both on the same side. But I just wanted to say one thing. This is an interesting thing that people don't get about Islam. When they talk about clash of civilizations and gods and this, etc., etc. You know, a lot of people, when you're speaking in language which is meant to inflame, let's say Christians, you will talk about their God, Allah. And Allah is not. It's not simply an Islam. It isn't the Islamic God. It is God, right? It's one thing. It's God. It's everyone's God. And the word Allah doesn't come from Arabic. It comes from Aramaic, which is a completely different thing. So I just wanted to, at the pardon, nothing, throw that one in as well.
I think that's really important to throw in. All Allah means written translated is God. The God of the Abrahamic religions. That's really all it means. Jews, Christians, Muslims. We all believe in the same God. We just have different ways to worship Him.
So, were you always atheist?
No, my family's Muslim.
Okay.
My sister's like a
we're seeing that every day today. So that's why I have a problem with organised religion. But I am very interested in all religions. I find them fascinating. Yeah, and sorry, I misspoke. Yes, agnostic is different to atheist and blah, blah, yes, apologies.
No worries, Ken. But, I share the same sentiments. People say, oh, you're a Christian. I'm like, I don't subscribe to a religion. I never heard of, what is it called, Sufi?
Sufism, yeah.
Sufism. Oh, Sufi. Okay. I've never heard of them until tonight. So I definitely will be looking into that a little bit more.
Sufism is a mystical blend.
It describes my heart, though.
Rumi is like that's what I know about Sufi. I think of Rumi as that poet. So if you look into that, you should.
Really, it's, at the end of the day, spiritus, it's actually better-looking people are Sufis. They usually attract people who are into poetry, they're into Nusrat which is the North Pakistani, devotional singing where the concerts go on for hours. That's a Sufi practice. As if the whirling dervish if essentially you're putting yourself in a trance with some kind of distracting mechanism that you're enjoying that's not drugs. So, and then that connects you to the higher power. So it really is fascinating. And yes, if I were to join any sect, it would be them because the women are better looking than Sufis.
It all depends on what Sufi orders are. They're different orders. So it depends on what Sufi orders you follow. So, for example, in Morocco and Islam, we have three major Sufi orders. So we have the Shishi Sufi order, we have the Shazali Sufi order, I believe the Shazali Sufi order is in Pakistan as well, and we have the Tijani Sufi order that's actually Sub-Saharan African, headquartered in Islamic Morocco as well. So it all depends on what Sufi order you follow, and the definition comes with. So it changes. There's no one definition because I see it's
Okay, let me, by the way, thank you so much. I've been laughing at the same time, going crazy, hearing some of the stuff that Brother Kuning said. And I believe organized spirituality or organized religiosity ends up corrupting because that ego comes in and tries to say, I know better than you.
Yes.
I am better than you. And I believe that when Hallaj and Rumi, by the way, who, the Sufi poet, and I am, by the way, I may be a grandchild of Hafiz, the other Persian Sufi poet, who was also advocate of nonviolence. Rumi said in a long poem about the unity of everything, for lack of any better term, he used the term impossible to wash out blood with blood. Impossible. Okay? And why? Because we are one. Why? Because we are interconnected. Therefore, if I harm you, I am harming myself.
That's right.
Therefore, the cardinal foundation of nonviolence, impossible to wash blood with blood, impossible. Now, in terms of some people ask me, hey, Brother Moji, people call me Brother Moji because I'm a Sufi monk or dervish. They say, what order do you are you a part of or whatever? I say, my heart is closest to the Maulaviya order, the order of Sufis that Rumi founded. tradition, if you go deep in your heart, then you will find the truth regardless of what language. Different religions are different languages. Nothing but. They're just different languages that are expressing basically similar truths. So I say, if you are a Christian or a Jew or a Buddhist or a whatever, go deep in your own tradition. You don't need to go to India to find a guru, or you don't need to go to Mecca. Actually, Rumi, in one of his satirical poems, he makes fun of the Hajis, the ones that go to the Mecca, to the pilgrimage. Rumi says, "Hey, Hajis, what are you doing running around in the desert? The beloved is here, next door. Come back home." In other words, don't fall in love with the structures of religions, with the rituals of religion. In one of my sermons, they asked me, by the way, 11 years ago, I'll be accused of being long-winded again. I'll try to make this short. But I was in southern Arizona at the time. I'm not in Colorado. And they asked me, a Unitarian Universalist congregation west of Phoenix. They said, "Brother Moji, we don't have a minister at our UU or Unitarian Universalist church. Could you give our Easter sermon?" I said, "Wow, you're asking a Muslim to give an Easter sermon?" I hugged the gentleman. I said, "Thank you so much, I'll be honored. However, I don't do sermons. I can do an on-sermon. You remember cola and on-cola? So I did an on-sermon, and the title of my on-sermon, which I can send you the link on YouTube, is There Is No Other. There is no other. Other is something, otherism, i.e. us versus other. In reality, there is no other. That's a creation of human bullshit. So I then analogized. I said, you know what? You see these postal service vans that come and deliver letters and whatever's to you every day? I said, where do they go at the end of the day? They go to the central post office, all of it. So I said, but all we see of the post office is the postal van. Therefore, we fall in love with the postal van. We fall in love with the Christian church or the Jewish synagogue or the Hindu temple or whatever. We fall in love with the appearance in our daily life of that which is somehow associated with the divine. However, all the postal vans at the end of the day go to the post office, central post office. And then I made a joke about at the central post office, God is the group therapy session, the group therapy therapist, and his patients are all the prophets and all the messengers of God. And they complain about, you have no idea what our followers have done to my message. So anyhow, that was my sermon called There Is No Other. Whatever spiritual or religious tradition you're familiar with, get rid of the bullshit, go deep, and you'll find the same thing. So, anyhow, thank you. Sorry if I'm talking about it.
conspiracy theory around it, like the hospital in Germany and this and that, you know, we know that things are being hidden from us. $140 means way more, right? No, it's fine, and boom, okay, yeah, it's 140. Like, give us the real number. That's all I got to know.
Is that fatalities or is it just casualties? Is it just injuries or fatalities?
Injuries is what's being reported, but we don't know about any additional fatalities at this time. We just know about the 7. I know you guys were showing like 8 or 9, but I saw 7 today. I don't know.
The latest confirmed number was 8.
Okay.
And Trump already threatened some horrible retribution for these 100 and whatever that are injured. So I'm afraid
So the thing is that Trump doesn't give a damn about the people, as we all know. So out of all American presidents that we've had, 47, no one has ever missed a dignified transfer except for Trump. So Trump was at that Republican sort of fundraiser deal he did yesterday. One even in his press conference for the war, so he missed the 7th soldier or the 8th, but whichever one got transferred, he literally missed it.
That's what we said, the 7th. That was the 7th one last night.
Yeah, so he
watched it.
Yeah, so he
Vance was in the
Yeah, the president of the United States is sending out people to a unilateral war, and it's like, you know, it's so casually talked about flippantly about like how people are gonna die in war. You know, that's what happens in war with casualties. He chose not to. It's just everything about him is just he's just a piece of shit.
Alright, let's not focus on it. Let's not focus on it. Devon, you there?
I'm here for
Devon? What's going on with my daughter? They coming for his wife. She had somebody at the house. At the Chris house.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. I know the last time.
They said this administration is bad. She had Mohad or somebody at the y'all hear about that?
Whisper to he's usually on it. You know, it's trying to hide it.
Sorry, I was wondering what my daughter had his wife was hosting Mohad at the Grace House or something.
They call it Grace House.
Something started with an N. Somebody, but all I know, whoever it was, they're not pleased about it. They said it's a disgrace. I'm gonna look it up. I thought y'all talk about that. You have to understand the first lady, it was over 70 degrees today in New York. We're outside, we're enjoying. We have just been under house arrest with this fucking winter. And today was our liberation day. Yes, amen. Amen. You made it through. And you had a wonderful day. Go ahead.
Sure. She ain't on the video, that's okay.
Oh, is it?
He was a boy from Colombia that traveled to court. That's all.
Oh my goodness, why didn't I know that?
Because he criticized the war and Trump tried to get him out. Trump lost. And he had to get a deal like, let's move on. So we got a war going on. Who cares? These people host. Donald Trump hosted Nick Montez. Let's keep moving.
I'm so upset about that. Jesus Christ. I can't believe that was a thing. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was somebody from like crazy. Why are y'all looking at these points? What's going on?
Because Bam Adebayo has 79 points with 2 minutes left in the game.
Oh, y'all folks had a game. Okay. Now, what happened to the Ravens? You said something about the Ravens earlier. I couldn't get into it. They lost somebody on the picks,
so much for hearing me. I need to go and help my neighbor, my 87-year-old neighbor.
Oh, I'm 87. That's crazy. Okay.
As a doctor's considered.
Well, I hope you come back.
Okay, well,
Another day. We're usually here Monday through Friday. I mean, Monday through Sunday.
okay. Well, thank you. And try to, if you are able to, refer people to whatever church or synagogue or whatever civil society formation to say, hey, we found this crazy Sufi Iranian peace activist. You need to hear it. So.
All right. We'll check in on this once a week. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bless you, brother.
My Sufi joke is, may my God bless your heart.
Okay. All right. And may my God receive the blessing that you just bestowed upon my life.
Thank you so much.
That's a fact.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Thank you, sir. Peace.
Hey, darling.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? So, firstly, the injury.
Quiet, strong.
I was going to say that the injuries, I feel like they were holding back. They had to have known about these 140 injuries before the day.
Why ain't they? Oh, shit. You tried COVID, the mom was home. Oh, wow, worried about that. We just tried COVID.
You heard about that?
Hey, I made 3.
I'm gonna sleep so good that night. I can't wait. It's warm outside, y'all.
All the windows are open.
It's gonna be nice today. It's real warm out here.
That's how it's on Texas. Okay.
Y'all know y'all don't like my saying. I ain't saying anything about where I live. I said, come on down and swim.
No, because you've been saying that for the last however many months, and we're locked together, fucking shivering, sitting on a radiator. Like, come on, bro.
What do you mean, silly?
Come on down to the barbecue. Yo, we're suffering over here with a space heater on us and 2 damn blankets so that we can survive. Come on down to the barbecue.
I have to get on 2 flights right now.
Washington is fouling people whenever they hit the ball. It's not bad, so they can go through free throw.
Sports, yes, sir. You men like sports, my kind of people. That's what's up.
Well, that was a really refreshing conversation, isn't it? Wasn't too heavy. I'm sure people wanted to jump in. But I'm quite sure I respected the stage. It was good.
You know, we were talking about Sunni and Shia. I forgot about this. Totally forgot.
I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same thing, but like in Judaism, there's Kabbalah and agnosticism part of it, but that's it's different. I mean, it's just like out there,
Not out there.
It's not the same thing, but it's the closest parallel that I can see in my existence, right?
It's a good journey towards spirituality, so.
Yeah, that's what people, I think. Yeah, that's, and like internal, you know what I mean? Like that's only,
Well, it looks like it's a good map. Kabbalah, I'm not sure.
You're talking about Christianity all this time. It's like, man, not all Christians are out here to, whatever.
Because you were listening, he would never talk down opinion on religion at all.
oh oh shit, they found him. Oh, they found him. We didn't take free throw. This is sad for Kobe fans. This is really sad. Man, this is like, let's go.
I'm trying to be watching, bro. I get that. What do you want? Leave back. Gotcha. I'm gonna try to get that too. Let's go.
You got an elite pad?
Oh, that sucks for Kobe fans. Oh my god, man, my body. That's Kobe's 81. That's insane. Oh, good match here. I'm only here left for this for the politics. I was 82. Now we can end the Kobe LeBron debate because I was one of their big talking points.
Is this number 13?
83. Yeah, man.
One minute and 9 seconds.
That's that Asia Wilson, you know, that's the Lady Wilson, that's Coach Cole. I didn't think that Coach was fucking checker.
I am not going to.
Man, did you say the Mets here?
Yeah, it's a bunch of racists tonight, so I hope he's going to
The Martin Taylor Green, that's what like the guys we literally was looking for him because that race is definitely like going on in the Democratic area.
Just as a side note, it was very fun to watch all the people suffer in the chat and how upset they were that there was a decent, reasonable human being speaking on pro-peace, pro-humanity position that we don't usually have.
How can anybody look at what we're doing as a country and what Israel's doing and like think we're the way?
For the guy that said he's in New York sitting by a radiator or some here, brother. Yeah, I'm ready to get my butt on a plane and come somewhere because I ain't no way.
No, ma'am. I live in the free state of New York, and I'm not going to a fucking fascist red state. So I'll pass and I'll suffer through the cold.
Hey, look, hold on now, look, brother. I don't like my politics either. I like the way things are ran, but I sure like the climate, and I sure like what Dixie House took me today. The lady came down the stairs with a bunch of food. I said, hey, now, is that the stuff? I didn't give a damn what was going on. I don't care what they, some kind of music was playing in the corner. I ain't got any. I said, y'all got food for set, man. They said, yeah, smell. Shoot, they brought so much food down to that place. Y'all gotta come eat with me, man. Y'all stomachs will be so. Look here, y'all be waddling out of that kitchen, man. They had the center roll as big as my face. I told her, can you make me 2 of them on the double? And she did, man. Them folks up there serve me good, man. Come on. Almost like that in New York, buddy, as big as your face. Because I know up there, y'all have some good food too. I ain't out to New York. Thank you, New York, man. Y'all cook for me as well when I was up there 24 hours a day. They don't ever sleep, and I can walk around and eat a bunch of stuff. Shout out to you folks up there. Thanks for cooking for me. And shout out.
Something about the nature
Martinez or the David Hogg type?
I don't think Hogg got involved in this one, but the guy he's running against a 78, very talented, and the guy running against is 34.
So is that each thing and not like a record, not his record or anything?
It's like, he was the guy who was the chair of the January 6th Commission. Y'all heard about him many times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Benny Thompson. And he won the primary, so he's gonna stay. I mean, to me, guys, there were really no major surprises tonight. Y'all, I thought that Thompson was gonna hang on. I knew that Sean Harris was gonna advance to the runoff, and I do need to look at that name race. There's I think it's a house. Is it a house seat or sorry, a state house seat or a state senate seat? It's one that was what Trump plus 8 or Trump plus like 7 or something, and Democrats were looking like they could flip it because it's a seat that probably New Hampshire. No, it's New Hampshire. I think it's New Hampshire. Yeah, it's New Hampshire. I'm gonna look it up actually. Let's see. Okay. So unofficial results right now, the Democrats leading 51%, 48%. It's a Trump plus 9 Democrat. So that's the 13-point overperformance for Democrats, and it is an actual pretty, a rather reddish area in New Hampshire. Let's see. Oh, they actually flipped it. So people are calling the race. So about this. Okay. That's amazing. Bobby Bowman. This is the second consecutive week the Democrats have flipped a state leg seat that Trump won in 24. So, it's a good tonight. We'll see what happens with the runoff. I don't think that Sean Harris has a shot against the Republicans facing, but isn't it Clay Cole who got the votes for the Republicans? We'll see what happens. I'm excited about next week. And of course, officially, Scott Hill is the Democrat nominee for Mississippi, so that's a quote-unquote big deal. Because they have the races like we are, not safe farm, which normally they would have, Mississippi a safe farm. So we'll see what he can do. I don't know that he'll raise that much money, but I would love to see him get his revenge. Beat Cindy for blocking his nomination. Like Tommy Coleman. He was going to be a judge. So, yeah, that's all I got. I know that the recharge will be good. My haters are here. So go back down, so they can enjoy the room and not be bothered, by my niggatry and factory.
Celtics and the Spurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, is it consequential? Are we in the playoffs? What's the deal?
I couldn't tell you all of that. I'm watching.
Well, wait a minute. Well, how long if you've been watching it, then you should know what part of the season we are in.
I know we have to play. We know we need to play.
Yeah.
Starting again.
College gonna start soon, yes.
I think it's the middle week of March.
We taking over with this garden. So Roger City Mike just
Yeah, I can't vandalize again.
That's already? That's been a year already?
No. Well, actually, what was it? The next playoffs. That was last May.
No, that wasn't them, was it?
Yes, that's my number.
I remember, but I'm saying, was it them?
It must have been May. It's not NBA or April. NBA.
It's been a year already then.
These motherfuckers, I couldn't find a replacement for my side view mirror, so I had to get one that doesn't match the color of my car.
The playoffs start in April, so that sounds about right. Remember we were yelling Knicks in 6, but it didn't happen?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's been a year. Oh my.
They're out of control. Just give me the championship so Kentucky settle down. It's really enough.
No. Spirituals, have you ever seen 1883? That series?
No, what's that?
It's like I guess they went back to the beginning of Yellowstone.
Oh, that's the no, I haven't. What streaming is it on?
Paramount Plus.
Okay, I forgot one. Should I watch it?
That was good for me.
Wait, is it fictional? Like historical fiction or something?
Yeah, it's based on the true stories of the dead. Hey, Joe B, somebody's trying to impersonate you. I really don't appreciate that. Hey, Notorious, you haven't said hello to me in years. That's fine, Joe B, you there?
Yeah, who's impersonating me? That's gotta be a tough one.
Yeah, they sent me.
Did you really say hey, Maurice?
No, you don't like him?
No, I never said that. Who's the dumbass who said
No,
that?
he's asking me something.
No, Notorious, you know that. I don't have any club. Hey, by the way, we are having terrible thunderstorms, electric storms up here in Indiana, an hour from Chicago. So you're around there, lock down.
Okay.
We're a tornado watch here, so I'm helping right now. I got my earbuds in. I'm helping people bring this other stuff inside the house. But hey, no, that ain't gonna stop us from what we need to do. I said, as long as the power's on, we're rolling. So we're bringing everything in this larger area in here. So we just rock and roll anyway. But we are under a tornado watch.
Yeah? Who's Notorious, by the way? I don't even know who that is.
You don't know?
We don't want to bother you. We don't want to bother you.
Come in here peace.
Take my email.
You appreciate the hustle, though, right?
I mean, but was it a hustle?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's just trying to connect. No, it's fine.
Plugging into you too.
He wasn't plugging for game. That's what I'm saying. It's one thing to plug for some type of game, but in this thing, he's trying to give you something. He's trying to give you something that can last forever to anyone.
Yeah, I ain't trying to say what you doing.
taking a ball. He's not taking a mission.
I'm not taking shit. I don't take shit.
He's one of the blues,
Okay, have you been drinking tonight? What are you talking about? What's going on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Whoever notorious is and any so-called
You're
spiritual.
not notorious. Stop playing. What's
I don't know. I know his name, but I don't know him. Okay.
You know notorious. The guy right there. Down there.
The only notorious we recognize is B.I.G. I said that.
And notorious guy. Don't be acting like you don't even know you sure. That's crazy.
I mean, what's there to know?
Oh,
Not too much on you.
Oh, concrete.
oh, stop. Did y'all check animals like as better? There's nothing more joking if you were listening.
Him and I just across that.
This is talking about notorious numbnuts.
I know the song.
It better be my Magnesia.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Wake up.
Ouch.
Right.
Brother.
Shit, that's not enough. Like it's not enough.
Wow, you drink it?
I'm bathing in milk and magnesia. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Jim. You bathe in milk and magnesia? Is that how you stay that skin?
If you drinking that much milk and magnesia, you need to go to the doctor. But my brother's gonna wake it up. You always jump in to protect the white
There
woman.
you go. You better recognize it.
Brother Divine, if you really pay attention to concrete, he does it for anybody that's losing their body. Like he just jumps in to insert himself and be a contributor. It's like that's all it is. Like that's what he does. It doesn't matter if it's a milk magnesia or if it's a chocolate.
I couldn't enjoy it when it's a milk and magnesia. The time is just a sense of duty. Milk and magnesia is in trouble.
Why am I going to drink this shot if that's what you're trying to do? It's for other people.
No, it's purely for the love. Purely for the love.
Slide into the DM.
It's platonic endeavor. This is me.
Right, gotcha.
She said, I don't understand why he's declaring his love for the milk and magnesia on the stage.
Where is the milk and magnesia? I'm thirsty and not pink.
Damn, no, that's hot dog, sis.
You got your license if he was your baby.
That's pink. Pink sweat magnesia is live.
They're both talking about the dropkick concrete for sure.
Why?
Just the
No drop kicking. We keeping the peace. The brother Majato is bless the stage tonight.
that wasn't what.
Can I drop kick Roger?
By all means. Roger in the chat. You know Roger in the chat.
Oh, Roger. Okay. How do you say his name? Majato?
I'm trying to say his name. I know you.
That's why you want to make it a mess of it.
I know who you mean, but I know that ain't his name. I know what you're trying to say.
Him saying it is fine.
So let me ask you this first, buddy, because I definitely enjoyed his mission. I think it was a good listen. Got me through what I was working on. But at the end of the day, do you think the comparisons with Trump and what he experienced, as he said he was tortured and things of that nature, unfortunately, do you think that is a good analogy? Do you think that's a one-to-one, that what we're experiencing is going to be even remotely similar to the drastic things that he encountered and went through?
No, I said his message was good. I didn't say nothing about the details. I wouldn't dare begin to try to answer that question.
It wasn't making it one-to-one. It wasn't making it one-to-one at all. That was a broad statement of fascism. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I did not know the little piece of history that he gave that all of the mosques being built and that they realized that the religious leaders realized that the Shah needed them and it wasn't vice versa. And then he's like, how America was like, yes, build them mosques, like keep them prayed up. And out of the political realm, I didn't know that it sounded like it was a play. It is, it's not a good version.
I think.
You know that, I did not.
If I could just say this, Jim, to your question, for me anyway, I think he was speaking more broadly, not one-to-one, regarding elections, regarding belligerent government, regarding authoritarian tactics, So I think it was more broadly about that, and what he sees that people like Trump and Netanyahu do to their own countries is not too dissimilar to what others have done in Iran.
I get that, but I guess when he started really going heavy on it, that's why when Tim Nagin speaking at the No Kings protest to stop it, like he's stopping us from sliding down that slippery slope that will land in that same pool. Let's pause about that. You gotta get this gay shit off your mind all the time, Concrete. This is devastating visual. But anyway, that portion is what I was referring to.
No, I understand. They're not going to be like a perfect protest to go to here. They're not, because everything has so many labels attached to it. So somebody goes to No King, they may not agree with every single point like a speaker or sign says, but it's an outlet for a lot of people who share generally the same sentiments about the administration and about certain political party and about other leaders. So I think that generally, but a lot of times we get caught up in oh my God, did you see this time or what this person who was at this protest said? And that's not really the point of all that for a lot of the people that are there. That would be mine.
I got you. To me, it was almost like relative trauma that might make you slightly overreact to something that's just similar or not, right? Because he went through something that was super traumatic, that even if you see something remotely similar, like, oh, fuck no, I've been through that before. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do.
I get what you're saying, but for me, it's more like cautionary and trying to bring awareness. Like, hey, listen, because anything that you allow to continuously get power can be dangerous. And that to me is where the messaging was coming from. Like, just knowing, hey, listen, I've seen something that went a little bit like this, so let's try to put the flame out before we. Let's put the flame out before it catches fire to the others.
I think that's fair. I think it was the spirit of his submission, really, is what it was about for me.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And first, we talked about it before about the frog in the pot. You warm it up gradually and never jumps out, right? Doesn't even realize it's boiling until it's dead, and then you're ready to vacate to another country immediately around. And so, we talked about that.
outside in New York today.
We over here talking about sundresses. Like, what the hell?
I'm sorry, I can't talk. Honey, one of my coworkers, she was like, "Oh, it's almost sundress weather." I was like,
sundress weather.
I'm like, lady, you don't look at sundresses differently. Like, why would you say that in front of me? Wow.
You know what men prefer sundresses. We all know why men prefer sundresses.
Gemini, you guys are always in your cars, not being able to see anyone. We were outside, and I was in Soho today, and so many people. I was in Soho today, and so many people were eating outside for lunch, which was amazing. Just like sitting on, like a stoop or like wherever, just hanging out on tables that they threw outside on the sidewalk. And it was just great to get to see all the people. And then the guys were out today.
Yeah, but Soho
type shirts. So New York, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, so
Well, I mean, Hollywood. That's what I know Soho at.
They also have no fake. Yeah, they have a no here, but
It's the real estate agent. They have to come up with a fancy name. Some of those units over there, right?
Yeah, they tried to do that with Harlem with the Soha, but that's like it's not.
We were like, no, don't come.
You gotta think about it. When you say Soho to a Hollywood, we automatically think South Hollywood. That's it. Like,
are you serious?
I definitely don't think New York.
I've never heard of South Hollywood. Is that just made up?
No, Soho, West Hollywood.
I never know. It's Soho in Hollywood.
You've been in Hollywood, it's like to not know Soho.
I've never heard of Soho. Like, where is that? Where's South Hollywood? Is that Orange Front or something? Where is it?
It's basically anything past the out of the boulevards.
I hit the boundaries.
There's nothing there.
Just can't say it's down.
There's nothing there, but it's still it exists though.
No, South of Brooklyn, though. We different.
I'm gonna have to investigate this, Gemini, because I think this is made up in the last 10 years.
It's literally Google it, I promise you.
Yeah, but
You heard that Carl Weber stuff again in there?
what call level we talking about?
What's that thing you be taking on?
You talking about Carmelo Anthony?
I would say, yeah, somebody.
No, man, we talking about no, please.
presentation to a board, basically. So that's I got the framework, I got the flow, but I just need to finish it. Okay, so that's what I'm doing right now.
Whoever said I live in the IE, fuck the dirty ass IE. I want to let my dogs live.
That was me.
Dirty. The Inland Empire is retarded.
That was me.
It's dirty shit. You gotta get a dirty motherfucker to live there.
Dirty? Why does it really dirty how? Like trash or
Like trash, like put a air mattress on the sidewalk type of shit.
I was looking up what it is. You can't have not a goddamn thing in the sidewalk. Hell no. Hell none of that out here. Hell no, dude. You better move the hell up out of her. You got welfare.
What you mean look at him? What the hell going on?
Maybe evicting or something, but just allowing it? No, they don't allow that art.
There's nothing wrong with air mattress on the sidewalk. Gotta put cones on. As long as you put cones on both sides of your air mattress, after you good.
Crazy, nah. They don't allow nothing like that out here. All that stuff you gotta take to a landfill. You cannot have nothing on no curbs out here. You know what I'm saying? You cannot do that.
Is technically San Bernardino's IE too? Riverside? Is that all? Oh, wait, John.
There's Riverside. I don't know if it is. It might as well be Riverside.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's huge. Just massive. I realize.
It is. They actually have nice houses in Riverside. That's nice houses.
There's a lot of nice areas now. I'm just giving a shit because people don't live there, get very triggered if that's
Nobody has to be from there. Nobody.
And why is that?
Just dirty.
It's not that song, actually, the case, but it's one of them so far. So you say you're from LA, right? And people think there's certain connotations with that. And if you tell suggesting somebody lives in LA, it's not LA.
It's not LA. It's just dirty. In our minds, it's dirty. It's not necessarily dirty, but it might as well be dirty because we know it's dirty. So it's dirty.
There's a lot of places out there that are just kind of dusty. Like there's just nothing to it.
That's dirty. It's just dirty is a better. That's it. That's what I mean.
So no there's no like LA is already weird, right? But the Inland Empire is kind of worse. Strange.
It's like GTA, where Trevor's on a mission somewhere around.
Oh my god, that's fucking me. I just put on the nice tunes and drive around. I mean, it's like, you know,
that's true.
And I was in Bakersfield like maybe 3-4 months ago for the first time in a while. Nothing got better.
Doesn't get better.
Nothing good about it. What's that Kevin McCarthy's district?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forget if it's the least educated and third most polluted or most polluted and third least educated, but it's
Is it really both of those? Or one of those?
Yeah, I mean, there's all the oil drilling out there, right? So the water's super polluted, and because it's in the valley and all that's going on, like the air just, you know, the pollution just kind of sits in that end of the valley and it just doesn't go anywhere. So the water's gross, the air's gross. It's real bad down there.
If you want to find one, you can drive up there and bring it back to LA. That's about it.
When she had teeth.
Hopefully. Yeah.
And why are you looking for a woman in a dusty place?
Put on your cape and go to a dusty place.
Oh, so you like to do cat and say
both sides of the bus. You gotta work together.
But I don't remember. What the hell?
Good afternoon, Ashley. How you doing?
Gemini, Sweet somehow was captain of the ship today. God, that looking crazy. Yeah, you gotta pull out about that time.
We've already removed his California card. Like, he doesn't even belong anymore. Like, that's no longer a thing. So you don't have to associate on California. There was slander. Apparently, Matt Cool doesn't live in Bakersfield. He lives near Bakersfield. Matt Cool is not from California. Apparently. But I didn't know that. That's no good. Y'all fuck with me now. Man, people forget just how shitty parts of California are. Like, there are some shitty places in California, and people just do not even know.
The other crazy fun fact is that California has roughly, I think it's 85 maybe, cities with 100,000 people or more.
I've been to some of them. Like, when I first got into the cannabis business, like, some of the locations I used to go out to, God, was, man, you walk into the restaurant and you automatically know how big it is to go. You just know. Like, they have some really shady sundown towns that still exist that you would not think are located in California. Like, really shady. Have you been to Redding? You must have. I've been to Redding. Well, it's not right by it. It's NorCal. Yeah, exactly. Like another 2 or 3 hours north. And that is shithole. Redding and Bakersfield are like just opposite each other. Go to opposite sides of the valley. It's shit. Go to Stockton, which is a nine Stockton. Gang banging. We all gang bang, but we all live within these 9 exits. So I can't go to McDonald's or to 7-Eleven without having to kill an eye. Like, and their country is fucked with nothing going on. Like, it's just weird as shit. Stockton is weird as shit.
What's happened to that compromise? Nobody knows that reference to line, but I get it. What's Fresno like?
Fresno is really similar to Stockton. Yeah, it's a lot of things. It's like a smaller Bakersfield, basically. But there's someone in Fresno, if you look hard enough, who still has a dream and something to live for. But if you're in Bakersfield, that died like a long time ago. There's just nothing. You don't think it's reversed? You don't think Bakersfield might have somebody with a potential dream that just they're stuck in Fresno, just like we can't do anything because it's all no, man. I feel like at least when you're in Fresno, you drive like an hour and you're in some of the most beautiful places on earth. Like Bakersfield, you drive an hour and you're like where the mob drops bodies off. You know what I mean? That's a fact. It's I don't know. Like you already have somebody or Sequoia or something from Fresno. Where do you go from Bakersfield?
No, that's for you. Death Valley, I guess.
I mean, more than an hour, but yeah, I mean, yeah, consider that.
I mean, it's basically over there in Mount
Yeah, that's probably not that far from Palm Springs. I don't know. The best thing you got to realize is you're probably an hour away from Six Flags. Maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, pretty much. That's about it.
Wait, where did they have the first McDonald's? Was it in Bakersfield? Was it?
Something down there, I think.
Yeah.
You know the weirdest footnote on Kevin McCarthy? He started making his money by winning a small lottery, and then he put it into a hot dog business, and that's how Kevin McCarthy got started. Yeah, it's such a weird story. You know, here's a verse to it for you. Harrison Ford was a carpenter around LA before he came back. Like, he kept going to all these jobs trying to get an acting, and he couldn't. One of the studios that would go to called Paramount Studio, he built out like a lot of it. He was a carpenter there. Like, I had no idea he was a carpenter. And like all the places that he was a carpenter at are proud of it. And they won't redo those rooms because of the history behind him
and how he turned into, Harrison Ford, but he was actually a carpenter, like Jesus.
You didn't have to throw in like Jesus part, did you?
Made it fun.
You want to hear another stupid fun fact? Reno's more west than LA. How's that? I know, just kind of look at the map.
That doesn't make fucking sense to me.
Yeah, that's really good. Kind of Texas to the east. Yeah. Yeah, Reno's further west.
So Nevada does it too, right? Like Nevada's got that big
Yeah.
the border.
Yep. Right, and I think, and the other stupid fun fact is that El Paso, Texas is closer to LA than it is to the eastern border of Texas.
Wow, this was all facts.
Dude, back up. You saying what?
I did say Texas. I did say Texas, Ashton. El Paso. I'll just say that El Paso is closer to LA than the eastern border of Texas.
I'm interested. Okay.
Yeah, we're all gonna look at maps.
I didn't know that though. That's interesting.
It just means Texas is big, and you already know that.
Yeah, you're right for the skies, man. Things are good, man. Just hopefully the farms roll through here so we can get back outside and have a good time out there, man. Look, ain't nothing wrong, man. We have a good time every day. Shoot, life is back. I ain't freezing and shivering over in the corner like I was a month ago. I didn't know what the hell I was gonna do. It was cold as hell. I don't miss 5 degrees or whether it's 9 below. I don't miss that. Folks in the cold. I can't do that. Folks like margaritas. Anybody drink in here? Y'all like margaritas? Hey, Taco Cabana, they got, have a bag of food. We can pour margaritas and you, man, look here. They got some good margaritas up over there.
Is that being done? So it's not gonna truck.
Boys, just think that you know on a Tuesday night. I don't know.
Yeah, this Tuesday night, I mean, they got to sell. They're in the kitchen up and I'm there. Hey, it doesn't matter what day it is, if somebody's cooking, I'm over here.
I was talking about the 4 margaritas.
What, I'm sorry?
I said the 4 margaritas. Take the 4 margaritas.
Yeah, there you go.
You're gonna be lit. You familiar with the Anderson twins? What's that for? So you got the Anderson twins that were just convicted. Of course. Did you hear that they were just convicted of sex trafficking?
Which Anderson?
Alexander. No, that's what when I read that, I immediately left Ali. Just for the record, if anyone remembers early Clubhouse, Ali Alexander.
Wait, that's him?
I'm sure it's not.
So are we saying Alexander twins?
Yes, and their brother. They got convicted yesterday.
Yeah, they got sex trafficking. I said your name's wrong, my bad. But yeah, they got convicted of sex trafficking. And they're also mentioned in the Epstein files. So they were convicted of just shepherds in what occurred in the Epstein files. But there's definitely who they are. Like they definitely would be involved in some of the things that they were accused of. And what they are accused of in the Epstein files was directly tied into both Clinton and Trump.
So they have a reality show. I'm thinking they probably have a reality show these guys.
I think they were like hiding real estate developers.
I've known them for years because my industry, it's also my location, and those have been going on for quite some time because it's reported in the trades that I read for years. So
So it's a long time coming for these pieces of shit. But I guarantee you one thing, these damn phones are dumb.
Yeah, man, I'm about to do that. But it's the trans people we need to be worried about. Remember that.
Yeah, these people were extra fucking disgusting.
Y'all see the piece of Trump's speech highlighting right now where he was saying your daughter can help you register, but she has to be of age. She has to be at least 6. Wait, what? He said something about your daughter can help you register, but she has to be of age. She has to be at least 6. That's what he determined was of age during his speech. Like a lot of people didn't catch it, but now it's like been isolated as a clip, and it's circulating pretty viral right now. I'll find it. That's where he's about to be demented enough to just start telling the truth. I love it. Like, how do you say, like, he's almost there, you know? Like, he's saying stuff that's crazy. Right. Almost the truth. Yeah. What he actually thinks. He's gonna get there. You know, like, he's living. Like, if you look talking enough, he'll say something that, you know, he'll go off script and let something slide.
Reason, guys, they can't, I mean, sticks? What? No. Like, where we headed? Like, all this stuff sounds like folks need to be put in prison. This is really, really bad.
I think to your Honor's point, though, it does seem like it's set up to be that he's going to be caught in saying something that there's just no way out of that. And it may happen multiple times. Like, there's no explaining it away. I mean, part of that is what happened with the school. Like, that's a good example of where shit could actually be the straw, so to speak. But, sometimes it doesn't matter with the cults because they will ride to the death for this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is all this
About the, I'm sorry, man.
You gotta go for it.
Now, I thought you guys had talked about it earlier, because I had read it maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago, and I just assumed you guys had already talked about it. So I thought that was really strange to talking about 6-year-olds being of age. And he really didn't get much pushback, because that was during his speech. He didn't get no pushback. So I think they're just trying to make our brains think that it's okay, that all this shit is okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what you can get away with when you don't surprise people. I mean, we expect him to do stuff like that. And if you were being chill, you'd be like, oh, he probably been 16, which is still gross. But, that's kind of his vibe, right? I mean, like, this has to be a side of the absurdity that people are willing to accept today. I mean, Christy Nome shot a puppy, and that side didn't react. Hank says it's just a straight up drunk. They didn't react. It's just like, these stories are so absurd. They're not even remotely close. Like, if there was like music that played and they were like, and we're done, and like the trimming show turned out to be over, and they were like, gave us all grades on how we reacted in the moment, it would make more sense than how people are willing to put up with the level of absurdity, which is just apparently normal now. This shit is just completely off the rails. Like, can you imagine if Biden said that thing? I haven't read the quote yet, so I'm just taking their word for it, but can you imagine if Biden said, what about 6-year-olds? I'm going to find it completely in a second. They lost their mind. Which I think a lot of the things, if you were to put it on anyone else other than Trump, if Obama had 34 felonies, would he have been elected or re-elected? We keep giving the first election, would he have been re-elected? If Obama was accused of half the things in the Epstein file that Trump is, would he be given the same grace by the voters? I don't think so. I really don't. I think it's very unique to Trump. So when he says, I'm the only president that can get away with this shit, which he did say, by the way, recently, I think he's right, because other presidents followed the Constitution or actually had moral compass, right? I don't think that's something to brag about, but,
a pitchfork.
That's what I think. I prefer the guillotine chip.
Okay. We could start a Jacobin party here.
Automatic shotgun, 20 rounds. I say that's a little better.
Not the gun. Oh my God.
So is the war over? I've been really busy today. I'm at a conference. And I'm pretty sure yesterday Trump said the war was pretty much done or something.
They got a text, the Iran text him.
Yeah. We're good, right? Is it done?
We're good. That's literally what the text said. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Yeah, they opened up a gift shop at the Strait of Hormuz. So,
Yep. Here, let me play this for you real quick.
I'm like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old. She's allowed to say, yeah, see, some of the stuff is so bad.
There you go.
What's in it? You guys really are being charitable. Like, what could you say to that?
That man should have mentioned nothing, no words whatsoever, shape, form, or fashion. With no words like 6-year-old daughter, he should never utter those words. Ever.
Yeah, he's really focused on stealing the election now. Just for the record. Like that. I don't know how far he's going to get. But he's trying, really. He's trying hard.
Somebody committed tampering.
Did you see the Smartmatic news? It came out earlier today, but they're now trying to indict 3 of the principals of Smartmatic, which is one of the main voting machine companies, and one of the ones that he's gone after. So it's going to get a lot worse with that stuff over the course of the year.
Be careful not to say anything like before, Fox said stuff about Dominion, and that's paying a lot of money, so, yeah.
Yes, so it's a Smartmatic voting technology company that is selling Fox News and supporters of President Trump for defamation, asserted in court papers on Tuesday that the federal indictment the administration had leveled against it amounted to a politically motivated counterattack. They said it was part of Mr. Trump's, quote, campaign of retribution against his perceived enemies. Chief among them, those who undermined his mantra that the 2020 election was rigged. And they filed money laundering and bribery charges against Smartmatic, something to do with business in the Philippines. Anyway, so just trying real hard. This company, by the way, got $40 million out of Newsmax for defamation and a settlement, and got another one out of OAN. I don't think that they've settled news yet. But, Fox News paid Dominion, which is one of the other big companies in that space, $787 million.
That was a big settlement.
Yeah, right. Can I just have 787, please? It's so much money.
So more on the Zuckerberg thing.
record of a home in Miami. It's 120 million. This is 170. A few doors down from Bezos. So yeah. And it did, by the way, you got a discount. It was listed at 200 million. So they're really accounts, you know. Yeah. I'm trying to calculate the commission on that sucker. I wonder what time it was.
Man, that's gotta be good. What percentage would it be? Like,
Well, at that level, you know, who knows, maybe it's like 1 or 2%, but even so, you do the math on that. It's a good year.
where's Matt to tell them to make it the elections tonight? You know, right?
Matt, go on. He's had no big surprises, generally speaking.
Yeah, I was just wondering, in terms of like turnout numbers and things like that, is there anything interesting in there? But I guess probably not.
I mean, the thing is, in Florida, they're trying to get back to the Miami thing. You know, they have legislation out there to eliminate property taxes. So, and when you think about 170 million, what that property tax is going to be, it may be nothing. Imagine that.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I tell you, our property tax is ridiculous.
But I believe it has to be in residence, so if he, which I think it is for him, even though he still has a home in California and also a compound in Hawaii.
Even if it wasn't, why would you say it was? Just to go ahead and get the tax benefits.
In order for it to be no taxes, I do believe the proposal or the bill is it has to be your primary residence in order to get to have no real estate taxes. But even still, there's also no income taxes. So, you know, to win, this is why a lot of billionaires are moving down there. And also to Texas, but particularly for Florida, they really want to get, especially these millionaires and billionaires, like Bernie, want to get rid of the property taxes. And then, of course, what's going to happen? How are they going to get funds for, I don't know, schools, roads, infrastructure, police, all that? Are they just going to have private, you know, private police, private security, everything going to be gated and everybody's HOA is going to have to pay? Like, there's a lot of questions out there about that. Are they going to increase the, you know, the local communities are really going to be strapped in this? Are they going to, you know, increase their sales taxes, for example? So, a lot of questions, but
We talked about, I'm sure we did, so just go ahead, we can move forward if we already have. But it says U.S. says it destroyed Iranian naval ships and miners straight up from use. Yes, that's already been discussed. I don't know, man. I just got it. until like, I don't know, before I came on stage, it was maybe 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll bring up another time if you want, but the basic thing was that he was just giving a different perspective as an Iranian than the perspectives being offered typically on Clubhouse and also just on social media.
He articulated his experience and viewpoints a lot better than most of the Iranians I've heard so far. And he had enough charisma to make it interesting. I like this mission a lot. Sorry, I missed it then. It was good, in my opinion, anyway. Not really.
Kind of breaking up. Somebody who said something. Regan, your brother. Oh, okay. You got your little brothers on.
Your voice was my command, my the code that tells us what to do. You got it.
And one more thing I want to add to that, Mark Zuckerberg's $170 million home that he just purchased. Just a couple details. 28,000 square feet. It has it's nearly 2 acres. And it has 200 feet of Biscayne Bay frontage, which is pretty amazing, but similar, I think, to what Jeff Bezos has. And that's if you're taking like a boat around like, Miami proper, between like Miami and South Beach and, whatever in that area, you'll come across all of these islands that have this frontage so that they can, in this case, he can fit, I think, a 130-foot yacht dock that he could dock there. He also has a 60-foot pool. He has a 1,500-gallon aquarium. And a Himalayan salt wall sauna and steamer. Very. Your pitchforks, taxes.
He's still a piece of shit. He's still a piece of shit, right?
And he's still a piece of shit. So, yeah. And we should lower the taxes for the rich because of this, so that they can afford stuff like this.
I wish you would have said all that when Romney made choice.
Oh man, I wish I could. I can only do voices of Clubhouse people, unfortunately.
You could have done one voice.
Did you do his voice? I wouldn't know that. I could, I think, maybe Domingo or something if I was going to have to be really loud, so it's better when I'm on the street.
Oh, that would be good. Domingo would be good too. That would be good too, yeah.
Domingo right now is checking bathrooms to make sure the gender is assigned with the bathroom people.
I'm so glad he hasn't been around. I've been around. It's so boring. Just over and over and over again.
The same thing with 5 years.
Check it out. It's literally 5 years. Just, can you find a new note? Anything? Maybe?
I can say I don't want to be too loud right now.
Has he been out of Ohio at 83 tonight? I don't have any, as Bam was talking about it earlier. That's crazy points. Yes, that is crazy. It's 40-something perfect score, so it'd be kind of interesting to see how he got that many points.
Asia, he's doing some of her signature moves. She's online trolling that they're about to make him pee in the cup. I love their relationship.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yes. Everybody is anticipating the world's best athlete that they are going to produce. They've been in public since the Olympics.
Okay, that's what's up. That's a nice complexion.
They're gorgeous and they're so cute. So she's literally trolling online saying, they're about to make you pee in that cup, my boy. She was there. The hugs to her and his mom were everything. I'm glad that everybody is giving him his flowers. I love him.
I don't know what that is. And then you're on the prenup or something?
No, so he plays for the Miami Heat.
Okay.
And exactly, Owen. That baby is already like, that baby. Everybody's like, there. So they're
Where's he from?
Where is Bam from, y'all? He's, is he Nigerian? I don't even know if he's like.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He might be
I'm pretty sure.
He did. So like he played on that last team. That's where I said they went public. Where is Bam from? And Asia, do you know who Asia Wilson is? Sturgis. She's like the number one player. She plays for the WNBA. Did she not win the
she did the Vegas. Yeah, the Vegas. I think they won 2 years.
Yeah. So they're basically like the Aces, Las Vegas Aces. I like my favorites in sports, not sports in general, but yeah. So he just beat Kobe's record. And the memes are already out with Kobe smiling down. And yeah, so he's dating the so they're both now the leading scorers. Yeah, she played for the Dawn Staley of South Carolina. They're such a cute couple, but yeah, her saying, you better get ready to pee in that cup, my boy. It's funny as hell.
Okay, I just want to add, sorry, just a little bit of a pivot. I had a question. Was it, you remember Herbalife, right? Wasn't that like a scam or a multi-level marketing scam or something? Gemini, you know about Herbalife.
I never dealt with it. I know what you're referencing. I thought it was like some bullshit though.
Okay. Well, this goes along the lines of things that people don't get punished for, because I thought that was a huge scam. Well, it turns out the Herbalife co-founder just bought a $25 million Southern California ranch that comes with a wildlife sanctuary. So, which has zebras and African antelopes and things like that. Outside of San Juan Capistrano. So there you go. No rest for the super rich.
I've been linking in the chat for people who are talking about, yes, it's the second most points in the NBA history. He beat Kobe's record, which did Kobe have 90 or 80, in the game, which is a pretty big deal, because Kobe's record stood for a long time, so shout out to Kobe.
Yeah, 81 points.
Yeah, Kobe had 81, and he did it, is it tonight, Aaron? Was the game tonight? Was it tonight? Yeah. Yeah, so.
Wait, so are people just not counting the Will Chamberlain because that's the whole
part? That's the record. No, that's the record. Yeah, Reform was saying it's the second most ever.
Yeah, it's the second, because Kobe used to be number 2, and then I can't remember who was number 3. But yeah, Will's record would probably.
Yeah, well, right, that was number 1. People are just gonna say that was a different era, like in the same way they're like, well, Bill Russell played in a different era, even though he won fucking 9 championships or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, no, they don't. He gets well, still they don't really do that. Like there's a pre-Super Bowl in football, but for basketball, he's still in there because he really played like in the sense like Jerry West, those guys like they don't break it up like that. separate like the NFL does.
I mean, we do. I mean, it was different, but that doesn't take away from what he did. But that was me. Let's see, Wilt Chamberlain holds the all-time NBA record for highest individual scores in game by points set on March 2nd, 1962. Philadelphia Warriors against the New York Knicks. I mean, that's probably never going to get beat. So now Kobe's number 3 with 81. Wilt Chamberlain holds number 4, 78 points, 1961. Luka is number 5? What? I did not know that. 73 points, January 2024. Go ahead, Luka. David Thompson, 1978, and then Wilt Chamberlain twice in 1962. So Wilt dominates the top 5. I did not know Luka was tied for the number 5 spot. Go ahead, Luka. Super cool. Wait, Damian Lillard at 71. Donovan Mitchell, another hottie with the cutie. Him and Coco Jones, adorable. David Robinson again. Elgin Baylor, 71. So there's not actually that many players in the 70-plus club. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a lot of shots, and it's not necessarily something, you know, you gotta be on the field, I guess, and everybody. It's not, it's good though. It's a great accomplishment. But yeah, it'll be interesting to watch what he did though, because a lot of those people you mentioned were prolific scorers, man. Out of mine is not really that kind of player, so it's just be interesting to see how he got the points.
And Luka's,
and stuff he did.
yes, Luka's still young too. So, how old is Luka? He's only 27. So, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's been playing in pros when he was like 14. That's the one thing about Luka. He's a power stud, power speed.
It's easier to score up when you play one side of the ball, though, to be fair.
Yeah, that is true. But for the most of those guys, when we get that kind of point output, you know, you're not really putting a lot of work on the defense. You can't.
Wait, so you're saying so Luka doesn't play D, is that what you're saying?
No, yeah, when he got in shape, he's trying to get out of there. He is, yeah.
It used to be just a joke on the internet where they just post him like half-assing it on defense over and over and over again. He did work at it and get better, but he's still not a good defender.
No, yeah, he probably never will be, but at least he, you know, at least he's out there doing something with his size or whatever, you know, that's the thing. At least he can make himself where he's not such a liability, which is good.
You want to hear this crazy stat? Because now I'm doing a deep dive. Because I misspoke. I guess Bill Russell had 11 titles in 13 seasons, won 8 in a row, and averaged, he got his highest in rebounds, he got 51 that's crazy.
51 rebounds. Bill Russell gets lost in the annals of history. He's definitely the greatest winner of all time, but he gets lost in a lot of people's minds. So just because he went flashy and the Celtics were so good, that's only Hall of Famer. He does tend to get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, and and also winning 2 championships as player coach. His daughter, Karen, was on the app for quite some time. She was really cool. Really good person.
Okay.
Hey, Corey, is that your people? Alright. He only said y'all remember those folks.
Wait, what?
No, I'm asking Igor. You are Slovenian? Like Luka? Oh, cool, he is.
No,
I didn't know that.
No, he's not. He's from Siberia. He's lying.
He said, yeah. Well, even being from Serbia is pretty cool. It's not boring American.
No, Igor's a good person.
Yeah, well,
Even though he's Serbian.
what is your favorite?
We brought him on here.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm Serbia where I'm from, but we taking Doncic to Serbia because his father is Serbian, so his house.
Oh, stake your claim. I like Luka. Go man it down,
I was about to ask about that video. So they showed a video about like for like Nikola Jokic and Luka saying like that the NBA crowd and nothing like they were getting intimidated, but they show like game over there crowd for like this like soccer crowd where it's like it's just like is that true? Yeah, it looks amazing. Watching like the videos I've seen, it looks like this, like it looks like an amazing park.
It's like the shit at Thunderdome.
Yeah, and you know, it's
Amazing, but it's crazy. Like you can't even breathe because of the like fires inside of the arena. It's insane. But you know, it's cool.
Wait, Igor, do you guys still smoke cigarettes indoors or?
Yes.
Only when the kids are around. Yes, exactly. We have to get a customers.
No, listen, man.
Perform Igor is a legend on this app, by the way. Video he's usually on comes around during the day. So this is very different.
I love Igor.
Yeah, Mikhail Bogdanovic in NBA. He's playing for Clippers. He's also, but yeah, he's not like Doncic and Jokic.
I don't know they have that many Serbians. I'm trying to think of where's Popovich from? Because that's not. I mean, I know Popovich coaches very close.
Popovich is also half Serbian.
Really?
Yeah, but because the national sport of Serbia is actually basketball, so a lot of like coaches and all that, and yeah, we like it's like best. It's to like hear some English shit. But yeah, it's national sports. So a lot of like in European terms, we are probably most successful after Americans.
Coolios.
Wait, Vlade Divac, was he one of them too?
Yeah, Vlade Divac Stojakovic was.
That was not my Croat Petrovic.
He's a Croat, so
okay.
So we hate him.
He was a great player. He was a great player, one of the best ever.
Wait, what about Mila Jovovich?
Mila Jovovich, I'm not sure about that. She has also been involved, but I think she has also Russian. I'm not sure. Yeah, but the Dragan Popovic, he and Vlade Divac were the best friends. And when war started here in the 90s, they like stopped talking. And when Dragan Petrovic died, Vlade Divac, actually you guys should watch like documentary. Vlade Divac and the brother of Dragan Petrovic made the documentary, and it's actually heartbreaking.
Wait, so you guys also Bielitsa Warriors?
Bielitsa is Serbian.
Yeah, so now we're talking about Serbians?
Yeah, but I'm saying about Dragan Petrovic, he was playing in the 90s. He was excellent, but he died very young.
Wait, how do you do that?
He had a crash accident in Germany.
Oh, man.
He was a really sick son.
He was amazing. Where he literally is considered one of the best ever. And they said like he was like unflappable. It's just far as like they said like he literally like he was. I remember watching him when I was young, in my 20s and like in the 90s or whatever. But I definitely remember watching. He was a great player.
Yeah, they're saying he was like crazy. He was training like whole team. Like he never stopped playing basketball. And Vlade Divac, he was like chill. He was smoking, and he was a good talent. So our national coaches always put them together in the and they have like some kind of training and stuff like that. So they kind of chilled down Dragan and like make Vlade Divac work out, so they were trying to make a balance because both of them was like on total opposite sides, so yeah. But yeah, you guys should, I forgot the name of the documentary, it's on
but a lot of units in national conservation just do it. It's very cool. If you're interested in this. Yeah, I actually like stuff like that. I've heard Vlad talk about some of those times and just how crazy it was when everything was happening. Yeah, it was bad. That's like, you know, I mean, they were the best friends from the like young age, and they still fucking, yeah, I mean, like, you see, what can do it, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I need to say this 5 guys, but catch you guys tomorrow.
Right, so you were. Then I have to address something real quick. I'm sorry. Maya, what are you talking about? We're talking about basketball. Are you okay? Like, I get it. You don't like me. Every time I talk, you say something. You won't be the first or the last, but girl, nobody's addressing you. Like, I don't understand. I didn't even know you're in the room. I don't pay attention. I just respond in the chat. Like, what are you talking about? I didn't tell you anything last night. Are you? What triggered this?
Why are you going after Maya when you should be going after Piola?
I'm not going after Maya addressed me. But I'm like, I don't understand. She said Nikki. What? Did anybody even address Maya though? Like, what? Girl, are you okay? Sometimes it's okay to take a break from Clubhouse. Seriously. I don't tell you anything. I don't even pay. What? Ma'am, your obsession is a little bit much. And the only reason I'm speaking out is because it seems to be a bit much. Like, people are crazy on this app all the time, but we're literally having a conversation about basketball. Okay. All right, child. Ooh, Lord. Okay.
Piola said, first off, Piola called us 60-year men with enlarged prostates. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check my chart and just take a look and make sure my prostate's okay. Oh.
I just did my physical a couple months ago, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good on it.
Wait, Piola, I resent that. I don't always look in the chat if I'm talking on stage. It just depends, but I'm not a 60-year-old man. I'm a 60-year-old. Wait, what did somebody say I was? I need to get a job, a man, find friends. I don't have to catch up for attention. So that's me. I don't have a large prostate. I don't have a prostate at all, apparently. Only one man on stage is 75 years old. I will tell you which one to make it fun of.
Hey, everybody's more welcome to come out to make the content what they like, so feel free to jump on stage.
Yeah, Piola's probably a coward.
I'm gonna take a different take. She gave me the reminder, if it is her, gave me a reminder to just, follow up with my doctor. And all that sort of thank you so much. Yeah. Okay.
I really want the energy.
Everybody go to the doctor.
Not people referring to themselves as
my apologies. Oh, you listened earlier today, Your Honor. Before maybe I was misgendered, and so now I am they them. So please refer to me as such.
Congratulations.
Experience. Speaking of old school, what? Go see the doctor reminds me of, now I have that Cool Modi, go see the doctor. Was that Cool Modi?
It was, and it was a banger.
What was that song? Now everything about the song. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was a banger. 3 days later, go see the doctor about getting gonorrhea. It was a public health message.
But what was the name of the song?
Go see the doctor.
It was called Go See the Doctor?
I'm pretty sure.
As a West Coast person, my favorite song of that ilk is If You Must by Adele. That's a great song.
Okay, so out of that for me, my first introduction, other than that, for that, like you're
the West Coast guys didn't really get played a lot here. I'll say in Houston, as far as I recall, is unless they were super, super popular. But you know how every region has their local rappers. I feel like there's so many in New York. There's a lot in Louisiana. There's a ton in Texas. So I do remember Funky One was like, 840 never got as popular. Like I remember Sprinkle Me Name. That's about it. But I can't remember any other 840 songs. Although I know there were a ton of them.
The album in a major way was really good. He's very talented. The way he writes it in his rap style, it was so unique when it first came out. I don't know. He's really like probably like top 10 or whatever. But you know he didn't get the maybe blow up as much as some of the others. But he is really good. If you just go back and listen to some of the stuff like that album in a major way, it's actually a very good album.
If you want to hear it really down, listen to Hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics is great.
I've heard it. It's funny because it's like me being East Coast, but I definitely remember Telephone Homesick. It's funny to go back and listen, but I know I even had Hieroglyphics, but I'm familiar with when you said I just can't, but it's been so many years that I just really can't remember. But I know if I hear a track, like it definitely spark a memory.
Yeah, he's kind of goofy, like his like he's super talented, but like if you don't listen to the Deltron album, which I really like, but it just feels like something else. Like it's just different. You gotta listen to it.
No, that sounds good. Is the Far Side from Northern California?
I'm pretty sure they're from Oakland too.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, they're still out there. They were I think a free show from last year. Yeah, the Far Side was great. Actually, it says they're from LA.
So many of those guys are still touring. I love it. I never got to see them when I was little. My mom would let me go to. I can go to any concerts.
I got good news for you. It says they're going to be in Houston in 9 days.
Oh, really? Let me see.
At some place called Bad Astronaut Brewing Company.
The hell is that?
I have no idea. I've never been to Houston except for the airport.
There's so many places where they have all these concerts, and then it's like you have to follow them online. So if you don't follow them online, you never hear that all these people are coming. Oh, thank you. Is that She Keeps On Passing Me By? Yep.
Yes.
Far Side. I swear somebody needs to come.
No, I mean, what you guys are talking about.
Yes, you do.
I know very little in hip hop. I know Zippity Hoppity. No, this is real. I know like some things are things that I really like, but generally speaking, it's not a genre that I've done deep dives into.
A little bit of it. Hold on.
I think for people who like grow up.
You've heard this. Okay, you've heard this before. I know you have.
Can you just write what it is so I can listen to it separately? It's gonna be hard on us.
Alright.
I know that one, of course. Like, I'm just saying, I'm saying the more like local stuff. Like I haven't heard, and I also didn't grow up like rooted in that. There was stuff that I listened to that I really enjoyed. You know, like Tribe, and even like Grandmaster Flash, and fucking LL, and Run DMC, and BC Boys, and all that. You know, but also the early '90s hip hop stuff, like basically before like Diddy and that whole wave of a different kind of hip hop. And then the stuff that I really took to was like, Tribe and was me, myself, and it was so like that. That's the shit I liked. But then in the late '90s, like some of the root stuff was fantastic for guys, or but then again, you know, when I lived in LA, I mean, you know, I was fucking Tupac and California and that whole album. I love that. So, you know, anything was like a groove, but also stuff that wasn't like the, you know, fucking Diddy, you know, whatever, the same, like, hit that side of hip hop, whatever that is, the flashy, the bling, you know, bases and elbows. It's just like, I couldn't listen to it and be like, yeah, like, I just wasn't on it.
So it got kind of commercialized. Diddy really was like, Diddy can make beats, but he really didn't have talent like that. The best thing he did was discover Mary J. Blige, and like the whole association was, of course, Notorious B.I.G. And he used to be on his records, but Biggie was like one of the best lyricists, literally probably one of the best of all time or whatever, as far as, but his music was great. But you know, but Diddy outside of him, like he definitely produced some decent tracks, but I mean, he just really didn't have talent like that. So you know, you get like Mace. The whole thing was like Junior Mafia was good. Lil Kim definitely was great, but Biggie was writing a lot of her, you know, a lot of her lines were written by.
I mean, I've been a huge Mary J fan since fucking What's the 401, you know, like, period. I think, and I'll even argue that I think at least for that 10, 15 year span, she has probably the most solid catalog in the top 3 of that particular era, in my opinion. In terms of me being able to sit down and listen to these albums, some of them are so fucking good and consistent. And unlike a lot of people who, you know, maybe one album's really good and they fall out and come back, our catalog for that, like 15 years in my mind, was like one of the best that I.
No, she was not.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to stop over you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you like try, you probably like some of the Bay Area people, or just California people I was talking about, where it's just like a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I would love that. I would love that. I mean, I would love suggestions because I'm always doing deep dives into random shit, so it's just hard to crack when you don't really know, you know?
DJ Quick made some great music also.
I love DJ Quick. I love, we had a whirlwind tour. Don't even ask me what I thought he was saying. We had a really with Muhammad man. I still don't really know what he's saying to this day.
He's actually a musical genius too. Like he produced a lot of stuff, and he's actually a really talented artist. But definitely like just like Compton, like some of his like stuff from like the late '80s. And I think what's that song called Tonight, where it's like talking about like they get drunk and they can go back and do it again.
Tonight. Yeah. Oh, DJ Quick was definitely. I love the '80s, '90s, that whole era of music. I think it was just a little different. But then I also remember when Snoop came on, because we had this Zeta strut. It was like the most basic strut. And for, I'm in a D9 black sorority, so we do struts, right? Like there's certain songs that you play, and we all get in line and do like our strut. But it was bitches ain't shit, but hoes and tricks. I'm sorry, I just like that. And I didn't listen to any songs like that, seriously, when I was little. I had 2 Live Cruise tape, y'all, when I was in middle school, and I had one of my big cousins buy it, and I had to hide it because if my mom